ESL R1 major time, baby, the final day. My name is Jasmine. I'm going to be your host for today throughout the duration of ESL R1. And it is a pleasure to be here. We started things off with 55 drivers during our regular season, down to 24 yesterday. And now our final 12 are here, with a prize pool of €225,000 on the line. Who will be walking away crowned as our driver champion? There's only one way to find out, people. Let's make some noise. Introducing our 12 drivers. First up, we have the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour winner with F1 world champion Max Verstappen. It's none other than Enzo Benito representing Team Redline. Marco Pajic driving for Mercedes-AMG Petronas esports team, the Round 6 ESL R1 finals winner. And leading our driver championship today, having won 2 races yesterday, it's Marcel Chinchik from R8G. Going from 5th to 1st on Hockenheim yesterday in just 1 lap. Can Yanni Tormela from G2 give us the same comeback story today? And joining the race is James Baldwin representing Mercedes-AMG Petronas esports team again, winning 2 races yesterday. Can he make it 3? Joshua Rogers, our 2-time finalist winner, and having won during the second day at Katowice. Can he do it on land again for Porsche Kawanda? And of course, it is the 2-time back-to-back ESL R1 finalist winner online. It's Dara McCormack driving for Williams. With 2 podiums in the first 4 rounds of ESL R1, is this the day that Yuri Toman from R8G finds his form again? Having achieved 4 podiums in DTM Trophy, can Moritz Lerner from Maus do it in ESL R1 as well? Hanya Yovsky from R8G, our 2-time R-Factor 2 GT Pro champion, is joining us. And out of all 6 online rounds, Luke Bennett from Team Redline made it into finals for every single one, being the only driver to do it. And of course, joining alongside him is his teammate Kevin Siggy, who is currently 12th in our driver championship standings. Does he have what it takes to climb up the ranks? Another applause for our drivers, please, everybody. Come on, Munich, let's make some noise. Thank you, my fabulous drivers. Feel free to go ahead and take your seats. Best of luck to all of you. Joining me on the broadcast today, Krim, once again, how are you feeling, homie?
I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Jasmine, honestly, it hurts to be up here. I want to be in one of these 12 seats, and that's if I can fit in it. But nonetheless, I want to be there, not here. Sorry.
Well,
I gotta be honest.
All right, well, I know you're excited to get the broadcast started, at least, but I also know that Ash Vandelay is ready and waiting too. Ash, how are you feeling?
I mean, day 2, the 12 best drivers, we saw some elbows out yesterday, some race wins, some devastating heartbreak, but day 2, fresh slate for these drivers. You know, what to expect now from these tracks, from their fellow competitors. And here we are with R8G, actually. We have 3 drivers in the top 6. I mean, your driver Chinchik won at Spa. I mean, and Monza, excuse me, and we're doing it again here for race 1. I mean, how are you guys feeling?
Very confident. Marcel had insane pace in quali. We are looking forward to Monza and Spa as well. So excited, but we got to keep our clean focus throughout the races because it will be extremely tense. But we are here with a good advantage, so we're definitely going to seize it.
And how's the team support? Are they cheering you on the Discord? Do you have some followers like on Twitter cheering you guys on? How's that going?
Yeah, very good, very good. The RAG guys at home are really cheering and looking forward to it. I mean, everyone is excited because this is pretty much the biggest sim racing event we've ever had. So being on top is making everyone immensely proud.
And what's your biggest piece of advice for your drivers today? I know I asked you yesterday, but what do we have for today?
Well, enjoy the moment, obviously. Only focus about the race and what is in front of them. I'll be taking care of what's behind.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and good luck today with your drivers, of course. And today, now that we're in the final for the final 12, the rules and the format is even more different than yesterday. So let's take a look at what's different.
The best 24 drivers from the regular season have qualified for the major LAN event,
where they will compete for the title in the final rounds of the ESL R1 spring season and for the prize pool of €225,000. The major is a LAN event stretching over 2 days. Major Day 1. The 24 drivers are divided into 2 groups, 12 in each. The 2 groups will now be racing 4 times each. After each race, drivers score points from 0 to 25 depending on their placement.
these points will be added to their existing points from the regular season.
The overall top 12 drivers after the 4 races will be qualified for the Major Day 2. Major Day 2. At this stage, the points of all 12 remaining drivers will go through a little transformation. This means that the points tally of the leading driver will be set to 100 points. The points of the other 11 drivers will be transformed so that they maintain the same percentage gap to the leading driver. From now on, the drivers will race at least 4 races before a champion can be crowned. When a driver reaches or surpasses 160 points, they gain finalist mode for all following races.
Once a driver has reached finalist mode, they only have to win 1 more race in order to be crowned champion of ESL R1 2023 spring season.
With €225,000 on the line, the real question is, Mr. Crimsick, sir, is that going to be factoring in right now? Are people going to be a little bit nervous? Do people want that prize money?
Well, if it's factoring in, you've kind of already lost. You can't think about stuff like that. You can't think about the rewards, the consequences, anything like that. I'm looking for drivers today that are not thinking. And I know that doesn't make sense logically, but when you're at a tournament like this or a high pressure situation, I'm looking for people who are just gonna do what they know. You know, they've all done this thousands and thousands of times. Don't make it more complicated than that. Just literally have fun with it, you know, perform.
And then obviously we've got the soft reset of the point system as well. So that we basically need to factor that in too. As soon as somebody reaches that finalist mode with 160 points, the next race they win, they've gone and done it. So how do you think that's going to pan out? Do you think as soon as somebody reaches 160 points, it's going to be like a little bit of a chaos taking place on the tracks?
Well, I think it's gonna, there's definitely a situation where if you reach finalist mode, and it's gonna depend on the next track, because each car sort of has their strengths and weaknesses depending on the tracks themselves. And you know, if you reach finalist mode on your strong track, you know, because at the end of the day, you got to win to win. And pretty much, you need to win on your strongest track. And if you don't, you might have to wait 3 races to do it again.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I touched upon the soft reset of the point system that we have as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at how things were looking at the end of yesterday. Obviously, heading into Major Day 1, we previously had Luke Bennett topping the charts with our leaderboard. But that was swiftly taken away from him by Marcel Chinchik as well.
Yep. I mean, it honestly makes no difference. It's 1 point. What I'm looking at is the bottom 6 drivers. Look at the gap right there. We're talking, you know, it's 9 points from 12th to, what is that, 6th or 5th? I don't know right now. But it's a very, very small gap. First to second, small gap.
Yeah.
But pretty much, I think whoever drives the best today with the gaps that we're seeing is literally going to win. So for everyone watching at home, for everyone watching here, it's going to be an exciting day no matter what. And I hope to God it does not go till like 8 a.m. because I don't like standing, okay? Gravity affects me differently than most people.
Okay, all right.
Body.
Well, I know yesterday Ash had spoken to Luke Bennett's father, who was kind of rooting for the entirety of Team Redline throughout as well.
Yep.
But on that note, you know, he was kind of confident that Luke's got this. The entire team had absolutely got this. But facing off against him for contention of that first place is none other than Marcel Chinchik as well. So if we start to kind of take a look at the comparison between these two drivers as well, generally speaking, who do you think the more experienced, stronger driver is heading into this?
Ooh, I don't know. Marcel looked absolutely insane yesterday. But then again, it's a tough one because I don't know if Bennett was going 100%. I think you're going to see Bennett at 100% today. You know, at the end of the day, I don't know the exact numbers on it, but there is probably a possibility to literally, how do I say this? He had a high chance of finishing in the top 3 no matter what. So at the end of the day, we're looking at a difference of 1 point. That's, you know, I only have 4 points. So that's not all that much, okay?
Well, I know yesterday in particular, we were talking about the concept of it is no longer like a 1 versus 11. It becomes like a 3 versus everybody else because you have so many drivers representing your team in the driver championship now. How do we think Redline is going to do utilizing that teamwork?
Ooh, I would say it's going to come down to the first couple races. Because if someone like, if say Bennett's performing really well, and say, you know, Enzo or Siggy, right, they're not, I fully expect them to help Bennett out when it comes to that finalist moment. And I think that goes for all the teams here, except for the drivers with, you know, 1 driver in it. The first 3 races are going to determine, you know, hey, who's going to help who.
Yeah.
So.
Completely agree with you. I'm excited to see how the show is going to get underway, how the races are going to pan out as well. But before we get stuck into all things ESL R1 and get the show started and well underway, I'd like to give a quick shout out to the entire ESL R1 team that have been doing a fantastic job. If you've missed any of the content, go ahead and visit the social channels, type !social in the chat as well. Let us know how you're enjoying the broadcast, share some pictures if you're here at the event, and remember to use the hashtag ESLR1 as well. This whole event, of course, wouldn't be possible without the support of our partners over at VRS as well. So to find out all about their fantastic products, go ahead and type !VRS in the chat. Well, I think without further ado, Ewan and Lewis are incredibly excited to get the show started, so I'm going to throw it over to them.
Yeah, so excited that I've actually decided to put on a proper shirt today. No, we are absolutely ready to go. It's the beginning of what will be quite a long journey for some of them, and it's the beginning of the end for quite a lot. It's been a difficult weekend for some, but everyone here has fought their way through. They've got to this point, and now it is time to focus on that €225,000 prize pool. I'd like a bit of it, but that's fine.
Yeah, we're not good enough to make it, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Nowhere near.
But I did beat Yuri Kazdan once.
You did. He's not here either, though. These guys
he's there.
are the 12 best in the world, and it's fantastic to see them all here. Let's see them all in order as they run right now with the adjusted points, as you said, sort of soft reset. So the regular season still matters, but to a slightly lesser degree. Yeah,
so Marcel Chinchik, our points leader, has been moved on to 100 points from the points that he had obviously through the normal season, and then everyone else has been given the percentage gap rounded up to whatever the point structure they're on. So Marcel Chinchik on 100, Luke Bennett on 99, Josh Rogers on 85, James Baldwin on 78. Now the speculation elf has told me that James Baldwin could win today after 8 races. We'll see if that one's true. Anyone who doesn't know what the speculation elf is, well, you guess. That's what you should take to Twitter. Who could possibly be the speculation elf? Either way, we are heading into the first qualifying session here on Championship Sunday. Who's getting pole?
It's hard to look past Marcel Czincik, isn't it, based on what we saw yesterday, not least in all of the circuits, but especially here at Monza, which is our new circuit this weekend, of course. We've not seen it in ESL R1 previous to this, but we have done yesterday. He won the race. He got pole position with the fastest lap as well. There is your statistic. It was a 46.0. Nobody else got into the 46.0s at all. Darragh McCormack was 1/10 behind, but it was a different session, so he also got pole position. Everybody else was clustered around 2 temps down.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an incredible lap time for him to put in, but we'll see what Darragh McCormack can do. Everyone now knows what they're aiming for. We do remember as well that some cars, obviously we're running on 4 different circuits, some cars look stronger on some circuits than others. The Porsches didn't look particularly ideal on this circuit, but that could have just been a nature of making mistakes in qualifying. We did see quite a lot of that. You can make a lot around here. They've come through the first chicane at the Retifilio, round Curva Grande, and now into the Roggia. You'll see them take a lot on the left and a lot on the right. You can take more on the right than you can on the left when it comes to track limit excursions, but that curb is higher on the right. It pushes you out to the far side. Darragh McCormack found that out when he got squeezed off a little bit by James Baldwin. Decent first sector, 34.7. We were looking for a 34.8 in that first sector, so that is pretty quick.
It is, and we're expecting this from McCormack, as I mentioned. This is in order of those who are fastest in practice who go first. So there was a short 6-minute practice session just before we headed into this qualifying session. The top driver from practice gets to go first in qualifying, which I'm not really sure is an advantage to them, to be honest, but they need the practice. They'd like the warm-up into this lap, because it is you only get one chance, and that is fairly unusual in motorsport, really, to get only one opportunity. You've got to absolutely make use of it.
It's a decent second sector, and you can tell the facial expression on Darragh McCormack. He's not exactly displeased with this lap. We'll see what it's like as he heads into the Parabolica, sends it in, hooks that apex up, gets onto the power nice and early, and you'll see him pull it all the way over to the right-hand side. There's a bollard here as well, and you'll almost see them basically going to the right of it, but not quite that much. Over the white line they go. 46.075. Fantastic lap time from Darragh McCormack to kick off the session, but the only other driver this weekend that's got into the 46.0s is Marcel Czincik, and he's on a flying out, and the sectors look pretty close.
This is going to be really, really close between the two of them. He's going to have to do better than he's done all weekend, though, is Marcel Czincik, to get ahead of Darragh McCormack in that Williams Mercedes right now. Up towards the line for the Hungarian, who is our points leader, of course. He'll go over the line now. It's a 46.1. He can't quite get there.
Wow, there we go. But there are some heavy hitters left to go. I mean, all 12 of these are capable of grabbing a pole position. Look at that middle sector from Erhan Yayovsky, a 35.5. I'm pretty sure that's the fastest middle sector that we have seen all weekend so far. Into the Parabolica he goes, out towards the line, looking to break the line. I mean, at this rate, he could be even getting into the 45s if he can do so. Let's see what it can do. Keep your eye on his face. Left-hand side of the screen. Is Darragh McCormack going to get denied? The answer is no. Loses out in that final sector. Deep exhale. But Erhan Yayovsky goes to second.
I apologise if you could lip read there.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
I apologise for that, but he clearly frustrated, because he arguably had the pole lap in his hands there, especially with that middle sector, as you say. He had it in his hands, but just messed up a little bit right at the very end. Marko Pejic is now coming up towards the line as well. He's 10th place in our point standings coming into the second day today. He will stay 4th, though, a few temps away from Darragh McCormack in current pole position.
Yep, and then the next one up will be one of our round winners back in Katowice, but of course a race winner yesterday in the first race at the Nürburgring. It's Joshua Rogers, but again, that first sector's not great. He's lost maybe 2/10 in that first sector. Second sector's okay, it's on pace, it's about where we expect it. Low 35.6 out through the final corner. He could get within a 10th of the pole time, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to challenge Darragh McCormack, holding a much tighter line up towards it, and Josh Rogers 3/10 off of the pole. Round of applause coming from all of those up in Porsche Carrera, who've had 2 fans added to their remit so far, because obviously they've lost 2 drivers yesterday. It's fine, we won't talk about it too much. Sorry.
They're sat in the crowd, so I apologise for that. James Baldwin comes through the final corner right now as well, the other Mercedes driver who made it into the second day here at the major. James Baldwin was so fast in practice. 4th place, excuse me, in this lap time, 46.2 even for James Baldwin. He'll be 4th for now.
This is looking like an okay lap from Moritz Lerner in that kind of 1 to maybe 2 tenths off around where James Baldwin is at the moment. But if you're kind of thinking, is there much left in this session? Oh, yes. Luke Bennett, Yuri Toman, Kevin Siggy, Yoni Tormala, Enzo Benito, all drivers that we know can absolutely win in this competition, including Luke Bennett, who is second in the points table. Let's see what Moritz Lerner does across the line, though, as he is a few tenths off going through the first and second sector. He'll cross the line, but I think he's had a slowdown penalty late in the lap there, and he will stay in 7th.
He'll probably be on the back row at the very least, if not at the back, as a result of that lap time. Of course, in Rennsport, you don't get invalidated lap times here if you go outside the track limits, but you get a slowdown instead, which means it costs you about 3 seconds. It will be around this circuit, 2.5 to 3 seconds, as Lerner has just found out. Luke Bennett not particularly pleased with himself there. He's only 7th, throws his arms up in disgust. That's giving him a lot of work to do.
Yeah, certainly so. Speaking of a lot of work to do, look at that middle sector from Yuri Toman. My goodness me. We were saying that Moritz Lerner might be on the back row of the grid. Well, I don't think he's going to be last based on that second sector time. Definitely a slowdown, potentially out of the second of the Lesmos. That's where you can really get one. But as he comes down towards the final corner, I am absolutely certain it's going to be behind Moritz Lerner. He's in a battle, though. One position could be king. Could he get ahead? 3.3 seconds off. You can see the frustrations. You can see the shakes of the head. We've heard about his stats earlier on in the season. This is not going to be at 6.7 seconds off. I think he might actually be able to go faster than that.
I think so. I mean, he's so far off there, he might have even had 2 slowdowns, or even a crash.
Must have had 2. It could have been a crash.
Even a crash. So you know, not good for Toman. He will be starting from the back. Kevin Siggy will look to do a bit better. He'll come up towards the line for Team Redline, having just made it into the second day of the major. And it's a good opening lap time as well. He points at the camera and is very pleased. 5th place. He does have work to do today, and this is a good way of starting off.
Wow, we are seeing these drivers pushing it to the limit. Guess who else has got a slowdown penalty? Enzo Benito with a slowdown penalty in that second sector. I think he might be able to clear Yuri. Well, he's definitely going to clear Yuri Toman at this rate. I think he might be able to clear Moritz Lerner and get off the rear row of the grid, but he's not going to be getting ahead of his teammate Luke Bennett. That second sector is about 2 to 2.5 seconds off where we expect it, so he is going to go ahead of Moritz Lerner. But some frustrations brewing here.
A little bit, yeah, and arguably pressure getting to these guys a little bit as well, because you know, we've not been in this position before. We've never had an ESL R1 major, after all. They're on the big stage now. I know they were here yesterday, but yeah, it's a whole different prospect. A shake of the head from Yoni Tormala as well. I don't think anybody's pleased with what they've been able to achieve in this qualifying session. Tormala does a 46.5, the slowest of the times without a slowdown.
That does mean that Dara McCormack, you saw the fist bump there. There he is. Dara McCormack will be on pole position. He was on pole position cam for the entirety of that session, and he takes the first pole position here on Championship Sunday. Let's give a round of applause for him. That was a fantastic lap. Absolutely fantastic. Let's take a look at the VRS starting grid for the first race this day. Yuri Toman will start from the final position alongside Moritz Lerner, the pair of those getting slowdown penalties, along with Enzo Benito, who'll start from 10th. Yoni Tormala, Luke Bennett, and Marco Pejic will start just outside of the top 6. Josh Rogers doing a fantastic lap time in comparison to where the Porsche is at the moment around this circuit, but he'll look to get stronger on the other 3. Kevin Siggy will start from inside the top 5, and we saw that meant to him. James Baldwin is just behind the championship points leader coming into this in 3rd position. That is Marcel Cinchik. Erhan Yovsky on the front row of the grid. Maybe he lost pole in the final stages. Well, he lost it to Dara McCormack. Once again, let's make some noise for our first pole sitter of the day. Fantastic effort from Dara McCormack. He set a stunning lap time. We heard it from the crowd when he set it. We knew that was good. He knew that was good. And it's translated into pole. Will it translate into a race victory?
It's very possible, but I think of all the 4 circuits, the place where pole means least is possibly Monza, because of the way you can overtake around here. The racing that we're about to see is going to be fantastic, but being on pole position is arguably a bit of a target on your back at this stage. So we'll see, but it's very good news for him that he set the fastest lap we've seen all day at Monza here today, because he was a little bit quicker than what Marcel Cinchik did in terms of the fastest lap time yesterday. Bit of support in the crowd as well for the likes of
I can see Pretty Boy Baldwin out here, and King of the North Tormala. There's some other ones that is quite far back. Toman Hype, boom. There we go. We've got a Baldwin champ as well. That could be the speculation elf. Probably not.
It could be. I can't believe you can't read that, by the way. For those at home, it's not.
Hey, I have glasses.
I know.
Don't you start.
You might need some stronger ones. But great to see all the support for the drivers here today. And anything can happen, really. We were speaking about this just before we came on air. We believe truly that with the points, the way they are condensed just that little bit, it's possible for any of them to win.
One's got a skill issue sign. I think that might be Dane Warren. Has Dane Warren got a skill issue sign? No, he's got living the dream. OK, fair enough. I have seen Mac Backham's obviously got a 92 GOAT sign, so he's supporting Josh Rogers. Like I said, they've got a couple of extra fans in the Porsche. They were quite loud yesterday, so we're expecting a lot of noise over this side. We're expecting a lot of noise over that side as well, and probably a lot of noise here in the commentary stage.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, probably.
It's going to be exciting, though. I think especially starting off the day at Monza is going to be sort of a release of all that tension in towards turn number 1. Let's not forget, this has been building now since around 8 o'clock last night when we finished up the first day of the major. Some of these drivers will have known they were going through for a long time. For the likes of Marcel Czincik and Luke Bennett, this moment has been looming on them for quite a while.
Yeah, certainly so. Now, of course, if you're wanting to keep up to date with all things like Rennsport when it comes to results and stuff, and also watching the broadcast, there's a couple of few goodies that you can get as well by downloading the Rennsport app, which you can do so on the Play Store or the App Store. So go and check that out, the Rennsport companion app, which will help you all the way through Rennsport and ESL R1. The race, though, is about to start. The first race, so I want everyone here in the audience to make some noise before we go racing. Let's go! OK, Dara McCormack is going to be starting from pole position. He'll have to fend off Marcel Czincik and Yuri Toman on that race down towards the first corner. It was a better start for the likes of Baldwin as we head our way down, but McCormack with a decent translation as we head down to the Rettifilio for the first time. You've got one of the red line cars taking a little bit of a look down the outside. It might be Kevin Siggy trying to work his way forward from 5th position, but Dara McCormack with the whole shot into the first corner. As we head our way through, it's all looking pretty tidy from those, but it's McCormack running away from the grouping behind.
It's very clean in the mid-pack as well. Great start from our pole sitter. He's gotten away from the rest and could even pull the slipstream gap at Monza, which is so crucial, more crucial than at any other circuit. Josh Rogers embroiled within a right battle at the moment with Payet and Luke Bennett as well, who's looking to the outside into the second chicane. That was close for second as well.
Yeah, Yujovski just able to fend off James Baldwin after a decent translation. Marcel Czincik's dropped back a few positions to 5th as he's dropped behind Kevin Siggy. This is where we're looking for him. Marcel Czincik is the car just ahead of Joshua Rogers, who's on our screen right now. All single file as they head through the first and second Lesmo. Is anyone going to be looking for a move up at the treacherous, tricky, tumultuous Ascari? It is such a difficult complex of corners, but it leads down towards the Parabolica. A brilliant overtaking opportunity, but look at the gap McCormack's got already. It's over a second.
And is that enough for him to get away without any slipstream behind him so that he can just win this race on his own, which is ideal? I said earlier on that it could be a bit of a target on your back being in pole position because of that slipstream effect. You can get overtaken so easily at Monza. However, with the start Darren McCormack has had, he might have eliminated all of those worries within a lap.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. He's out to 1.2 now. Erhan Yujovski dealing with the pressure from James Baldwin, who I think might have the pace to try and close down on the Irishman at the head of the field. Marcel Czincik here, points leader in the middle of all of this. Of course, he is ahead of the driver that is second in the championship. We'll try and keep you as up to date on the points as possible because it is what matters. But again, we're looking for the first driver to get to 160 points, and then they enter finalist mode. Marcel Czincik about to take a couple more off of Kevin Siggy as he dives down the inside. A cheeky look at foot cam on the right-hand side. As you can see how he's balancing the brake side by side between the pair of them as they head their way through the first corner. And Marcel Czincik unable to get past Kevin Siggy just yet. Siggy's just trying to squeeze him off as they head down towards Curva Grande. Of course, Siggy is the teammate of Luke Bennett, who is second in the championship at the moment. So Siggy is going to be desperate to fight off, to fend off, to help his teammate as best as possible.
And these two teams are going to be at it all day long. Redline and RAG have arguably the best chance here with 3 drivers each into day 2. Marcel Czincik's made it though. He's got through for now, but into Lesmo 1, he's going to be challenged again. Kevin Siggy with the inside line. The Hungarian round the outside, got a little bit deep really, and he's allowed Siggy back down the inside again. Josh Rogers is waiting for his moment to strike. It might be right now. 3 wide on the exit of the turn. Chinchik stays in front. Luke Bennett's coming as well.
This could be a disaster. It could be brilliant. We don't know yet, but there's bump drafting between the two red lines as they're trying to work their way past Joshua Rogers as well. Marcel Chinchik holding on to his position. You've got Kevin Siggy in behind, and somehow after all of that, they come through it in the same positions they went in. I do not believe it.
Unbelievable racing at the moment. Rogers under a lot of pressure though. Luke Bennett is right there. He doesn't really want to go for it in the Parabolica by the looks of it, to wait for the front straight, which is a better chance. He will just tuck in and wait for that chance a little bit later. Enzo Benito goes around the outside of Yoni Turmler into the final corner as well. He will stay in 10th.
Yes, let's take a look at some of the race facts as well. Team Red and RHG are the only teams with 3 drivers in the top 12. They've got 3 drivers apiece, and they've got 2 drivers in the top 2 in the standings. That does not mean the win's going to come from them. You've got James Baldwin, you have got Joshua Rogers, who might be able to fend their way through, but Rogers is fending for himself. He has no teammates left in this race as he has attacks down the inside and down the outside by Bennett, who's trying to work his way through. It's the inside for the second part of the Rettifilio, but the Porsche Commander is going to be able to fend off Bennett, you'd have to say, for P6.
Yeah, he's done that, you'd think, through the Curva Grande with the shorter run through there. He should be good enough to get ahead here, but the Porsche is not fantastic in a straight line. And Luke Bennett has been able to stay alongside despite the longer route around the turn. In towards the second chicane they'll go. Rogers goes around the outside through the first part. It will give him the place, although he slides on the exit of the corner.
Whoa!
So does Bennett as well. Here comes Moritz Lerner with 2 places in 1.
It's still going. There was a little bit of an aftermath from that, and I thought it was the second part of it that was going to catch everyone else. So Bennett has made his way past Rogers as we can look over the shoulder of Luke Bennett now. It's clear road ahead up towards his teammate, who might drop back just a touch to give it a little bit of slipstream to help his teammate away from Rogers, away from Lerner, and away from Pajic as well. They head down the mid-stretch up towards Ascari once more, and that was a very sketchy moment. It was close to disaster, but not quite yet, as Moritz Lerner's looking to the inside of Rogers. That could cost him on the exit. Depends on how much he nails this final part of Ascari.
Absolutely, that might not have been the smartest choice from Moritz Lerner there, because he's really compromised himself on the exit now. And Marco Pajic, his countryman, is going to get alongside here in towards the Parabolica. He's not going to go through, but he will give it a go. As Enzo Benito's defending from Yoni Turmler again. The Finn gets down the inside into 10th.
There's a couple of Tourmalet fans down there, of course. G2 Esports is still here, still in support of Yoni Tourmalet. You can hear the odd scream here and there. Thank you for that. We're loving the energy as Tourmalet's trying to work his way even further up the order. Remember yesterday, as Jasmine said, he went from 5th to 1st in 1 lap. That doesn't really do it justice. It was 5th to 1st in 2 corners at the Hockenheim ring. He's trying to do something special today, but 10th position's not good enough. But when you've got a grid like this, I mean, you've got to accept that Enzo Benito and Yuri Toman, they're in the 2 last positions on it. But when you're talking about how this competition has been throughout the entirety of it, through how much work they've put into it, they are the top 12 drivers of the 55 that we've had, and the top 12 drivers basically in sim racing right now.
Absolutely, yeah, across all platforms as well. That's the great thing about this championship in particular, is that Rennsport has come into the game. People from all other sims have come into one, and now we can really pit them up against each other. We can put to bed those arguments about which sim has the strongest field and the best drivers and whatever, because they're all here, all from different sims, and it is fantastic to see. And at the moment, there's nothing to choose between them. As you say, Toman is not a slow driver, but he's last at the moment and won't be scoring any points as things stand.
Yeah, certainly so. There's a lot of best ofs here, you know, when it comes to production, etc., etc. We're the only ones letting the side down, you, and don't worry about that. Luke Bennett has received a penalty to give up 1 position for not leaving racing room, as he's now sending it over the inside of Moritz Lerner. He's dropped back behind Joshua Rogers, and they're side by side through the exit of Ascari. How good is that?
Marco Pajic is going to be able to benefit from this as well. He could make it 3 wide in towards the Parabolica. He's looking for an avenue to go down. He can't find it on the way into the final turn. Bennett's on the outside here, though.
Whoa.
He gets squeezed by Moritz Lerner. He won't be pleased about that. Tensions will be running high already. He slides through the exit as well. Here comes Marco Pajic.
This could be red mist territory. I think Bennett might be losing out here, and it's going to be important points for him. And of course, the mouse driver, Moritz Lerner, is going to give the slipstream to Pajic and try and drop the back. But it's going to go 3 wide because Yoni Tourmalet, I mean, could he come through on all 3 of them as well? They're 3 wide on the start-finish straight. He's only going to come through on the 1 of Luke Bennett. But as they head through, once again, it's Marco Pajic and Moritz Lerner side by side coming down into the Rettifilio, and it should be advantage mouse on the exit.
It should be, and they're all stacking up massively. Tourmalet's driven really smartly so far in this race. He's not been so flashy in his racing itself, but he's picked up positions without too much trouble at all. He might be able to do it again with Pajic just up in front of him. He's got to defend from Bennett as well. Down towards the second chicane. They'll calm it down this time as Yuri Toman gives Enzo Benito a hard time.
Now, whilst this has all been going on, I'm just going to touch on it briefly. James Baldwin has managed to make his way past Erhan Yovski. He's 3/10 clear at the moment. We'll touch on that when we can, because this battle has just been absolutely enthralling, and it counts for 2 of our drivers high up in the standings. There is going to be a lot of chops and changes throughout the day, we have no doubt. But again, a reminder, coming into this race, Marcel Czincik was the championship leader, and then only 1 point behind on 99 points was Luke Bennett, who finds himself in 10th position. Whilst he is getting points for it, it's not many.
No, absolutely not many, only 2 there. So he's going to lose quite a few on Czincik, although only 11, I suppose, which is not a disaster. But what we're seeing is a real, it's not going to form. Those guys who are at the front of the standings are not at the front of the race right now, and vice versa, as Tourmalet just loses out to Bennett there for 9th place. It's a lot more kind of all over the place than I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, it's been, to be fair, this has been the opening race that I thought, yes, there's been tension, there's been a little bit of rubbing, there's been a little bit of heavy racing, and I'm sure race control will have to step in at some point today. I'm sure we're going to go over that line, but right now, for me, for my race, I've only had a little bit, which was with Bennett, where they told him to give back a position. He might well be losing another one here as Yannick Tourmalet is over the rear end of Bennett, as Bennett has actually worked his way past. So he's up into 9th position as Yuri Toman battling out with Enzo Benito. There is a look at race control, checking over a couple of things here and there, and just keeping a watchful eye on the race that we've got.
Not had an awful lot to do so far, if we're honest.
No, I agree.
It's been all right. They did have to call Luke Bennett back for that one pass, forcing another driver off the road. However, you know, it's not so bad in terms of race control. It's been clean racing.
Yeah, certainly so. So you can see there on the top right. I mean, that's an understatement. This race could be big for Dara McCormack. You're absolutely right. 25 points for him would move him up from 8th quite nicely. Of course, 4th in the standings is James Baldwin, so he would be getting 20 points for his current position. And again, it will work them forward. It will work them both towards the mix. Dara McCormack can absolutely win this event, even if he doesn't believe so. He was angry with some of the things that happened yesterday. He's feeling confident and focused today, and with just 3 laps left to go, he's got a 1.8 second lead, so he's got plenty of a lead over James Baldwin right now, but it's nothing too major.
As things stand, Dara McCormack would move up to 5th place with this race win. As things stand, he would move just ahead of Erhan Yovski, not quite in front of James Baldwin. But that gives an indication of just how close it is now. Roughly, from what the gaps you saw yesterday, they're about 3.5 times smaller, to be rough with it. So it is closer, it's good to see, and Dara McCormack's doing a good job right now. So here we go with Erhan Yovski. James Baldwin having to defend on the inside in towards turn number 1, and second place should be his. Side by side on the way into the corner. Yovski has his nose in front, he has the place as well.
Yeah, certainly so. So as we depart that first corner, Erhan Yovski and James Baldwin, 2nd and 3rd on the road. Erhan Yovski working his way back through as they fight their way up towards the Roger around Curva Grande. Erhan Yovski getting ahead once again. This is good for Dara McCormack as he's trying to pull himself clear, trying to pull himself back into contention, and with James Baldwin not gaining as many points right now, things could be even better for the likes of McCormack, and to be fair, not as damaging for the likes of Marcel Czincik and particularly Luke Bennett.
Yeah, absolutely. Side by side for 11th place, by the way, between Yuri Toman and Enzo Benito. Toman will have the inside into Lesmo 1, excuse me, and should have the place, you'd think, as well. Yes, he will. Out wide for Benito, and he will lose out there. So Toman picks up 1 point, but with him currently 6th in the standings, that's not going to be particularly helpful. He could even move down to 11th, depending on other results. We'll wait and find out.
Yeah, certainly so. So once again, there is the defensive line being taken by Yuri Toman, by the way, in the battle for 11th position. Enzo Benito trying to work his way back through as they head out towards Ascari once again, and Yuri Toman is able to hang on. That would just be 1 point for Toman. Very frustrating qualifying session for the Czech driver, but he might well be losing out more here. He could well be losing that all-important final point as Enzo Benito is trying to get to the outside of the parabolica. This would have to be a mega send from the Italian. He's a good-looking boy. He might be putting on a good-looking move here as he gets around the outside of the parabolica. That would be sensational if he can do so. He's going to have the drive off the corner as well.
Surprised he's decided to do that, really, because you've got the long home straight to come right after that final turn. However, he's made it work. That BMW fairly strong in a straight line. Although the Audi's not slow, they're absolutely neck and neck up towards the first corner. It's Toman who does have the legs into the first turn, and he will get through by the looks of things. Make sure he slams the door in Benito's face as well.
Yeah, exactly, but I don't think Benito's done with it. They're both just fighting over the final point, and unfortunately, I think for Yuri Toman, this bad start to the day, if he can balance himself out, if he can come back strong as the races go on, he needs to bounce back immediately, though, because right now, scoring 1 point for a driver who we thought was going to be somewhere towards the front coming into this event, he might well not even score that 1 point, because Enzo Benito's coming in, he's sending it around the outside of La Rogière once again. Beautiful racing between the pair of them, and Yuri Toman is just able to hang on for that position.
They're putting on a great show so far, and I guess they might as well, because it's the penultimate lap of the race, first of all, but also they're not going to catch anyone else in the remaining time of this one. They're still 3 seconds behind the battle for 7th, headed by Marco Pajic, so
that's wide.
They might as well fight. Benito's not going to have another attempt here, though.
No, that was quite wide coming out of the second Lesmo, and what that's going to do, we know out there you will get a track excursion. You'll basically breach the lap time. Now in qualifying, it gives you a slowdown. In the race, it gives you a warning. You get a certain amount of warnings. Once you pass that, you get a drive-through penalty. So hopefully he's not breathing too close to it. As once again, Baldwin's down the inside going into the Parabolica. So that is back to second position for James Baldwin.
Good pass into the final turn, but he's immediately given Erhan Yoski another chance to go through. It's side by side over the start-finish line as we go on to the final lap of this race. The Audi just a little bit stronger in terms of top speed here. He'll edge alongside. They'll be absolutely nose-to-nose pretty much on the way into the braking zone. Baldwin goes a little bit later, though. Yoski decides to tuck in.
Yeah, this is, again, brilliant stuff between the pair, and that was a good send. It's on the final lap of the race, though, and Yuri Toman and Enzo Benito, they're really putting on a show right now. Unfortunately, it's 3 seconds off the back of Joni Toomala as they head their way through the first corner, through the Retifilia, the outside line being taken by the blue highlighted R8G car, and the position will be held. Benito struggling to find his way past the V10 running Audi R8 as once again Yuyovski's getting close. They are dragging in Marcel Cinchik again.
Here comes Yuyovski, with a better exit than Baldwin, who went slightly deep into that second chicane. He's down the inside into Lesmo 1, and the Mercedes surely can't hang it round the outside through there, although maybe he can. Oh, and he has done. Fantastic defending from James Baldwin.
Yeah, that does deserve a round of applause. Wow, wow, wow. That was fantastic from James Baldwin, just able to hang on. We've got a few corners left to go. Yuyovski's got coming down into the Ascari chicane. He's going to look to the outside, surely. He might well lift out. I think this is more of a lift. He's coming slightly off the throttle to not try and pass Baldwin, because he's going to try and make his chances, hedge his bets on that final corner. Does he relieve any pressure for his teammate? Maybe let his teammate come through and score some extra points. Right now, I think that's too early. He's also in the running for going for the victory.
I think so. I was speaking to Erhan yesterday. He said they're all going for it still, so I'd be surprised.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. They've got one more corner to get round. They're 9 of 9 laps complete. Dara McCormack for Williams is going to come through the final corner. He took a great lap in qualifying, and he's going to dominate the first race here on Championship Sunday. Congratulations to Dara McCormack, 25 points, and the comeback charge is on. The Irishman takes top honours, and there is a look at him. You can see he's pretty relaxed, he's pretty comfortable. Job done. And now he gets to breathe. Let's head down to Ash, who I think might be catching up with our race winner.
These are the interviews I love to give. Congratulations. I mean, first race win of day 2. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, thank you. Yeah, the race, I just tried to keep it consistent and clean. Yeah, there's not much more to say, really.
Do you know how many seconds you were ahead of everyone by the end of the last lap?
I think it was over. I think it was over.
Don't be humble.
Sorry, my engineers.
Oh.
I think it's over 3 seconds. Was it?
Yes, it was like 3.6. So you're going great. What's your engineer saying? Are they congratulating you, or is it just, hey, on to the next race? We got to keep.
I can't repeat what he said.
Okay. Okay. Super secret thing. So totally understand. So when you're racing, does your engineer tell you what's happening behind you, like all the shenanigans, or are you just focused on laying down your laps?
I just asked for the gap on the straight, and I just go with it from there.
All right. What's the strategy for the next race?
Strategy for next race, do the same thing, really. But
keep winning.
Yeah, I mean, of course, in this grid, that'll be close to impossible, but I'll give it my best try.
Awesome. Congratulations on the race win. Jazz and Krim, with the first race underway here, well, finish, and the second race underway, what are your thoughts about what's been going down lately?
My thoughts and feelings are that Dara McCormack is back, baby. But the real question is, can he do it back-to-back once again? On land, nonetheless, Krim.
Yeah. Well, McCormack has been, to me, he's been very hit or miss. He's either first or he's, somewhere towards the bottom. So I don't know if that's taking risk. I don't know what's going on in his head, but hopefully I'll get some. Actually, no, they're racing all day. I probably won't get insider information, but yeah, no, it's interesting results here.
Yeah.
We got 2 Mercedes at the 1 and 2, two Audis at 3 and 4. Again, those two they're running like a wolf pack yesterday, and they did it again today.
If we could just keep these results up for just a little bit longer, one thing I need to quiz you about, Krim, is the fact that Erhan Yayovsky and Marcel Chinchik started 2nd and 3rd on the starting grid.
Yep.
How was it ultimately that 2 of them have ultimately just allowed James Baldwin to overtake them both?
It's because the Merc's OP.
Is that it?
Merc is OP. Baldwin, out of all the drivers, I would say that he probably, to me, from just having conversations with him, he probably gets the mental side of things the most. So, I mean, it's kind of a dangerous combination, because he's in one of the most powerful cars here with his current BOP, and he has that going for him. And I'm pretty sure I don't know what he is now or where he's at now, but he was in the top 4 for overall points going into this.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I was just expecting the fact that your starting grid, your teammates starting things off together, you should kind of have that backup a little bit, not really be allowing those overtakes. But as we take a look at our overall standings, we get to see how our new point system has come into effect as well. Marcel Chinchik now having 113 points to his name. Luke Bennett, however, he was previously only 1 point behind. Is this a sign of things to come?
Ooh. Well, Bennett, I talked to the Redline guys yesterday. Monza was their least confident track. So, I think that race result, hopefully they just shrug it off, move on. I think that we're going to be seeing the Mercedes and cars like not the BMW, the Audi rack up a whole bunch of points on sort of the longer tracks like Monza and Spa, and then you're going to see like the Porsche and the BMW rack up points on Hockenheim and Nürburgring.
I think another thing to definitely keep an eye on is the fact that at the start of today, Dara McCormack was 8th on our driver championship standings. He's bumped his way all the way up to 4th now.
Hit or miss.
4th now. It is more than doable for him. We've got a lot of races still coming on up throughout today, which means we have a very long broadcast ahead of us. If you've been enjoying the show, go ahead, let us know your thoughts, feelings, emotions, how you've been enjoying the duration of ESL R1 by typing !survey in the chat as well. However, if you are new around these parts and you're a little bit confused as to what on earth is going on, and you're only just joining us, boy oh boy did you miss out on a productive and intense day number 1 here at the ESL R1 Major. So let me give you a bit of a TLDR as to what went down. I know we saw a lot of smiles left, right, and center in that little highlight there, but there was also some frustration being shared amongst the drivers as well. Because, of course, at the end of the day, it is do or die now or never for them. You think it's going to be more smiles left, right, and center today, or do you think we're going to get more frustration coming out of them?
Well, there's going to be one person smiling, That is a guarantee. I think that there's probably going to be some disappointed faces. And whenever that confetti comes down and hits the guy in second, I guarantee you, he's going to be the most upset person in this entire venue. But it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it definitely is. Now, two other drivers that I really want to focus on and chit-chat about a little bit further is none other than Marcel Chinchik and also Rogers, too. So what can you tell me about these two drivers?
Well, I know one's from Australia. I think. I'm an American. So I think that's the Australian flag.
That is indeed the Australian
I know he's really
flag.
good, and he's got some cool shoes, and he's on Porsche Coanda. I made the mistake in, I don't know, somewhere along the way of pronouncing it wrong. I got memed. I think it's one of the...
I'm pretty sure I did it as well.
Yeah,
it's all right. We'll be fine.
You can read, I can't.
All right, well, talk to me about what your predictions are for our race number 2 here for today.
You know, I may have done the track draw, but what is the second track?
I don't remember. Hockenheim.
Hockenheim. Thanks for the backup. Hockenheim. Well, again, with the Porsche, I believe there's only one in the final.
Okay.
I think we should really you know, do our homework here. But yeah, the Rogers is going to be good. I don't know where he's sitting.
He sat right behind you.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, but Rogers and Hockenheim, and then the BMWs as well.
Okay.
Are going to be doing. This is their shot here.
Okay.
This is the one track where if they don't perform, and then they go to, you know, their weaker tracks, it's not going to be good.
All right, people in the chat, I want to hear your predictions as well. Go ahead, let us know who you think is going to be finishing in first position this race. Lewis and Ewan, give me your predictions, boys.
Oh, thanks for throwing us straight in there. Lewis, go first.
Oh, thanks, mate. I think Dara. I think so. The Williams was actually really strong, or so the Merc was really strong around here when we went racing yesterday. Of course, he didn't win because of all that kerfuffle. We'll just call it that going into the arena section. I think McCormack will actually go back-to-back here.
Yeah, I agree. He very much should have won that first race, but there we are. That's been and gone. I'm sure. Actually, when we asked when we asked him about it that evening, he couldn't remember it happened briefly. It did eventually occur to him, but yeah, it was. It's amazing how quickly you move on from these things sometimes. I do agree, though, it's going to be one of the Mercedes. I'm going to go for James Baldwin, though, because of how strong he was earlier on in the week, in the first race as well. The first day. He was the only driver of his group to win 2 races in yesterday's event. So, yeah, he's my pick for this one. But I think we've seen throughout the season that Mercedes have been strong at Hockenheim generally.
Yeah, I don't know if I call it just a Mercedes track, but it's about how they can take that curb in the first sector. They can really blast over it at T1, more so than what other cars can. So they actually tend to build up quite a bit of time. They struggle a little bit going through the middle sector, and then they gain a little bit back more coming into the final. Again, they're so close on pace, but it is what it is. Now, we've got a lot of chatting going on because I think we're all getting ready for qualifying. So once again, second race, second qualifying. Make some noise. Okay, I think they're ready for qualifying.
I think we are ready for qualifying. Hockenheim it is then. Darren McCormack, fastest in practice again. He gets to go first out in qualifying again. Clearly, this is working for him. He's on fire at the moment this afternoon and doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, certainly so. So into that first corner, he's taken quite a lot. Again, what they're aiming for in the first sector, 0.1, 0.2 over that sector split. Certainly faster than what we can go in the first sector. Let's see what he does across it, 20.094. That is pretty tasty in the first sector for a Merc.
It is indeed. He set the fastest lap time of yesterday as well, apparently so. I don't remember that actually, but clearly that is the case. So we'll take that. 36.0 then is what we're looking at here. With all the pressure that day 2 comes with here at the major, you'd think that maybe they'd be just a little bit below that level, but these drivers I think might even be able to produce those kind of times yet again.
Yeah, certainly so. So up through the fast kink he goes, absolutely throws it through that right-hander into the arena section, heavy onto the brakes. This is where it all fell apart yesterday around the Hockenheim ring when he got dived down the inside by Luke Bennett, came back on, got himself a 10-second time penalty for contact on a poor rejoin out wide as he heads up towards Mobile 1 into that final sector, 45.7, tracking well as he heads into that final sector.
The all-important final sector for the Mercedes as well, where they're expected to just gain that little bit of time back through the left-hander at turn 12. A little bit banked through there, carried a little bit more speed. Then get yourself as far to the left as possible to open out these final two corners, although you can get dragged off very easily. This is the final turn. You'll see them really run out wide here, right up to the grass and past the white line as well. You can do that. Over the line for Darren McCormack. It's a 35.9, the fastest lap we've ever seen at the Hockenheim in a qualifying session ever.
Wow, that was mega. Absolutely mega. And again, the sector times for Marco Pajic aren't a million miles behind. First sector about half a tenth, second sector in the same kind of ballpark. Marco Pajic coming into the penultimate corner right now, and can he send his Mercedes AMG Petronas eSports team up towards the front? He comes through the final corner now, and Pajic will punch over the line. Is it going to be a 35? Is it going to be a 36? It's a 36.107, so not quite good enough to challenge McCormack's time, and to be fair, I don't think many people can.
I don't think anybody will. Your prediction's already looking fantastic, I've got to say.
Thank you.
Mercedes also looking fantastic here in this session. Pajic's lap time can't be underestimated, by the way. 36.1 is still very, very fast, and expect to see him relatively up towards the front here in this session. Moritz Lerner is the first of the Audis to make his way over the line for Maus. He will get a time of 36.0. That's very much up there with what we saw yesterday as well.
Yeah, middle sector actually really good. This is what we were talking about, that middle sector. The Merc kind of struggles doing about 45.5, whereas that Audi did a 45.4. Here's Joni Toomala, again, actually trading sector times that are quite similar to what we'd see out of a Mercedes, but I don't recall the BMW being particularly speedy in the final sector around here. I thought they'd typically make up their time in that middle one, although I remember Toomala being extremely fast in the first over in the online season. Across the line, he'll go and miss out on third position by 0.006 of a second, but still right in the ballpark. I get the feeling that this second and down is going to be really, really tight.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yuri Toman is going to be next, the Czech driver who was only 11th in that first race of the afternoon. Just about got ahead of Enzo Benito. That's pushed him down to 8th place in the driver's standings at the moment. Yuri Toman then makes his way over the line for the first time at the Hockenheim ring. It's a 36.2, a shake of the head, and he's down towards the back again.
It's the first sector that did it, 20.3 in the first sector. That's not a slowdown, that's just running wide and not making the most. Compare it to his teammate, 20.191, 45.455 in the second sector as well. He'll be tracking to be in a few hundredths off of McCormack, but McCormack made so much time up in that final sector. Let's see what Chinchik can do as he comes through the final corner. It could well be a low 36, and maybe that'd be good enough for a front row start. Let's see what he does as he crosses the line. It is indeed 1/10 off a 36.014. It would have been good enough for pole yesterday, and not today though.
The look on his face there said, oh, that was good, but also I'm a 10th off McCormack. It was a kind of mix of being pleased and not so much. But good lap time from Chinchik, first of the Audi so far. James Baldwin has been quick, of course, we've mentioned all weekend so far. What can he do now in this session as the 7th man to come across the line? He will do a 36.2.
Wow.
And for a Mercedes driver, that is disappointing, and he knows it.
Yeah, wow. He's third in the championship at the moment still after the previous race, but after scoring 20 points, he would have expected to have done a little bit better in qualifying. He can still work his way forward. Let's see what Kevin Siggy can do after his way in the previous race. He qualified in 5th, let's not forget. He comes through the final corner, a 20.1, a 45.5. These are pretty good sector times. Can he challenge Marcel Chinchik? Can he challenge McCormack as he crosses the line? The answer is no, and he slots into the tiniest gap between Marco Pajic and Joni Toomala. There's just 0.006 there, and he's found one of those to slot into 5th right now.
Yeah, it's an unbelievably close qualifying session. This is exactly what we expected to see, and a lot more actual lap times coming in here. Loads less slowdowns than what we saw at Monza, where a quarter of the field were afoul of the track limit rules. Erhan Yuyovsky has kept this lap clean so far from what we can see. He'll go over the line with a 36.1. He goes up to 4th.
Yeah, that was a decent lap time from Erhan Johanny. Obviously 3 more left to go in this. Enzo Benito, Luke Bennett and Joshua Rogers, who we know is pretty quick around here. The first of those will be Enzo Benito, but I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that second sector is not good enough. I think this might actually be challenging back 8th, 9th position, maybe even behind Baldwin in 10th. We'll have to wait and see as Benito comes out of the final corner. He struggled in that second sector. Let's see what it is across the line. And it is just 9th place for the Team Redline driver.
I can't understand why Redline are not getting off to a good start today, but the Monza was okay for them. I know Siggy was inside the top 5, but so far it's not been the best day for Team Redline. Can Luke Bennett turn it around? So far, he's been flying on this qualifying lap. We've seen some real strong times at the end here, which is somewhat unusual for these qualifying sessions, but with Bennett and Rogers at the end here, there's scope for this to change, even with the time of Darragh McCormack at the top. Luke Bennett goes over the line. He knows it's good. What is it, though? It's a 36.0, and it's 3rd place.
Now, how important could that be for Luke Bennett? He lost out a little bit of a ground to Marcel Cinchik. He's now just 1 position behind him. Can Josh Rogers put them both on the same row and slot himself onto the first? At the moment, that first sector is not telling me so. It's actually quite close to the time that Yuri Toman was doing. Toman lost out a bit more time in the final sector, but I get the feeling for Rogers, this might be somewhere in that 6th, 7th, 8th, in that tiny, tiny margin gap. Let's see what he does across the line. It is good enough to go 11th. Oh my goodness me. Porsche Coanda, Joshua Rogers struggling here, and guess who it is on pole?
Darragh McCormack again, and by more than 1/10 of a second as well. He has come out here this afternoon absolutely on fire. He can be pretty pleased as well. That's Marcel Cinchik, although he doesn't often look it. He is very pleased with that lap time, you would imagine, starting up in 2nd place. Bennett and Lerner will be behind as well. What a qualifying session that was. Let's take a look at your starting grid here for this race, the VRS starting grid well, this is the race 1 starting grid, so we can't show you that. It's race 2 we're looking for. There we are. James Baldwin and Josh Rogers on the back row. They've done fantastic times and have still ended up 11th and 12th. Unbelievable session. Benito and Toman just in front of them. Tormala and Kevin Siggy in the bottom half. Marko Pajic and Johanny Joski will be on row 3. It's Moritz Lerner and Luke Bennett in front of them, with Marcel Cinchik and Darragh McCormack on the front row. There he is, 2nd time today. Darragh McCormack on pole position. Let's get some noise for him. Fantastic time, thoroughly deserved again, and he's got a fantastic chance to go back-to-back.
Certainly so, like you said. I mean, I will say Marcel Cinchik, we should be pretty happy with his qualifying so far today. Of course, he's got some decent points. He is the points leader. He's on 113 at the moment. And of course, if you want to keep up to date with all of the information when it comes to stats, results, championship standings, and of course, a cheeky little watch of the live broadcast as well, you can do so on the Ren Sport apps, where I'm looking at some of the data and some of the information. You can download it on Play Store or on the App Store. I'm looking at some of the results, of course. Marcel Cinchik qualified 3rd in the previous and now qualifies in 2nd. There you go. You can hit exclamation mark on app if you're really lazy.
We'd do that if we were.
I would absolutely do that every single day of the week. And while you're doing it, by the way, exclamation mark survey. Tell us what you think, preferably not about the commentary, because again, I don't want to get fired just yet, but we'll see. But you can let us know about the series, about the broadcast, about what you have thought about ESL R1 and help us improve.
Absolutely. It's help us to help you, as you said,
Exactly.
which is a good phrase.
So I try sometimes. I stole it from Jasmine.
Oh, right, okay. We're only moments away, though, from the 2nd race of the day. It's at the Hockenheim on this occasion. The tension building a little bit as everybody gets that little bit closer. Let's not forget, in day 2 of the ESL R1 Major, you're looking for 160 points for one of these drivers. When you get there, you reach finalist mode, which means 1 more race win, and you are champion overall. There are your driver's standings. Cinchik still 47 points away, so he can theoretically do it in 2 races to really put everyone else in a panic mode, but that seems unlikely given the closeness of the field we've seen so far.
But Darragh McCormack only 20 points off of Marcel Cinchik, of course, looking for his 2nd consecutive win of the day. And the thing is, with me, like from watching the Mercedes around here, particularly watching James Baldwin and Darragh McCormack, that Mercedes just doesn't look weak anywhere. They're really, really strong. They're really, really consistent, and they look to take it here at the Hockenheim ring.
Let's not forget as well, they've got strong drivers. We can't talk about BOP all the time. The drivers have been fantastic.
That's kind of what I meant. Well. That's fine. I accept where I was going. saying that.
All right, I'm just making sure. But here we go. Lights come on then for the second race of the day. We are underway. On the inside, it's Marcel Cintic who gets a good initial launch, but it's Darren McCormack who's going to take the lead through turn 1. Luke Bennett will tuck in behind as well. There's contact. Moritz Lerner goes off the road. He's into the wall. He'll be finishing down in last.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't suspect much will happen here, but we've got 2 and 3 wide. Oh, my goodness me, that is Marco Pajic just giving a bit of a squeeze, coming down there with 3 wide and all of that, and they come through. This is Kevin Siggy, but look at the 2 wide behind. Joshua Rogers trying to work his way up. The number 28 there, that is James Baldwin. He's dragging it 3 wide as he's trying to get around the outside of the Parabolica. You know, with the inside coming down to the hairpin, he's got to be brave.
There's going to be some brave things going on down here towards the hairpin. James Baldwin on the inside line. He goes for it. He very nearly gets into the side of Rogers as well, who moves up 3 places, 4 places indeed, on this opening lap. Fantastic start from him. It's Darren McCormack, though, who leads. Luke Bennett is in front of Marcel Cintic, down towards the left-hander, where we saw so much drama yesterday. This time, it's a little bit calmer up at the front. It isn't down the back, though.
No, it certainly isn't. Pajic and Benito battling for 10th and 11th. Moritz Lerner, like you say, 5.7 seconds off the rear end of that, and his tyres will be shot for this race. He'll try and drag his way close. He'll try and get some consistent laps on the board and maybe leave here with a point or 2. But right now, things are against the Mouse driver as we look at Kevin Siggy. Here's 6th position at the moment, behind a trio, a triple-decker R8G sandwich between delicious red line bread. Oh, my goodness me. That is good for Marcel Cintic to see his 2 teammates directly behind.
Absolutely, and gaining more points as well. He's got to be a little bit worried about Luke Bennett, though, hasn't he? Because he's only got 11 points on him coming into this race, and at the moment there's a few of those being gained back again. It really is between those 2 at the very front, but with the soft reset, as he said, we're seeing everybody involved now. Even the likes of Baldwin, who has jumped up to 3rd in that last race. It's very, very close indeed. Erhan Yoski just letting that gap open a little bit to the top 3, allowing his teammate to get away a little bit. McCormack, Bennett and Cintic from the rest of the field. As behind, it's a train from 4th to the back.
Yeah, if Darren McCormack wins this race, it'll be his 3rd victory at the Hockenheimring this season. Of course, he did win one of the finals around here as well. He has got a good record around here. Not quite as good. I guess it would be almost as good now as Luke Bennett's. He had such a good record around here the first couple of times we came along. So looking to try and do something special as well. Darren McCormack leading the way by 0.7 of a second. Meanwhile, 2 R8Gs. I mean, I can't speak German, so you can read that. I'm assuming it means do a good drive. That's a better one for me. That's one.
English.
A Jimmy Broadband fan up there, I can see that. He's not here, though.
No. Unfortunately not. There's some Formula fans towards the front there as well. That's the G2
the Eagle
section of things. Is that
I
the
like
nice.
that. The Eagle. Nice. We start calling Yoni Tormula that from now on.
Yeah,
it's not quite as good as calling Niels Nyox the Silver Fox, though.
He hates that.
I'm sure he does.
But there we are. Great to see the sport in the crowd for everyone. Yuri Tomin, though, has gotten in front of Hanioski in these last couple of moments for 4th. This is a replay of the start. We're going to see a lot go on here, particularly for the red Audi in the foreground. You can see there, it's an unlucky moment, really. I don't know if he could really pin that on anyone.
I'd say, like, as watch this 3-1, I'd say Moritz Lerner might have done that a little bit to himself, leaning a little bit on the exit of the corner. 3 wide here is the Eagle on the left hand, on the furthest away, that one being Yoni Tormula. Yeah, a little bit of squeezing, a little bit of bumping between them before Baldwin sent it in, going into the hairpin. A touch of contact, but nothing too crazy, as Rogers came through to take the spoils and up to 7th position.
It seems that with all the chaos of lap 1, everyone's just taken a breath and thought, we need to calm down here for a moment, but I can't see it lasting too long. They'll be single file this time, or will they? Josh Rogers, big dive on the brakes.
Whoa.
There's a late moment from Yayovsky as well, who makes a mistake. Kevin Siggy frustrated with himself as he goes wide. Here comes James Baldwin alongside him, as in front it's Audi versus Porsche with Yayovsky and Rogers into the left-hander. He goes one way and then the other. Rogers can't go through, but the Macedonian goes wide. Here comes Josh Rogers on the outside line through the right-hander. He should have this place with his nose in front. Josh Rogers up to 5th position after starting way down towards the back.
Yes, keep this atmosphere going. We are loving this. Joshua Rogers then working his way forward up to 5th position. I think it was a mistake from Kevin Siggy going into the back, a little bit of Yayovsky at the hairpin. Then Yayovsky made his own mistake. Here comes Siggy on the back of Yayovsky as well. And I've said before, when Veracity said that Yayovsky was a 2-time R-Factor 2 GT Pro champion, who did Yayovsky beat in both of those champions? Yes, it was Kevin Siggy. These two have history victory on the racetrack, and they are carrying it on here. This is why I love seeing this grid.
Yoyoski was so strong in qualifying, but now the race is on, he's falling back like a stone at the moment, can't seem to stop it happening. Toman got through on lap 2, Rogers has got through on lap 3. It may well be Kevin Siggy next, then Baldwin, then Tourmala. He doesn't seem to be able to stop this from happening at the moment.
Yeah, he needs to stop the bleeding ASAP and kind of get himself back into the rhythm. The thing is when you're dropping back, every car behind is thinking, oh, he must be slow, he must be slow, he must be slow, and then it all sent it down the inside. Trust me, I've been there, I've had that happen to me. We can understand why I'm not quite as fast as Erhan Yovski, but still, it's going to be a troubled time for Yovski. Roger is trying to pull away and close back in on Yuri Toman. It does seem as though the pace from that Porsche Coanda is absolutely fine.
It is in the race. In qualifying, though, a little bit lower.
I think he did make a couple of mistakes in his lap.
Okay, fair enough.
For sure.
Okay, well, this seems to back up your theory at the moment, because he's done well to gain so many places. And fair play on lap 1 as well, actually, to be able to negotiate the chaos. Not everyone has been able to do that, not least Moritz Lerner, of course, who had that big spin, of course, but there will be other drivers in and around this who drop back as a result. Let's have a look at what happened down towards the hairpin. This is how he got to 5th.
Yeah, there was absolutely contact between Yovski and Siggy. Siggy overcooking it. We're going to ride on board with Siggy here, and you can watch this. This is a proper clobbering. It's clobbering time. And 3, 2, bang, there we go. See you, mate. Have fun. Whoopsie daisy. And then this happening. Just that wide moment from Yovski. This was such a good move.
It was. Rogers around the outside, and it was side by side, remaining so just in the background as well. Although the Team Redline BMW of Kevin Siggy stayed in front of the Mercedes of James Baldwin. On to lap 5, through turn 1 again for these drivers. It's still McCormack, Bennett, Chintik, your top 3. The battles are further behind, with the likes of Rogers, Jayoski, Siggy, Baldwin, all up here in a fight for 5th position. The Porsche Coanda driver seemingly getting away slightly. Erhan Jayoski still under the same pressure he was before.
I did say when we came into this weekend, what Dara McCormack were we going to get coming into this? Because we could get super dominant, ultra fast at Dara McCormack, or we could get, oh, well, is he actually as good as everyone says? I mean, sorry, he's behind the wheel of the car. It's absolutely fine, and I'm sure no one from Williams or Seb Hawkins is going to dob me into to Dara about that. But clearly today, he's woken up on the right side of the bed, because my goodness me, totally different. Absolutely phenomenal right now as we approach the halfway point in the race. We're looking at James Baldwin still behind Kevin Siggy. I think this race is starting to calm down. I think the closest battle really is going to come in that battle for 3rd. Marcel Chinchik and Luke Bennett, the top 2 on the points, but could they be so focused on themselves they forget about everyone else?
And how hard do you think they're actually going to fight this? Because they're up there in 2nd and 3rd. If they fight too much, they could bring everyone in, which will be a complete disaster as far as they're concerned. However, they are 1 and 2 in the championship right now. They are fighting one another. So it's kind of remains to be seen in my mind whether Chinchik is going to be super aggressive in trying to go through.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Chinchik has been patient at times. Let's go with that. When it comes through the season, he has been aggressive. He can be aggressive, but he had for a while the most podiums of everyone. I think he still might do. Has the most podiums of everyone in ESL R1 without even taking a victory. It took him ages to get a proper victory. It took him until basically, I think it was actually Spa. Even in quarterfinals and semifinals, it was all the way until Spa before he even took a victory in any race. And that's wild to me.
And this is why, after speaking to some people, that Marcel Chinchik wasn't their choice, because they realised that to win the major as a whole, you have to win a race when you're above 160 points. And so, for all of Marcel's consistency, we know how good he is, but will he be able to win that race at the end? That's the key.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. You know, at those kind of times, needs must. You do what you got to do. Maybe this is a chance where Marcel Chinchik is going to have to do what he's got to do. Again, right now, he's got a, 11-point lead at the moment over Luke Bennett. Of course, he'll be losing a few of those. He'll be losing 4 points of that championship lead right now. But again, he could be pushing it 4 points out further if he gets past Bennett here. And it will close him in once again on what they're aiming for, getting to 160 points and getting into finalist mode. Once you're in finalist mode, you cannot lose finalist mode, so you start there, and that's where your journey to victory here at the ESL R1 Major at the Wrenchport Summit begins.
Absolutely. You've got to remember as well that Darren McCormack would halve his disadvantage to Marcel Chinchik if things were to stay as they are. It's a wonderful start to the day for the Irishman, for Williams Esports, who's a lone wolf in this race, let's not forget. We were speaking so much about Redline, about RHG. How are they going to help each other? Is that team advantage going to be big? Clearly, Darren McCormack doesn't need a team. He's out there on his own. He's winning this race right now, and he's got off to the dream start.
Yeah, well, some of the big names that we're expected to fight for victory, being Darren McCormack, being Joshua Rogers even, they've not got teammates in this. They're just doing this themselves. They're fighting for their own name. I mean, James Baldwin's only got one teammate in Marco Pajic, and he's fourth in the standings, trying to fight up even higher than that.
Why is Marcel Cinčić not bothering with the slipstream of Luke Bennett, is what I want to know. Is he waiting for the end of the race? I'm not entirely sure. Is he breaking it from Toman? Is he helping Toman?
That is absolutely something which I think Ash might have to answer at the end of the race. Why were you not going in the slipstream? Why maybe we'll find out in a few laps' time, because, to be honest, I'm kind of with you. Maybe, to be fair, maybe he's getting out of the slipstream because he doesn't want to catch. Right? If you get what I mean, it's like there are times it's kind of like, I'm happy with third at the moment, I'm happy with the points that I'm getting right now. I'm not going to risk anything too much. Maybe Bennett will close in on McCormack, and maybe I can take advantage of that.
He's got to be a little bit careful of those behind, though, of course. Toman's already caught up. Rogers could bring a whole load of people in if he catches up as well. So it might not be as good news as he thinks it is here. For Marcel Cinčić. Still 3 laps to go at the end of this one. Still Darren McCormack leading, and he's finally broken the slipstream from Luke Bennett. It's the top two in the championship fight for second and third, with behind Toman, then Rogers in that big fight further down. Marcel Cinčić, though, is getting closer,
close.
and once again, he's not bothering with any slipstream.
That is interesting. I don't really know 100% why. Again, those are the questions that we need to ask. I was kind of wondering this as well, speaking with Darren McCormack and speaking with some of the teams. Again, to remind you of how the BOP works in all of this. Effectively, they're BOPing each other's cars. So Darren McCormack in a Mercedes will do some laps in like a BMW or an Audi or a Porsche, and will prove why it's fast and how it's fast, and then what needs to be done. So there's no sandbagging or anything like that. So obviously, if you sandbag, then that car's going to be completely overpowered, and then you're definitely going to lose. We wonder if people had kind of not really rated the Merc as strong as it can be. Let's see if Marcel Cinčić, though, can drag his Audi R8 past the red line BMW as he'll try and get the outside of the hairpin.
He will just about get room there on the outside. Great respect between them. And Marcel Cinčić could well be into second place here. Luke Bennett has to tuck in as well. Round the outside of such a tight corner is so difficult to do. Luke Bennett goes to the outside again. This is where there was so much drama involving him yesterday as well. Not able to do it again. Marcel Cinčić up to second place.
Yeah, it's effectively guaranteeing Darren McCormack the victory now, because he's starting to clear off into the distance. Marcel Cinčić past Luke Bennett, again pulling out an extra, what would now be an extra 4 points on the championship lead. It would go to from 11-point lead to 15, an important 20 points for Marcel Cinčić. He's looking to be the first driver as well to get into finalist mode. He would still be 2 races away from it if he only gets 20 points. So 20 points is not enough to do it in the next race. He'd be a couple of points shy of it. But still, he is looking to consistently get himself into finalist mode. Maybe then we'll see a much more risky and a much more daring Marcel Cinčić, because he'll have nothing to lose at that point.
He'd be 27 points short at the moment, by the way, if things were to end as they are. Kevin Siggy has received a slowdown penalty as well, which is going to be served out of turn 3, the little left-hander just before the parabolica there. So that will be for contact earlier on in the race. It could have been any of the bits of contact, to be honest, in the opening laps, because it was absolute carnage on occasion. He will pull to the left-hand side here, which the drivers are instructed to do, and then get slowed down. All 4 of the drivers behind him will go past, and Moritz Lerner might even fancy his chances.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tight. I think Marco Pajic will just about do it, as he will now start getting back up to speed. Marco Pajic would have to go for a big dive. You can see the defensive move in the background as we ride on board now with Jiri Toman. I think that is going to be held by Kevin Siggy over Marco Pajic. But Luke Bennett is feeling the pressure, not from Marcel Cinčić, because he's dropped off the rear end. These Audi R8s, we were talking about this yesterday, they come on strong late in the race, and we're seeing this once again. We saw this back in Katowice. They got strong, particularly in the hands of Jiri Toman late in the race. He looks after his tyres really well.
And RAG, of course, are going to try and help out Cinčić. They're going to try and help themselves. Jiri Toman needs a good result here. He really does. After only 1 point in the previous race, that dropped him a couple of championship places as well. Marco Pajic didn't quite get through on Kevin Siggy, it turns out, in the end. So himself and Enzo Benito are down towards the back, with Bennett further up again. And that's all the more pointing to the fact that they'll be helping Bennett a little bit later on in whatever way they can.
Yeah, certainly so. On board with Pajic now. Like you say, tight fights, tight trains, tight everything at the moment, as Jiri Toman's into that slipstream once again. Bennett's starting to feel the pressure. He's 1.1 seconds. By the way, Marcel Czincik's really closing back in on Dara McCormack. That's a little wide, though, from Yuri Toman as we head onto the final lap. Of course, Czincik's not going to be able to close McCormack. I'm sure he's driving well within himself. But right now, this is where all the pressure is, and here comes the chance. You've got Toman, you've got Rogers, and you've got Yuyovski. All really tight.
At the start of the day, Dara McCormack was 31 points behind Luke Bennett, and already as things stand, if the race were to end right now, they'd be on the same points. It's a dream start for the Williams Esports driver. Yuri Toman is closing on Bennett, though. He looks to the inside, tries to sell him the dummy, but Bennett can see that coming. Here comes Josh Rogers on the inside line. He can't afford to wait for any more chances. It's the final lap of the race, but he can't quite do it.
Wow, that was a bit sketchy. I don't think Rogers was actually intending on that, but look at how tight it is between Toman. Surely he's got to try something coming into the arena section. He has a look, so does Rogers. It was more a cover off from Toman as here comes Yuyovski around the outside. He's going to try and get past Joshua Rogers as we leave the arena section. He's got the inside line, which will give it up towards Mobile 1, but I think the outside line might just be enough for Porsche Coanda as there's screams from the fans. Let's see what Coanda can do.
Round the outside for Rogers at the Mobile 1 curve. He'll have just enough room. He slides in the Porsche. He'll have the inside for turn 12, but Yuyovski gets through. A great dive from the Macedonian. He's into the top 5. Josh Rogers not going to let him not going to let him go for the rest of the race. Meanwhile, here comes Dara McCormack through the final couple of corners. It's another race win, back to back for the Irishman. Williams Esports on top again, ahead of Marcel Czincik and Luke Bennett. What a fantastic drive from Dara McCormack, who wins yet again. No emotion on his face either. He is calm as can be. Meanwhile, down in pit lane, Ash is with Luke Bennett.
I'm going to leave McCormack alone. I'm sure he's breathing a sigh of relief because he doesn't want to answer any more questions. And luckily, his strategy did work for this race as well. But here we are with Bennett. I mean, not the best start for race 1, but race 2. I mean, P3 this round, P3 yesterday at Hockenheim, P3 in round 8. I mean, you're slowly, taming Hockenheim. How does it feel for today?
Yeah, it's one of the better tracks for our car. But as it seems to be on every track, we really struggle in race pace. So it's all aboard the Bennett train in pretty much every race at the minute if I qualify up the front. But P3 is not too bad. I'm annoyed I couldn't keep Marcel away, but it is what it is.
I mean, you mentioned your race pace, but what are strengths you're playing up to with your car, with your skill set? What do you use to your advantage?
We're definitely good over curbs, so it's a bit of an advantage in Sector 1 in Hockenheim. But yeah, quali pace is never too bad in the BMW, but yeah, the race pace is not something I look forward to after quali.
And how's the support been with the team for today? What have you guys kind of talked about maybe this morning over breakfast? Is there anything you're focused on, or are you just laying down the laps and hoping to get those podiums?
No, it was more just turn up and send it, rather than any kind of strategic talk. You know, we just turn up and send it.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the P3. Now, done with race 2, we're going to send it back to the desk to see what their thoughts were on this race.
Thank you very much for that, Ash. Lewis,
still here.
You're still here. No. You know your stuff. I want to quiz you a little bit. You were watching that game, kind of commentating over it as well. You had some energy going on there.
Mostly the crowd did, let's be honest.
The crowd
we heard the odd scream here and there, so I appreciate that.
Okay.
Especially from this little GT bunch that were down here.
Yeah, I
They were
know.
loud.
Did you anticipate that it would be as kind of hectic as it was?
Yeah,
You saw loads of collisions.
I think all of the races today will be that hectic, so
Okay.
I absolutely agree.
Okay, all right. You got some sauce about you. Krim, how did you find that race?
Very interesting, because now McCormack can be the first back-to-back winner.
Back to back to back. I think it's more than doable. It'll be the first time that we've seen it. But as we take a look at the results, Lewis, I want to quiz you a little bit. This might make a little bit more sense when we have the results up. Obviously, congratulations are in order for Dara McCormack. But I want to focus a little bit more on Yuri Toman. He started off 9th on the starting grid, and then climbed his way back all the way to 4th, joining his teammate Erhan Yuyovski as well. I mean Marcel. I meant Marcel Czincik. But anyways, yeah, it's kind of impressive for all of them, to be quite honest with you. But being able to climb up the ranks, joining his teammate, I felt like personally they did a little bit better with holding their positioning as a team on this track. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean they had. So I've said about this before, where there was 3 of them. Obviously, you've got Yayovsky, you've got Toman, and you've got Marcel, and they were all like really quite tight, right, in that race. The problem is, we were saying this yesterday, when you've got 3 drivers in that position, it's so easy to trip over your teammates whilst you're involved in that fight, and that's kind of like. The problem that they held it quite well. I don't know what you think, Krim. I don't know. Have you tripped over your teammates yet?
Have I what?
Have you tripped over your teammates yet in practice? You know, you're battling, have a little bit of fun, and you accidentally step it a little bit too far. You take them out.
That was probably the worst question you could ask me.
Is that yes?
No, that's a no. That's a no because I can't catch them.
Oh, no, you can. You got pace.
No, I don't.
No, you kept improving your pace though, Krim. That's the main focus and the key takeaway from this as well. How did you improve your pace?
Well, I put in a lot of time. I actually fell asleep in my chair 10 times throughout 4 months. Literally woke up to a steering wheel in my face. And anyways, enough about my fat self. Guys, 10 races so far. We've seen the Mercedes on pole 7 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we have as well.
Go ahead, just admit that I'm always right.
Always right. Your prediction's always right as well. But as we take a look at the overall standings as well, I need to ask you, Lewis, we had Joshua Rogers starting off 11th on the grid, the only representative here for Porsche Coanda. And then he climbed up to 5th in the kind of track we've just previously seen as well. Is it impressive, the fact that he was able to make such a climb by himself with no teammates there to support him?
I mean, for sure. I mean, it means that there's never a question when he gets up towards someone, but of course his teammates have always been very supportive of him. The fact that he's just worked his way through, Joshua Rogers is a meticulous racer. He's got brilliant racecraft, and he shows it off in days and races like this. It's how he works his way up. That's why he's still 6th in the standings. It's not great, but he's still relatively, he's in contention for it. He's on 101 points. There's still plenty of time for him to get up there.
Now, once again, we have seen Dara McCormack kind of climb the ranks, as it were. He started things off in 8th at the very start of the day, then up to 4th, now up to 3rd as well. Do we think he has the pace, Krim, to keep up with Luke Bennett?
I'll say this much. So I just got word that McCormack actually, that was the first time there was a lap record on Hockenheim. Well, not even just Hockenheim.
Yeah,
overall, right? And it happens on land in the final for a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay. McCormack is on fire right now. He might go back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
And then just win and
to back.
Done.
Yeah.
No, but I really do think that props are in order for him. I'm not sure if people might have seen the content that we had filmed a little bit earlier, but to give some context to the people at home, in case you didn't see it, Dara had kind of said that he was...
Is that what you look like?
He's just
oh my God, this is
no.
This is
okay. So let me explain. So when I had spoken to him previously, he said that at LAN he gets nervous, right? I asked him if he had any kind of pre-race rituals or anything like that to help calm the nerves. I think we have just found the pre-race
No,
ritual.
he's in flow state right there. Wow. You see that?
At first, I thought it had just frozen, and then I saw the people moving in the back, and I was like, never mind.
What do you mean by flow state?
Well, right now in his head, he is probably weightless. Gravity doesn't exist. There's also, some voice in the back of his head saying, I am a god, I am a god, I am a god. And he's probably going to sit like that for the next 15 minutes or so. But wow, you've never seen that before.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Where's he at?
He's over on that one. There he is, he's asleep.
Oh, wait a second.
No, I didn't.
No, you
surely
can't
not.
go.
There's no way.
No, hold on. Your point sucks compared to this. Okay, that was rude. That was rude. But he is the only driver here.
That is true.
Look at that. He's the only driver here.
Yep. I think it's remaining focused, remaining in position. Maybe a bit of management.
I'm sorry.
The circuit as well. I don't know.
Sorry.
No, but I also think a key takeaway from that as well, maybe we saw a little bit more of an inconsistent performance coming out of him yesterday, because obviously they didn't have those back-to-back races. It was very much A, B, B, A.
Yeah.
That's definitely something to consider here as well. So what do we think? Do we think Dara McCormack the man, the myth, the legend is going to do it. Third time in a row.
I said he was going to win before we came into the weekend, but I didn't want to say anything. But yeah, now I'm going to commit to it now.
No, I mean, here comes the caster curse. There we go.
I mean, nah.
It doesn't exist.
It does.
It simply doesn't
exist. He can't hear it. He cannot hear us right now. He cannot hear anything. If you don't hear it, does it actually? Is it real?
No.
No.
I think it's real, but
it doesn't exist.
You know what? We'll find out after the next race. But before we do that, I'm going to head on over to the lounge and join Ash along with Morris once again. How's it going over here, guys? How are we doing?
Hey, everyone. Obviously, as Jazz just said, here with Morris. I mean, have you been watching the racing a little bit? What is your reaction? Because I'm watching with some of the crew in the back, and we're seeing the battles, and I'm just, and I turn away from the television because I can't.
I not saw all the races. There were some other things, but it was amazing sport, and you really could feel that are 12 of the best racers in the world, and the battles were amazing. Great sport, and it was really good to see, to be honest. Goosebumps, definitely.
Oh, absolutely.
I think one of my biggest questions, and I'm sure people at home will be curious about this as well, is obviously Rennsport have dedicated a lot of time and effort into developing this product. Why sim racing?
Why sim racing?
Why not?
Why not? If you have a dream or if you have ideas, you have special ideas, and that was making a great sim racing game and a simulation and a platform. And I can't really remember why these ideas came into our mind or my mind. So sim racing is great. I always loved driving racing games by my own. And we deeply believe from the beginning there is a lot of room to develop some new and do new things. And as we can see, ESL R1 and the sport we have here is a part of it, and I'm super proud to see that. And thanks to you both. It's a great show yesterday and today, and it's just fun to see, to be honest.
So if you're jumping into a rig right now, you're saying you can match the best times.
Yeah, if the dev guys help me, I would do the best time, because there's a lot of room for cheating when you know how. you have to talk to the dev guys. I would say I'm not really that good, and there was not that much time to drive my own or our own game. So hopefully there will be more time in the future, and if there's time, it's a lot of fun, definitely.
I think to kind of bring out a point you just said that, I mean, you're still having fun even though you're not as fast as these pros who race every single day, but that's okay. You can enjoy sim racing and not be the best.
Exactly, and that's really the spirit we have. Creating a top league, a platform where the best drivers really could do their pro sport. And that's definitely one of the reasons why ESL is here and is created, but also open up the overall sporting system for all the other drivers, jumping in, just having fun, using the game, and so this weekend is super exciting for us. It's not only ESL R1, the first major, it's also the announcement of the beta. We will start tomorrow, so there are two super big milestones for the Rennsport team.
So am I correct in saying that the devs might be able to keep up the pace with all of the drivers we have here? Go on, spill the tea. How great are they at actually driving themselves? Do you think they could keep up with these drivers?
So the drivers we have here are definitely the 12 best you could have in the world, I think. So if you see the battles today, so we had 48 drivers starting the ESL R1 series. Then yesterday, 24 of them were here. They're all amazing. But I think you feel now you have these 12, which are 0.1%, maybe better than all the others. You see it in the battles. They have contacts and not losing the car. They stay in the race. They are so focused, and that's really incredible to see.
Yeah. How can I convince you to put some ovals in for us, fellow NASCAR fans or Americans that are playing the game? Maybe something in the future. Maybe I can convince you later tonight. After the event.
So some racing activities in the US, or what do you?
Oh, some oval racing, just instead of.
Sorry, oval racing. Yeah, there will come a lot of racetracks this year and next year. To be honest, there is no oval race in the pipeline at the moment, but I'm 100% sure there will be an oval race over time. And as we talked yesterday, there's a lot of room for modding and the modding community. And to be honest, if we are not fast enough with our core team, I'm 100% sure that the modding guys will create some over tracks and other stuff.
I'm ready and waiting for it, honestly, Morris. I'm eager, honestly. As soon as that drops, you drop me a message and I'm all over that stuff. But what's next for yourself and the Rennsport team after ESL R1? What's next? You guys going to take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a holiday, or straight back to the grind?
Yeah, definitely. We all will take some days off. There was so much pressure, and the whole team worked.
Is your crew hearing that? Guys, take notes.
They will kill me because the plan was to say it tonight that there are 2 days off for the whole team after the show. But we will relax a bit, and then we will be super focused back on what we have on the timeline. So beta starts. Some of the team guys definitely have to work because the first beta testers will come back with feedback. So there's always a lot of things to do.
And I think you have something that you kind of want to show off a little bit. I mean,
yeah,
we have
sure.
an incredible, take it out. We have an incredible.
It's huge.
Huge trick.
So this is
my Vanna White moment.
It's the prize pool from the first major here in Munich, and this is really a super emotional moment because doing all the sporting things on our new platform always was really the idea behind was really to create an environment for these great drivers and the teams behind, really to create a professional sport where they hopefully all can live from over the next time, really to establish it, having prize pools. And I'm super happy that now the first prize money can go to the driver and the teams, so that will help to establish the overall digital sport, and that makes me super happy.
Honestly, I think to say that the game isn't even in full release yet, and we have 225,000 euros up for grabs for all of these drivers, chef's kiss, absolutely impressive as well. And I'm sure the drivers will be certainly happy about that. But I don't know if you just watched the race that we've just seen. Dara McCormack, back-to-back race wins. Do you think he can make it through?
To be honest, there are 4, 5 drivers where I think they can do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give a tip, to be honest. That wouldn't be fair, I think. Mm-hmm. And also, I've got the feeling, there are 3, 4, 5 drivers. They really can do it today, and I'm super excited to see later who will win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think seeing like the climb up from a lot of the drivers through the driver standings, there's people kind of towards the bottom end of the standings that are now climbing their way back up as well. So how does it feel seeing this new creative format coming to life?
Yeah, we have some super experienced guys in our team which really created these kind of sporting with the ESL together. We always have to say this is a great partnership we have with the ESL, and the team we brought together there made this happen, and ESL also came with all the ideas from the esports side, and that's a ranking system we have at the moment, and I'm really excited to see what happened today. Maybe we will stay here 12 at night. I don't know. And to be honest, if something is not that good, we can optimize, we can change it. So, but for today, I think it's a good system.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to you and your team at Rennsport. Shout out to ESL for putting this all together. This has been incredible. But should we make this legal tender? I mean, asterisks included, but should you sign this?
Okay, yeah. I
have
have a pencil, I think.
And I'd love this big check on the wall. I should get paid like this. I demand checks in my contract.
Do we need a date? No.
Thank you so much.
This one is going to go in the history books. I don't think you need to write a date on this because this alone has made history. Thank you so much for joining us again, Morris. It's been a pleasure. But I'm curious to find out more from Crimsix, particularly with that beautiful Porsche Coanda livery we got going on.
Hold on. Amir, where are you guys? How's it going, guys? Today, we're going to be playing a little challenge of does it fit, okay? And by it, I mean me in the Porsche GT3R. Hey, guys, get out of here. Get out of here. Wait, is the door even unlocked? Is the real question. Do you even lock these things? Whoa. Okay. Wish me luck. Okay. Let's see if I can. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Wait. I am genius. Wait. Do not sit in this car. Where's Porsche Coenda? Can I sit in your car? No. Okay, maybe not. Maybe later. Maybe later. Maybe later I will finally. Oh my God, this is beautiful. Hold on. Cut to someone else. I got to look at this. Yeah. Sorry. Wait. Oh, wait. Can I actually sit in it? If I fit. Hold my beer. Hold my beer. I'm not gonna fit? Who whispered that? Oh my God. Hold on. Wait a second. I gotta remove the wheel. Throw it to Jasmine. I'm choking. But I will get in this. What?
Oh my goodness.
Legs first?
Krim, don't worry about it, bro. I'll show you how it's done a little bit later on.
I'm still gonna get in it.
You're still gonna get in.
I'm still gonna get in it.
Don't worry about it,
Just
Krim.
might take a while, okay? I'll let you know when I'm in.
You got this. I believe in you. Definitely believe in you. But I think we should check in and give a little bit more context about the tracks everybody's going to be seeing here on the broadcast today. Crimsix did another draw, so let's find out how that one went.
And this is day 2 of the ESL R1 Munich Major. This is where all the glory is going to be held, all the money there is to be made, and most importantly, it's where champions are going to be crowned. And the first track is Monza. Second track, Hockenheim. Third track, Nürburgring. Fourth track, I smell greatness. I smell spa. And since it's going to be a long day, since we got a finalist mode, since we got a you have to win to win, it's going to be awesome, okay? Because we are drawing for 8 races, and we have back-to-back spas. Next track, Nürburgring. The next one will be Hockenheim. And if it goes the distance, it's Monza. Do we even need to see it? It's Monza. And if we have to drive more tracks, guys, we are starting from the beginning. But anyways, day 2, Championship Sunday, ESL R1, Munich Major.
Krim, I know you're sad. Don't worry about it. I'll give you a tutorial on how to get it done. Don't worry, we'll get him next time, too. But talk to me more about our upcoming track. It's going to be Nürburgring.
Should have done more cardio. Nürburgring. Again, this track is not fun, okay? Because it is very difficult. No, I'm just kidding. That's what makes things fun. But anyways, Nürburgring. You're going to be seeing there's a lot of elevation. It's a very slow first sector. The sector 2 is actually where, that's where you're going to see a qualifying time. That's where you're going to see extremely fast or slow drivers make use of all the track. And for me personally, I couldn't do it. Okay, this was my worst track. And but these guys, they're naturals. Okay, they actually learned how to drive before they knew how to walk, okay? McCormack, I'm starting to think he knew how to drive before he could speak, winning back-to-back races. But we'll see if he can do a third in a row, or a third in a row.
You say that, but Luke Bennett, king of the track himself, having won 4 races on this very track, do you think he'll be able to do it? You think he'll be able to go head-to-head with Dara McCormack?
I think he needs to. He absolutely needs to. If McCormack wins this one, it's not looking good for everyone else. Okay, it's not looking good. And he might win it. At worst, I think he's top 3 right now.
Okay, I think if we start to compare Dara McCormack to some other drivers as well, how do you think he's going to do up against the likes of a James Baldwin?
Yes. So James has sort of been, quiet throughout all this, while McCormack has been stealing his thunder. They're both driving the same car, so Baldwin is probably thinking, right now I need to drive faster, I need to be better. So.
What do we think, though? There's no more excuses about, oh, it's a Cardiff at this point.
Yeah, I mean.
You think, what does it ultimately boil down to?
Risk.
Okay.
Risk, because somebody has got to stop him, or else this is going to be over very quickly. I don't know what's going to happen, because you have 3 RHG drivers, you have 3 Redline drivers. I'm willing to bet that at least 4 out of those 6 are just, I'm going to do the riskiest, fastest thing possible, and if I get a invalidated lap in qualifying, it's whatever. As long as we all do it together, one of us is probably going to out-qualify him. So, but who knows? I mean, he just broke a lap record. He just won back-to-back.
Do you think the adrenaline from winning back-to-back races, obviously we saw him sat here, he kind of gave 0 reaction, 0 response as well. Do you think that adrenaline kind of carries over into race 3 as well? Because there was quite some time where he was just sat there doing nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I've never taken a NyQuil and then tried to drive, but I think McCormack did here, because he was literally snoozing on the main stage. But anyways, guys, let's throw it back to our commentators. Let the professionals do the commentating. We're just here to talk.
Let us know your thoughts, boys. What do you think?
I mean, professionals is a word that probably doesn't really apply to us, let's be honest. No, I think it's been very interesting so far. Dara McCormack, like I said, when he was basically asleep, he was visualizing the circuit. He was kind of just relaxing, trying to keep away from everyone else, trying to keep in his own mindset. I mean, I don't blame him.
I want to ask you, though, what you would do in the situation, because the reason why we've had a bit of a longer gap between races 2 and 3 is so the drivers can take a bit of a break and just, figure things out, collect their thoughts.
Is that only what it was?
I guess. Why? What else would it be?
Well, I think we had a bit of a longer gap because Josh Rogers decided to bash his knee on something.
He did bash his knee on one of the PCs that the team managers were using. He's fine, but was a little bit worrying for a moment. I was going to ask you, though, if you had that break in this kind of format and this series, would you stay sat in the rig and where you are, or would you go out and walk around a little bit and collect your thoughts that way?
I would. I absolutely would. I think I'd stay in the rig. I want to keep away from it, especially if I had 2 good races. If I had 2 bad races, maybe I want to get out of the rig, kind of breathe and chat a little bit. But if I've won 2 races, I want to stay in the rig. I want to stay in my own mindset. Now, we saw the little bit of a head-to-head, and of course it was between James Baldwin and Dara McCormack. Could that be the case at the end of the day? You saw the point there in the top right about there are 3 drivers in the next 2 races that can get into finalist mode. Marcel Chinchik, Luke Bennett, and Dara McCormack is one of those after 2 race victories to start out the day.
And don't forget, finalist mode is the only way you can win this ESL R1 major. Once you've got there, after reaching 160 points, you have to win 1 more race, and you are the champion. What I would say, though, we saw that nice head-to-head between McCormack and Baldwin. That could very well be the case over the course of this race. But what I would also say is maybe Luke Bennett will be poking his head in the background as well.
Yeah.
Part we didn't see from that head-to-head. He'll be there as well. He's king of the ring, if you like, having won round here at round 3 and so on. He's been very quick previously. The BMW quick around here as well. But we have noticed it struggle and flail a bit towards the end of the race.
Yeah, certainly so. James Baldwin has set the fastest time yesterday around the Nürburgring with a 53.0. It's actually not too far off what they were doing online as they head through the Michael Schumacher-S and up towards this final sector. Baldwin, who, like you say, is one of the drivers to keep focused on today. He is one driver that can absolutely win today. He just needs to be in the right place at the right time. At the moment, hasn't made the most of the Sunday, but certainly has enough pace in the tank.
He does, and he's fastest so far in the practice session, or in that practice session just gone, and that means he'll go out first in qualifying as well. He'll be able to set the benchmark, and so far Darren McCormack has been able to do that, and he hasn't been beaten since. It's clearly a good idea, a good omen to be first over the line.
Yeah, let's see. James Baldwin then through the final sector, going through the final corner and up towards the line again. He did win 2 races yesterday. He won the first race yesterday and the final race yesterday. As he crosses the line, it's a 53.049. That is fantastic for James Baldwin. He's got some serious pace. Of course, we've got a few claps coming in and a lap worthy of it.
Absolutely. 0.0 is exactly where you want to be, especially here in real life on the land, because we've seen nobody in the 52s, which we were able to see online. Luke Bennett with the current lap record set at round 6, which is the last time we saw the Nürburgring before the major. Erhan Yayoski makes his way over the line right now. He will go into second. It's a 53.1. He's kind of so-so about that. Well, maybe not, actually.
I think that was less than
that was less than
Shakes
so-so.
of the head as well. Head in hands. That is disappointing. Yoni Tormala will be the next one. The Eagle comes through the final chicane. Also, will note, Darren McCormack is going to be late out in the session. He's not going out early at all. I wonder why that is. Yoni Tormala then out through the final corner, up towards the line. What can the Flying Finn do? A bit of a shake of the head as he heads up towards that line. Is only good enough for third. Nearly just over a quarter of a second off of the pole.
Yeah, Marco Pajic will be next for the Mercedes. He's already seen his teammate set a 53.0. We'll see what Pajic can do in a couple of moments' time. Interesting to note that most of the red lines are down in the bottom half again, which has been a theme so far in this qualifying session. In these sessions, indeed. I wonder whether they're intentionally doing that, to be honest.
They do only get 6 minutes, don't they? So, you know, fair enough.
Exactly, there's not a lot of time at all in these slightly reduced sessions. Pajic will go over the line now. It's a 53.2 from him, who'll slot into third.
Just to clarify, by the way, I don't mean 6 minutes. They get 6 minutes in practice before this, and the practice order, the time they set in practice, becomes the order they go out in qualifying. Joshua Rogers, the next one up there again, heading for the same kind of sector times that Marco Pajic was in the first and second, but can he find a little bit of extra spice going into that final? Yes, his knee might be hurting just a touch, but I'm sure his eyes are focused on the race. The adrenaline's coursing through his body as he completes a lap around the legendary Nürburgring. That was some big claps, and I'm not sure that was because of the lap, but across the line he goes into third, and Yuri Kastorp starts the clapping train here in the crowd.
Don't know why either, but he's enjoyed himself by the looks of it, so I don't know. Third place for Rogers. Here comes Yuri Toman then, who didn't have a fantastic time at Monza, only picking up 1 point. However, did a lot better at the Hockenheimring, where he finished 4th. What can he do here at the Nürburgring? Over the line for the Czech driver. It's only going to be a 53.3. He'll slot in at the back for now.
Yuri Toman struggling for qualifying at the moment. Enzo Benito looking a couple of tenths off of the times even that Rogers was setting. This could actually be in the same kind of vein as Tormala, maybe even just ahead of Yuri Toman as he heads through the final corner. The first of a trio of red line drivers as he heads through the final corner. Enzo Benito looking to challenge for somewhere inside the top 5. It's not going to be for pole on these sector times, not by my money anyway. As he crosses the line, it is good enough just for 6th. And when I mean just for 6th, I mean by 1,000th of a second.
Yeah, the gap not very big there at all. So it's quite clustered around there as we expected. Kevin Sigg will be next, followed by Luke Bennett. So the 3 red lines going over the line, one after the other. As we mentioned, again, in the second half of the order, which is interesting. And I guess we'll try and find out whether that's intentional or not, but they might well not tell us. Kevin Sigg, he makes his way around the final corner now and over the line. What's the time going to be for him? A 53.2 is not bad at all. He's 5th.
Now, that was quite a crash, fair enough. Now, here we go then. 3 of the last 4 drivers, they are the 3 that we've talked about the idea that they can win. If in the next 2 races, they can get into finals mode. They are the top 3 in the championship. Bennett, Cinczyk and McCormack. Moritz Lerner in there for a bit of good measure as well. The first of those being Bennett, the driver that is currently second in the standings, joint second now with Dara McCormack. Shakes of the head from Bennett as he comes up towards the line. He'll cross it, and the king of the Nürburgring goes to third. That's pretty handy.
It is, despite the fact he's shaking his head. Marcel Cinczyk is a long way back because
way back.
Moritz Lerner is going to be next.
Oh, of course
that's
he is.
Why.
Oh, right.
So,
blame Dane for that one.
Yeah, oh dear, calling out on stream. There we are. Moritz Lerner, though, is going to be the one over the line next. There he is in the Miles Audi. Unfortunately had that crash at the Hockenheim, which has meant he's only picked up 4 points so far today, and he's dropped from 7th to 8th in the drivers' standing. He'll go over the line. It's a 53.2, and he's only a thousandths behind Siggy, only 5 thousandths behind Page.
Yeah, it's incredibly tight. I will say, blame Dane. It could have been Cam Roger or Hugo Luis, those behind the scenes that are pulling together the cameras that they're bringing you, the in-game footage, of course, all a part of RaceSpot. Let's see what Marcel Cinczyk will do up towards the line, the penultimate lap time in the session before we see the 2-time pole sitter and 2-time race winner in this day. Marcel Cinczyk will be across the line. First and second sector looks okay. I'm not sure how pleased he is about it, but he's going to go up to second again. That's fantastic for Marcel Cinczyk. Just one more, and could James Baldwin be pushed off the top step?
Very much could. Only 24 thousandths between 1 and 2 at the moment. Darren McCormack going to try and change that. He shakes his head. He already knows. Oh, and he's
got a slowdown.
Darren McCormack with a slowdown here in qualifying. He'll have to start from the back. It's not going to be 3 in a row for the Irishman, surely, unless we see someone win a race from 12th, which has never happened before.
Yeah, I think all the call behind the scenes from Williams will be, look, don't worry about it. You've got the pace. Let's try and get some decent points in this and move on. No one's going into finalist mode just yet, but wow, what a big moment for James Baldwin, taking victory. Absolutely fantastic. We'll take a look at the VRS starting grid for race 3. Dara McCormack, 2-time pole sitter, 2-time race winner today, will start from 12th and last alongside Yuri Toman, who had fantastic consistency online, just 1,000th of a second behind Enzo Benito. Joni Tormela, the Eagle, will start from 9th position, then Moritz Lerner, then Kevin Siggy, and all of these lot, by the way, are within 0.2 of a second of the pole. And look how close it is between Lerner, between Siggy, between Pajic as well. Joshua Rogers starts just inside the top 5 with Luke Bennett and Erhan Yovski inside a 10th of pole. Marcel Cinczyk having a fantastic qualifying again, but coming up one short of a Mercedes. This time, though, it is James Baldwin. Let's give him a bit of a round of applause, because that, again, is a stunning lap time, showing fantastic speed. Will it be pole and the win? He did it yesterday. He could do it today. Let's take a look, by the way, a little bit around the crowd, because I've seen some people have been drawing various things, including a Giga Marcel up there. Obviously, Marcel Offermans. No, it's Marcel Cinczyk. Of course it is. We've got a Jordan Caruso Pesque champion. Congratulations, by the way, to Jordan Caruso yesterday evening for taking it. I cannot read what yours says, Seb. I'm sorry. It's so small. Can you read it?
Oh, yeah, I can, yeah.
Can you?
It says that he's only got 1 hour to make this, and pointing to the other one.
Oh, well,
So,
fair enough. We've got a mouse logo. We've got I love Roman.
You are struggling.
Don't start. I don't know which Roman, though. It's obviously Grosjean. Okay, fair enough. We'll take a look at the overall standings whilst we're messing about. By the way, I love this, so I want to see more drawings. If you want to draw something, draw something. Marcel Cinczyk heading the standings, 133 points. He cannot get into finalist mode in this race. He can get to 158, but not up to the all-important 160. So Luke Bennett and Dara McCormack joint on 118. James Baldwin, who starts from pole position, is potentially 3 races away from getting into finalist mode. Then Joshua Rogers and Erhan Yovski outside of 100 points. Yuri Toman, then we've got Moritz Lerner, Marco Pajic, Kevin Siggy, Joni Tormela and Enzo Benito down the back end of the order. But like you say, everyone's 2 races away minimum from finalist mode, which means despite Dara McCormack having this issue in qualifying, let's breathe. Let's focus on 1 race at a time.
Absolutely. Cinczyk is only 27 points away, which means it's actually really quite likely in my mind that he's going to reach it in the next 2 races. Darren McCormack and Luke Bennett are on the same points. They're 42 points behind, and so they need a first and a second place ideally to get up there and it be in finalist mode for what would be round 6, race 6 of the afternoon. So I think we are going to get there in 2 rounds, which is exactly what we heard from some of the staff here, that we were going to get there after 4 races.
Have you seen, by the way, what Mac Backham's holding up?
I have,
He's holding up Joshua Ankle Breaker Rogers.
It's hilarious, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was a knee, but that, I mean, it might have been an ankle, I don't know. But he has just absolutely slapped his knee into something. Go Furia. ... There should be a ... in there next season. But let's get some hype. Of course, race coming up. Let's make some noise. Who do you want to win? Is it James Baldwin?
Oh.
Oh, it's... hey, I don't know who. Josh Rogers. Okay, that was predictable.
That's the only one you're going to get a reaction from, I think.
Yeah, I think, no, actually, Marcel Chinchik. There we go.
On his own.
Thanks, Risto. Anyway, yes, the race is coming up. And of course, can James Baldwin win from pole position?
Very much can, yeah, I totally think so. The Mercedes has been so strong this weekend. He has probably the best chance he will have around this circuit today.
Potentially so. Well, he's going to be starting it from pole position, but he's going to be starting it alongside Marcel Chinchik. The front row, as we're about to race down towards the first corner. We are underway at the Nürburgring. It's a poor start from Joshua Rogers, and unfortunately he's going to be swallowed a little bit by one of the team red lines, maybe even a couple. He might be dropping right the way down towards the back. The cheers haven't helped him out as it's Marcel Chinchik. Oh my goodness, it's dramatic. It's Haniyovsky going slightly sideways in the first corner. As Dara McCormack's trying to make it 3 wide, coming around the outside of the Mercedes Arena section. He's not going to make up too many places, but it might be 1 or 2.
Joni Tourmala inside the top 5 right now as well, as he goes side by side with Moritz Lerner through the Mercedes Arena. Inside line for the German. He'll have the place as well. He'll be up to 5th. Then it'll be Tourmala, or maybe he's still there, in fact, is the G2 Esports driver. Inside line at turn 5 gives him the outside for 6, and so he probably won't be able to make it all the way round there as well. The red lines fends off Josh Rogers behind.
Yeah, Joni Tourmala still just about trying to make that move, trying to get up into 5th position on Moritz Lerner, who's got the inside line when they come down towards the arena section. Marco Pajic defending from Dara McCormack, but also Joshua Rogers and all that. That's a big send from Joni Tourmala as he tries to get around the outside. It's not quite good enough, and Moritz Lerner is able to hang on to 5th position. We've got side by side between Dara McCormack trying to get to the outside. Oh my goodness me, he's going to lose a couple of positions. He's tried really hard to work his way through there. Got a little bit of a squeeze from Marco Pajic, and now Kevin Siggy's coming through.
Inside line for the left-hander he will have, but not late enough on the brakes, I don't think. Pajic around the outside will have the inside for the next corner and will stay in 9th. It will be the undercut for Siggy, possibly, if he can get the run up towards the chicane. There could be some dives here because McCormack is right back with them again.
Yeah, he's looking to hoover up as many points as he can. The odd 1 or 2 here. Anything that he can get in this race will be important. Kevin Siggy sends it to the outside of the Mercedes and Marco Pajic as they head into the NGK chicane, coming to complete the first lap of the race. It's very tight behind with Jiri Toman as well, trying to fight his way through. Once again, Dara McCormack. This is looking over the shoulder on the top, on the right-hand side of his screen. That's over the top of Kevin Siggy at the moment as we head back onto the start-finish straight. No 4 wide this time, not just yet.
No, we had to wait a little bit longer for it, though, so we can still hold out hope for it. Defensive line from Kevin Siggy in towards turn 1. There's a bit of contact as Jiri Toman tries to make his way through. He'll cut back a little bit and try to get through into turn 2. It's not going to happen for him, and the 3 will stay close in this battle for 10th place.
Yeah, it's breathless stuff at the moment back here, and unfortunately for McCormack, he's worked some ways up, but maybe got a little bit too greedy going into the Mercedes Arena section. Maybe got a little bit of a squeeze from Pajic, and maybe race control will have to deal with a bit of that. Here comes Joshua Rogers trying to work up some of the progress that he lost earlier on. Of course, he's battling with Enzo Benito, someone he's fought with time and time again. Benito looking a little stronger in this race in that number 37 as he takes the inside lines. They go through Ford and Valvoline up towards a Dunlop curve. It's Joshua Rogers trying to get to the outside, but he's going to have to send this in very hard indeed in the Porsche Coanda. He is going to try. He's going to throw it in as hard as he can. The inside line being taken by Enzo Benito, and it should be the drive off the corner from Joshua Rogers, but they're going to be side by side up towards the Michael Schumacher S.
He should have this. It's a really fast chicane, and Josh Rogers will take the place. Up to 7th he goes. Enzo Benito forced to tuck in as Redline try and make his life as difficult as possible. Looking to the inside, he won't manage it. It's a good recovery though, but I guess didn't need to be this difficult for him, did it really?
No, of course it was just that race start. I don't know what happened there. Maybe released the clutch a little bit too hard, maybe didn't release it enough, found the wrong bike point, and it just either bogged down or just kind of sat on that bike point and just didn't go anywhere. We could have got a little bit of wheel spin, of course, but then that's, with traction control, they do turn it down to 0. Here comes Darren McCormack, though, trying to get past Yuri Toman. It's going to be an outside run being taken through the NGK chicane. He's been sent over the inside curve. He's having a communication with his team. He's not feeling particularly pleased with this, but he's struggling down in 12th place.
He is, and I thought that was going to be a good opportunity for him, actually, on the inside of the second part of that chicane, but he hit the curb way too hard. Not that he had much choice, to be fair to him, but couldn't get through as a result. He'll do well to get through into turn 1 as well, but you can't write him off. He'll be late on the brakes, outside line. There's just about a Mercedes gap down there, but he can't quite utilise it for the position.
No, not quite yet, but there will be the opportunities. Come through turn 1, turn 2, and up towards turn 3. No opportunity being seen on the horizon for the Irishman. Right now, in 12th position, with the point structure that we have here in ESL R1, as what we've had here throughout the entirety of the weekend. We had it yesterday, we had it today. Basically, first place gets 25 points, 12th place gets 0, 11th place gets 1 point.
Absolutely.
So at the moment, he's getting a lovely goose egg, but it's not one he wanted.
No, not at all. But he can't be too disappointed so far with how it's gone. If you'd have told him you'll have 50 points after 3 races, I think he would have taken it. Maybe not quite in this situation now. He'll feel a bit disappointed, but even so, it's unfortunately of his own doing because of that slowdown in qualifying.
Yeah, certainly so. It's a 1-second lead, by the way, at the front from James Baldwin over Marcel Gingic, and it all started right back here. It was a brilliant start from Baldwin, unfortunately a poor one, but look at how wide Baldwin goes. There was contact there in the background between Bennett and between Erhan Yovsky as they head their way through the Mercedes arena section. I actually thought McCormack was going to pick up a few positions here, but it was Joshua Rogers that said absolutely not to that. Let's see what happened to Joni Toomler as he's getting around the outside going through Valvoline.
He was on the outside for the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit as well, but wasn't able to go through as a result of this, just sent it in too deep. And this is why I didn't think Rogers was going to be able to do it a bit later on in the race, because I'd seen this and thought, surely he can't do it, but clearly he managed to make it work. But Toomler stays 6th. He's having a good fight with Moritz Lerner as well, as the gap just extends as I say that. But that's for 5th place, just up ahead of these guys, which involves Josh Rogers, Enzo Benito, Marco Payet, and then a little bit of a gap back to Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, whilst I mentioned some of them in the qualifying session between the likes of Hugo Luis, Cameron Roger and Dane Baird, give a shout out as well on the highlights and that fantastic drone cam to Connery Maddock. But here, if Marcel Gingic finishes 2nd or better, he only needs a top 6 placement in the next race to reach finalist mode.
There's a lot of what ifs in there, isn't there? But
ifs and buts.
Yes, and maybes.
There's a few there. There's a few.
Yeah, I mean, I think more simply, if things stay as they are, then yeah, he'll only need a top 6 in the next race. But it also does mean the way that things are going right now, that Bennett and McCormack won't be able to do it in the next race. Meanwhile, Erhan Yovsky is slow on the run up down towards the hairpin. Excuse me. I wonder whether that's a penalty or a slowdown. I'm not entirely sure what that would be for, but he's dropped to 5th place.
Yeah, let's like I say, I mean, it could have just been a little bit of a mistake. Could have been running wide at a certain corner, not 100% sure, but Yovsky in his position right now, there we go. It was a slowdown penalty, kind of as expected, 5-second slowdown.
Is it expected?
No, as in like because he dropped back.
Oh, right.
I have no idea what from.
The only thing I can think of is turn 1, which I didn't think would be his fault.
No, I would have thought it would have been more Bennett's fault, but I don't know. Again, we haven't seen R8G. You can see Mehdi. They're already having a conversation straight down with race control. So, and running straight back over. This is going to be to communicate information to his driver, to be like, "Oi, mate, it's for this."
It depends whether Bennett went into Yovsky or whether Yovsky came over on Bennett.
Correct.
As to how the Macedonian ended up out wide at turn 1 there. So I don't know. Clearly the guys at R8G don't agree, I guess, and that's fair enough. They'll have their opinion, and Redline will have theirs, and the stewards will have theirs as well, and they might, all three of them might be different.
And we might have ours.
Well, absolutely. I don't really, to be honest, because I don't really remember it already. But, but there we are. Halfway through this race then, Joni Toomler still applying that pressure now to Erhan Yovsky, since he's just slotted into that gap.
Yeah, it's a little bit spread out a little bit towards the front. James Baldwin 1.1, well, 1 second clear of Marcel Gingic, 1.1 back to Bennett, but then we get this kind of this sort of train area, 5th, 6th, 7th and on back. Of course, you've got Joshua Rogers trying to work his way back up the order after what has been the odd struggle here and there. The next track we go to is the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, where we know a lot of these drivers, they want to win. They always find a little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra motive to go after it. This is a circuit which bites those mistakes, and it can be difficult to overtake at.
It can be. As we've seen so far in this race, really, it all kicked off at the start of this one, but it's calmed down ever since. And of course, we started off here as well for the major here this weekend, back the very first race. And the first race was unbelievably calm. I don't know if you remember it, the very first one of the Saturday. It was Group A, sorry, it was very, very calm. Group B obviously provided that four-wide moment for us, which was fantastic, and we enjoyed that very much. But this race is a lot more like what we saw from Group A. Yeah, it's like, say, it's like some of the races that we saw yesterday were, well, the first race particularly was quite calm. After that, it got turned up to 11, and I'm okay with that. We're not seeing too much drama in here, and that's, I think, you know, for some of these drivers in a few lower positions, I wouldn't say they've resigned to the position that they're in, but they've accepted they're not going to score too many big points here. I think for Dara McCormack, what he really wants in this, now hear me out here, no, I guess it doesn't really make that much of a difference. But at the moment, James Baldwin being in that position is kind of good for him in a sense, because if you think about it, like, Baldwin's behind him, I know, in the championship, but it's taking a little bit extra off of Martin Truex. It's making his chance to get into finalist mode that little bit harder in the next race. It is just making that little bit harder, indeed. I think Luke Bennett will be pleased about that as well. Because agree. I can't see Bennett really improving from that third position at the moment. We've seen plenty of times actually that the BMW actually does fall back a little bit towards the end of these races, especially Bennett in the redline BMW for whatever reason. He just seems to, as he said, if he qualifies well, I generally find myself in front of a lot of people from what we heard after the last race. So we're seeing that again almost, but it is getting more spread out. Top four even have about a second gap between one another. How many drivers do you think are going to get into finalist mode? I think it could be less than half the field before we end this round. I think it's going to be much less than half the field. Do you think? Yeah, no. I mean, let us know in chat how many you think. I mean, obviously here in the audience you can hold up some fingers and stuff. I kind of not one. I think it's going to be three. I think 3 drivers will get into finalist mode. What was that? Was that 2? It was 3. It was 3. I respect. John Monroe does not agree. We don't care. It's fine. No, I think around 3. I don't see it getting up to like 5 or 6. I think by that point you will see them win. Of course you can. It's not just about like winners and races. You can have multiple drivers in the same race getting into finalist mode. That can happen. Oh, and as you say, it probably will a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, it's not inconceivable right now that Chinchik continues the way he is, and he wins before anyone else even gets there. But we said time and time again, his strength is consistency, really, rather than outright race wins. Yeah, absolutely. Well, up to the chicane again. We'll refocus on the race. We're on board with Yuri Toman on the left. We're focused on Joshua Rogers in the battle for 6th position on the right-hand side of your screen. Yuri Toman giving a bit of a look towards Kevin Siggy, but struggling to find his way through. But this is where the overtake opportunity is. Look at how close Joshua Rogers is to the back of Joni Toomala. Is there going to be a move coming down into the first corner? Toomala's going to take the defensive line for the G2 Esports car, and Joshua Rogers is going to try and send it around the outside. No, he's going to kind of back out. Yuri Toman doesn't know. Look at this. Yeah, he decides to break late on the outside line. It goes right round the outside of Kevin Siggy. The two of them rubbing shoulders again, as they have done a fair few times so far here today. Rogers does the cutback as well. There'll be 2 dives in towards turn 3. He's on the inside in the Porsche with Joni Toomala on the outside as Yuri Toman confirms his place in 10th. Rogers and Toomala continue side by side. That's a brilliant move from Rogers. He's got to complete it here, coming down to the likes of Ford and Valvoline. No, but it's a bit of a squeeze. That was unnecessary from Rogers, but he is going to work his way back up into 6th position. There goes the Porsche Commander contingent. The claps are ahead as Joshua Rogers gets to 6th position. And is he going to instantly give it back? No, he's just a bit slow off the corner. Yeah, Toomala comes back at him, but as we saw earlier on, not able to go around the outside of the hairpin, and can't do it on Rogers either. In races 1 and 2, by the way, Rogers finished 6th in both of those. He clearly likes it. He likes it. I don't think Joshua Rogers likes 6th place. He's just gravitated towards it quite a lot at the moment, but there he is again. It's hard to see him gaining the time to get past Jajowski, though. No, I also agree on that one. Like you say, he's a little bit too far down the road. But there is still time left in this race. Not too much of it, though, because we're on the penultimate lap. I don't think Rogers is going to get to Jajowski, but Rogers just has to focus on defending from Toomala, score some decent points. Again, just consistently pick up 10 or so points in the races. Try and get the consistency built
of course, the next circuit we go to being Spa, we're doing back-to-back. And then we've got a bit of a palindrome going on here. We've got Monza, we've gone to Monza. We've gone, of course, to Hockenheimring, then Nürburgring, then Spa, and we do that in reverse, which I cannot believe.
Yeah, having seen that draw that we just saw a replay of that Ian did yesterday, you know, it's a remarkable coincidence. I wonder what the odds are of that happening, because it's a very strange pattern to have seen these races in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be
4 times 4 times 4?
Yeah, it'd be 1 to 4.
1 to 6
1
to
in 4. Yeah, to the power of. Yeah, it's not actually that crazy when you think about it.
Well, I mean, it's quite. If you could only once in 64 times is quite unlikely, I would say.
It is fairly unlikely. It is fairly unlikely. I mean, to be fair, someone in the chat is going to be like, actually, it was 1 in 317 million. I don't know. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not a mathematician. Look at those guns, though. James Baldwin's flying.
He is flying. He's been caught by Marcel Cintic, though. With that gap now below half a second. If this race maybe went on 2 laps longer, the Audi would benefit from that greatly, and the Mercedes wouldn't so much. But fortunately for Baldwin, it will end at the end of this one.
So as you can see, they're in the top right again. If things finish as they are, we remember Marcel Cintic would have to finish in P6 in the next one. Luke Bennett, if he finishes where he is, he needs to finish P3 in the next one to, sorry, the top 4 to move on into finalist mode. I can read. Don't start.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just read that first bit where it said winner P3. I was like, oh, he needs a top 3.
Well, top 3 wouldn't be bad either. He's done that already once today at the Hockenheim. He didn't get off to a great start at Monza, but is doing well now. Marcel Cintic's very close though. The gap only 2/10 of a second. Are we going to see some late drama here at the Nürburgring? Because James Baldwin's lead is all of a sudden looking fairly narrow.
Yeah, it's tight, but let's see if Marcel Cintic can do anything into the final corner and turn himself into Giga Marcel Cintic. At the moment, not quite enough. He's tried, but there's no hang move in the final corner. As we head through it, though, James Baldwin's going to come across the line, and he's going to win again at the Nürburgring. He did yesterday, and he's going to today. James Baldwin takes victory. Marcel Cintic, though, moving himself closer and closer to finalist mode, dragging with him Luke Bennett, as we'll head down to James Baldwin, because I think post-race, if there's anyone we want to catch up in this race, it's got to be Baldwin. What a drive it was. Ash is down with him.
I can't imagine with someone being right behind you what that feels like, especially for the last lap, James. Here with the race winner, congratulations. I mean, P1 yesterday, P2 round 6 here, P1 obviously here on the first and third race of the finals. What are your strengths here on this track? How are you doing so well? Like, what kind of notes are you taking back for the next one?
I don't know. I don't know. It just seems to be working here.
I hope everyone's writing this down in the Twitch chat.
Yeah. Hockenheim didn't go well at all. Monza was okay. Here's just suiting my driver style a bit more. Yeah. Marcel was right on the back of me at the end there, but yeah, like 1 lap pace and raw pace here seems good. I needed to manage my tyres a bit better in that one, but yeah, good. I'm really happy with that.
When you see Marcel in your side view, rear view mirror, 0.2 seconds away, what's going through your head? Are you on the defensive, or you're like, I need to just be clean and lay down the lap well?
Well, luckily it's a track you can't really overtake very easily at, so just focusing on my driving, hitting my apexes. But when the tyres are overheating, it's really hard to feel anything. So I was making quite a few mistakes towards the end, but just about did it. So yeah.
And how's the format been today, going kind of like race after race after race? Is that something you're kind of used to with all the practice you've done? Or?
No, this is completely new for everyone. Straight back-to-back races that could go on all night. I don't think it will, but it could do. So it's a completely new thing. So I guess it's a case of endurance as well as raw pace. So yeah, it's going to be good, though.
That's going to be great. Okay, we'll leave you for the next race 4. Congratulations on race 3. We're going to throw it back to the desk to see what Krim and Jazz think of this really close finish that James just had.
Well, there we have it. Krim 6, Nürburgring is done and dusted. James Baldwin has successfully managed to pull that one out of the bag. But things are a little bit tough right now for the side of Erhan Yuyovsky in particular, starting 3rd on the grid and then ending up finishing in 5th. Luke Bennett, however, pushing his way up from 4th into 3rd. Talk to me, how do you think that one shaped up?
Well, we got an interesting situation now, with McCormack finishing, last, right? It was sort of a, an area where the rest of the drivers can sort of make up for those first 2 races. Something that's kind of interesting, right, was James Baldwin just won that race, but he looked so exhausted to the point where he didn't even, he was not even looking happy. He wasn't celebrating or anything. So I think that the drivers are either really tired by now, or they know it's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Yeah.
So.
I'm curious to take a look at our overall standings, provisional, of course, for how everything is looking so far. Obviously, once we get into Spa and that one's concluded, we are at our halfway mark of today, which still means we're going to have another 4 tracks coming on up. You mentioned Dara McCormack being 1 point of focus, started off today at 8th, worked his way up to 4th. But when we start to talk a little bit more about his previous results over on Spa, in Katowice, he ended up being knocked out in the quarterfinals. Online, his results previously, he has won 1 race over on Spa, the other being knocked out in quarterfinals once again, but yesterday managed to finish 5th over on Spa. So it's a bit of a roller coaster of previous results for Dara McCormack. Do we think?
You know, there's something interesting, right? Remember, in order to win the championship, you have to win a race.
Yeah.
And guess who's won all the races today?
Well,
Mercedes. So it's an uphill battle for everyone else right now, okay?
I know that we were saying previously that he was locked in, dialed in, and was fully focused, sat there by himself as well. I feel like he needs a little bit of a mental reset heading into this next one.
I think he took a break right there.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Understandably so as well. I think on that note, inviting everybody to fill in our fun survey. We've been talking about it throughout the duration of the event, as well as online as well. We want to hear more about your thoughts. If you've been enjoying ESL R1, any improvements you might be making as well, so go ahead and type !survey in the chat and let us know how you're thinking and feeling. But also, I don't know about you.
There's a dog here. Sorry. I love dogs.
That is a beautiful dog as well.
That is a beautiful dog. Wow.
But yeah,
I love your dog, ma'am.
I also want to chit-chat a bit more about the Rennsport app too. I don't know about you, but I've been getting the live results on there as well. So to find out more, go ahead and download the app using !app as well to keep up to date with the latest results as well. But in case that explanation wasn't enough for you, I got a little something else. So check out the Rennsport app.
Sorry, I keep looking at the dog.
Okay, we've got a wave as well. If we have got a little bit of an explainer for our Rennsport app, then that would be fantastic. But if not, then no worries. I'd like to talk a little bit more about Spa with you, if that's possible. But before I do that, I want to get Lewis and Ewan, I want to get their thoughts and feelings as well, but we'll do that in just a little bit. Let's go ahead with our Rennsport app.
What's up, everybody? It is your ESL R1 host, Jasmine here, and I have the ability for you all to redeem your own digital collectible autograph from none other than the ESL R1 professional drivers themselves. So to collect those driver autographs, all you need to do, step 1, go ahead and download the Rennsport app. Step 2, make an account on the platform itself. And step 3, go ahead and hit collect autographs. Now this step is incredibly important because you can only select 3 autographs. So choose very wisely, because once you do, there is no going back. If you're joining us from live at the summit itself, go ahead and scan your event pass to get an extra special little badge on the autographs that you decided on. Make sure you go ahead and redeem those autographs following Sunday at 12 p.m.
Well, there we have it, gents. It is time for us to head on over into Spa. Anybody that knows me will know I'm a little bit of a stats gal. So breaking this one down even further, before I ask for your predictions, I'm going to go ahead and give mine so you can't steal it and you can't steal it. You probably wouldn't steal it anyway. But Marcel...
What's that about him?
I mean, I don't know. His predictions have been pretty good so far.
They have been.
They have been pretty good.
You're
but Marcel Chinchik.
I have no idea what I'm doing either. I'm just...
Me neither.
That's the guy that I really want to focus on, Marcel Chinchik. Taking a look at his prior results during the LAN series. Previously, in Katowice, managed to secure himself 3rd over on Spa. When we talk about this LAN event yesterday, managed to take away a win. So on that note, I feel like Marcel Chinchik's got this one in the bag. What about you? Prediction?
Dara McCormack. I think Dara McCormack's going to bounce back. I think, obviously, you know, bad qualifying, bad race, but I think realistically, I think he's going to find a little bit extra speed. I think he's going to bring it back. I think it's fine. I think Dara McCormack's got this.
Well, before I give my prediction, if your predictions are as bad as your livery list, then hopefully he didn't hear that. But I got probably James Baldwin or Luke Bennett. I got
just
two.
clap randomly.
I got two.
Hedging the bets. I've got no one left on the field now to choose.
Okay.
That's right. Just
Which
pick
one
McCormack with me. It's okay.
I was actually going to go for Chinchik, I'll say, before I say. With the ones left, I'm going to go for, well, I guess I'll double up. I'll go Baldwin as well.
Okay.
Based on the format, I think we're going to see two back-to-back victories today.
All right, well, on that note, gents, I'm going to leave you to it. Let's dive on into Spa.
Wow.
Let's then, yes, absolutely. It's fantastic to be back at Spa once more for another round of the ESL R1 Major here in Munich this afternoon. Welcome along to Championship Sunday, where Marcel Chinchik can get into finalist mode in this very race right now. Plenty of support in for him here this afternoon, and that's absolutely fantastic to see. Jasmine stealing my pick there, really, of Marcel Chinchik, but there we are. I think the motivation for him is massive in this one, though. He only needs a top 6, but because of that, he might even be able to win.
What's this one? The Marcel the
sneeze.
The sneeze. Oh, he has been in sneeze. He's got a bit of a cough as well.
Yeah.
We've got a James Marry Me. Oh my goodness, Yaroslav Honzik here with a James Marry Me. There we go. Goodness me. Poor guy. I don't know which way. Let's take a look at the overall standings though.
Yes, let's. This is where they are at this stage in the championship. Marcel Chinchik just 7 points away from finalist mode, which could allow him to win the whole event. Luke Bennett is still 26 points away. He can't quite get there for the moment, but can put himself into a position to do so. James Baldwin still 31 points away ahead of Darren McCormack, who didn't score any points in that last race. Hanyoski and Josh Rogers are there or thereabouts as well. Those guys in the bottom half have still got a long way to go.
Certainly so. What does Luke Bennett need to do to get through? Was it a top?
I don't think he can. You get 25 points for a race win.
Because of course he's 26 points off, so we can get to 159. The most awkward of numbers.
Yeah.
It's like you're so tantalisingly close to that all-important 160.
And what they could be doing for the next race is just preventing Marcel Chinchik from winning.
Yeah.
By any means. So,
exactly.
You know, it's that's going to be interesting. But I think your prediction is looking better and better with the fact that unless Chinchik, I think, goes, wins it first time he's got finalist mode and just does it immediately, I think we're going to see 3, maybe more drivers getting there.
Yeah, I think that the thing to remember with this is, we've said before, when you get into finalist mode, it effectively becomes 11 versus 1. You're the one, you're in finalist mode, you're taking on 11 drivers. For some teams, for the likes of Redline, for Luke Bennett, for the likes of RHG, here's Mehdi having some conversations with Race Control about some of the driving. And a cheeky track map of Suzuka there. What's that for?
I think this is the turn 1 incident they're talking about, because look at that replay there.
Oh,
that's on the way out.
I don't know why. Why did I say that was Suzuka?
I don't know. I didn't notice either. So
I can't believe you didn't pick up on that.
No. Well,
I know my track maps.
Yeah.
Cameron Rogers. Rolling in his grave?
Better. Unbelievably.
He's painfully good. I don't know race circuits, and I barely know what I'm doing at the best of times. That's going to get clipped. Fantastic.
Nice.
Thank you. Career's over.
Yeah, REG still chatting though to Race Control for whatever reason there at the moment. I don't know if we'll be able to have a chat with them to maybe hear what's happening down there at the moment. Actually, Ash milling around, but there's a little discussion going on between them, and I really do think this is the one between. The incident at turn 1 on lap 1. Ash is down there though. We can chat with her now and see what's going on.
We know in the final it's going to be contentious no matter what happens. So, of course, Race Control is the hottest spot to be. RAG talking about the previous race, what has happened here. They're just discussing, obviously no hotheads here, being very fair, explaining exactly what happened, how to prevent it previously, and things like that. So props to Race Control and the team leads for making sure there's some good dialogue going on between. So I'm going to shoot it back to you guys at the desk.
There we go.
Yeah, RHG clearly unhappy, I think, about the penalty, really. But then again, when you get penalties in these races, there's not a lot you can do about it afterwards because it's happened, really. So don't really know why discussions were still going on. I guess they're still making a point. But
yeah.
In the driver's briefing this morning, by the way, they did say, Race Control, that the penalties could well be harsher today because there's a kind of carry-on from yesterday, and they obviously don't want to see people hitting each other. So, we could well see that over the course of the day.
Yeah, certainly so. Yeah, like I say, obviously a few discussions with race control. Of course, yes, we are in qualifying, by the way. Erhan Yovski is the first of the drivers to do so. 2 minutes 16.3 was the fastest time yesterday by Marcel Chinchik, and it was a fantastic lap time once again. He has been looking really, really strong, and of course, he did end the day by taking a victory as well. He's got confidence coming into this, but his teammate Erhan Yovski looking to try and do something special. And of course, if Marcel Chinchik is strong around here, let's remind us, if he gets into finalist mode, we've got back-to-back races at Spa.
Absolutely, so he will be very difficult to beat. Is he just a couple of races away from winning the first ESL R1 major, or is that too soon? We'll wait and see. Erhan Yovski's going to set the benchmark though as his teammate to 17.1, which is miles away. That will be a slowdown, you'd think. The lap record round here of 14.2, that was set by Josh Rogers online. But also Chinchik, as you've just seen, has got the best lap this weekend.
Let's see if James Baldwin can do something special and set the crowd off just a touch. James Baldwin's coming into the final sector, 59.8 in the middle. It's pretty decent. 38.8 in the first is okay as he comes up towards the line again. 2:17.1 to beat. He'll surely beat that, but is it going to be a 2:14.4? That's pretty decent. Like I say, only about a tenth of what we were seeing yesterday. I don't think it'll be good enough for pole, but still.
Look who's last, though, at the moment. That order does seem to change sometimes as we're going through.
That's true.
Because at the moment, they've not set off yet, so when they do, sometimes they move around. So Chinchik might not be last, but he will certainly be down towards the back of our order here. That could be an exciting finale to our fourth qualifying session of the day. Enzo Benito makes his way out of the final corner now and over the line. It's a 14.5 from him, and he'll go second.
Yeah, not bad lap time. Here comes Joshua Rogers, though, of course, after the difficulties in the previous race, the start of the race, particularly where he dropped back. He worked his way forward. He's had difficulties in qualifying back at the Hockenheim ring as well. What's he doing around here? Sectors are looking okay. 59.8 in the middle sector again. Not amazing, but still in kind of keeping of what Baldwin did. He might well be able to sneak his way onto provisional pole as he comes out through the final corner. The Porsche Coanda man, the Australian, will cross the line. Where will he go? It's good enough for second. Onto the front row alongside James Baldwin provisionally. Marco Pajic up next, and then Dara McCormack.
Couple of Mercedes coming up. We've seen how strong they are so far today, and Marco Pajic's middle sector is looking very spicy indeed. 59.7 for him. What can he do? Is he? Oh, that's wide into the final corner. It was going so well for him. He might have just thrown it all away at the end. He doesn't seem to show much emotion about it, but I don't think it's going to be up towards the front anymore. Fourth place. Those 2 tenths there, that 10.5 may well have been lost right there.
Oh, that was going to be the pole time, or at least the provisional pole time. Let's see if Dara McCormack can do kind of in keeping in that second sector with what had just been set by Marco Pajic. If he doesn't mess up that final chicane, it might well be pole position for the Irishman. He's the 6th driver to come across the line. It's slightly better through the bus stop as he sends it through, pushes it towards the line, and you can see the frustration. He knows he's made a mistake in that final sector, but is it going to be enough to push him further up? No, just ahead of Pajic, only good enough for 4th, and again, it's the final sector where they're losing all that time in that final chicane.
There's so much. I don't know what you were like as a qualifier in this situation, but when you know you're on a good lap and you're coming up to the final corner, you suddenly lose all ability in everything.
Yeah,
and you can lose time very, very quickly. Yuri Toman is coming towards that final braking zone as well. There's caught a couple out in the last couple of moments. He has a bit of a slide on the way out as well by the looks of it there. The Czech driver will probably slot in somewhere in the middle. It will be 4th position, only 100th off of Benito in 3rd.
Yeah, goodness me, this is looking pretty close considering it's a 2-minute 14 lap. It's the longest lap we do throughout the running and for all 4 races that we do. The fact that the top 5 are separated by a tenth of a second. Do we have more drivers to chuck within that tenth of a second? Of course, McCormack just slightly outside of it. Can Joni Tormala be one to add to that? Again, the sector times are saying, yes, we can. What can he do across the line? Joni Tormala will come up to it. He'll cross the line and he'll go to 3rd for G2 Esports.
Such a long circuit, but such small margins. The top 7 separated by a 10.5 as things stand. Moritz Lerner looking to join them, but it's going to be difficult for him with that middle sector. A 1:0 is still very quick, but it is a couple of tenths away from what you'd expect. Into that final braking zone, he will go now for the driver. Currently 8th in the driver's standings. He'll make his way over the line very shortly. It'll probably be a mid-14 somewhere around here, but 6th position. It's actually very good. Wow, that middle sector has really counterbalanced the first and last.
I mean, all six drivers at the moment are within a tenth of a second, and it could be more than this. Look at these sector times coming in from Marcel Chinchik. He is turning into Giga Marcel. Coming into the final sector, he's going well in the first. He's a little bit up on Baldwin. He's a little bit up on Baldwin in the second as well. This could be the pole time. He set the fastest lap around here yesterday. And Marcel Chinchik looking to try and get himself into finalist mode. He'll come up towards the line, and it's good enough for Ball. And it's absolutely breathtaking. 2 minutes, 14.347. Stunning lap time from the Hungarian.
The fastest lap time we've seen all weekend here at Spa, and only half a tenth away from the fastest lap we've ever seen on Rennsport at this circuit. Kevin Siggy makes his way through the final couple of turns as well now, as 2 Team Redline BMWs will end out our session. He's already not pleased. It's 9th place for the Slovenian.
Yeah, one more left to do then, and it's Luke Bennett. Does he have anything in the tank? Again, sectors are okay. It could be good enough for the front row here. And again, for a driver who's just on the cusp of getting into finalist mode, he can't quite do it in this race, we believe, but he's going to be fairly close, fairly possible to do so. If he can do it in a couple of races, maybe he'll be challenging Marcel Chinchik. Our pole sitter at the moment, out through the final corner. Here comes Luke Bennett. You can see a bit of frustration. That final chicane pains again, and it ends up in 9th. Oh my goodness.
Wow, 6 thousandths behind McCormack, and not a big gap to the rest either. But it's Marcel Chinchik who has more than a tenth over the rest here. There he is. As I said, oh, well, he will give us a smile and a thumbs up for us. Marcel Chinchik will be on pole position for the 4th race here today at Spa. Let's take a look at your VRS starting grid for this round of the ESL R1 Major. It's Erhan Yajoski with that slowdown bringing up the rear. Marko Pejic less than 3 tenths away, still only good enough for 11th. Kevin Siggy and Luke Bennett will make up an all red line row 5 with Darren McCormack and Moritz Lerner just outside at the top half. Yuri Toman and Enzo Benito are on row 3 ahead of, just behind of Yuri Toman and Josh Rogers, with James Baldwin and Marcel Chinchik on the front row. Marcel Chinchik with the only driver possible to get into finalist mode after this race. He only needs a top 6. He's doing himself a big favour here with pole position at Spa.
Yes, indeed, and could well be, in just 1 race time, the first of our finalist. He could be the first driver to get himself into finalist mode, the first driver to get himself 160 points. Here's another look at the Drivers' Championship.
Marcel Chinchik 7 points away from finalist mode. Luke Bennett 26 behind, with James Baldwin another 5 back. Then it's Darren McCormack, Erhan Yajoski, Josh Rogers. Moritz Lerner just outside the top half there with Yuri Toman in 8th. Yoni Toman has qualified well here. He's down in 9th in the standings. Had a Marko Pejic, Kevin Siggy and Enzo Benito. Interesting to note Tormula's qualifying position there. He's on row 2 and does need to make up points. So this is a prime opportunity for him.
Now, every single race we go through, the tensions rise bit by bit. Starts out the day, there's a little bit of tension in the air, but everyone's fairly calm. We get through the first couple of races. Suddenly, someone's getting closer to finalist mode. We could be just 2 races out from being done here and from crowning our champion. We could be a lot more. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, here in Munich at the Rennsport Summit, let's make some noise. All right, race coming up. There we go. Look, we can see quite a few. Let everyone that's here, if you haven't made a note on the back of your spotter's guide, let's start making some notes because we're seeing some good ones.
That's how they're doing it. Oh, I see now. Yeah, well done. Well, good thinking. I would never have got there.
Where else are they getting the paper from?
Well, that's what I was wondering.
You're a baffling man. My goodness me. James Baldwin, nice. James Goatwin. I think Baldwin is better, but you know, Goatwin's pretty good, pretty good. R8G, the real Gs. Well, we'll see about that if they can make their way through into finalist mode. What's over the other side? Again, it's still Giga Marcel. What have you seen?
We love you, Toman, and a picture of a toe.
Oh, I see. No, do you know what? I was looking at that. I was like, has someone stubbed their toe or something? Like, oh, no, toe man. Yeah, okay. No, that's partially terrible. Again, mouse over this side. This side needs to work a little bit harder. You started out quite well, but we need a little bit more when it comes to what's written. So start thinking about it. The race, though, is coming up. And, of course, it's a race at the legendary Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. We love this place.
We absolutely, well, yeah, sometimes. Not in July, always. Let's get going, then, once again for race 4 of the ESL R1 Summit here today. The lights will be coming on right now here at Spa. Let's see, Marcel Chinchik and James Baldwin on the front row. It's Baldwin with a good start, actually, on the outside line, in towards La Source. Contact in the midfield with Darren McCormack and Moritz Lerner, as down towards turn 1 goes Marcel Chinchik, who will take the lead. He's too deep into the corner though. James Baldwin nearly gets alongside him. It's Rogers, Tormler, and just behind them.
Oh my goodness me! That's a massive one!
Huge crash between multiple drivers. McCormack's involved with Lerner, and I think Yuri Toman as well.
Yeah, that was about 7 cars involved in all of that, so we might well just have 5 for the race lead. It certainly was. Wow, wow, wow. Here comes James Baldwin, though, to the outside of Marcel Chinchik. It could be 3 wide as well, because this could be a big turning point in the championship for the likes of Joshua Rogers. Straight around the outside for James Baldwin. That was a fantastic move.
Fantastic. James Baldwin takes the lead through Lecombe for the first time. Marcel Chinchik realises his situation. He's in the top 5 right now. That's exactly where he needs to be. There's a big gap to 7th place, and so he will be going into finalist mode as things stand. Meanwhile, further back, Bennett and Siggy are battling side by side, and Payich is getting dragged into all that as well. In the second group, we've not seen a start like that all season long.
No, certainly not. I'm going to say, to be fair, you kind of expect it in events like this where you're going to see that tough stuff. I've got to say, I think someone, I'm not sure who, but I think someone might have squeezed Moritz Lerner into the into the wall.
From what I could see in that live pitch, I know it's difficult live, but someone just seemed to drive into the wall. I didn't think anyone got
maybe it was.
side by side.
I think it was Lerner. That was
somebody hit the wall anyway, and it caused a monumental crash. Lerner, Toman, and McCormack were the ones most heavily involved. How must McCormack be at this stage now after having won 2 races? The dream start, and he's not scored a point since.
I think he's in a position where he might need a hug. And I think he's in the position where after this race, when we do have another little break, I think he'll be out of the rig, to be perfectly honest. Let's see if Enzo Benito might be able to make a move. Yoni Tormler is the one feeling the pressure. This is the battle for 4th position. Tormler hanging on to it at the moment. The G2 Esports driver, Enzo Benito, looking to the outside as they come down towards the chicane. The number 37 is trying to send it in, but it is going to be Yoni Tormler. But look at this, Joshua Rogers trying to make a move in the foreground.
Marcel Chinchik is going backwards so far in this one. We know the Audi goes stronger as we go on in these races, but Josh Rogers looks to take advantage while he still can. Outside line in towards turn 1 for him. He goes right the way round. He'll get the space on the exit, and they'll run side by side down the hill.
Surely Marcel Chinchik's not going to leave this one side by side coming down towards Eau Rouge and Radion. A lot of space being given there from Rogers just in case. He drops actually in behind Marcel Chinchik. 1 second lead for James Baldwin as they head over the crest of the hill at Radion. Joshua Rogers has now got the slipstream, has now got the overtake potential coming down to Lake Calm.
It'll be neck and neck in towards the braking zone. Tormler and Benito not going to get involved. I don't think Chinchik's going to be able to hold him back. I think he may have even just lifted off slightly as well. Marcel Chinchik realises his situation right now. He knows that a top 6 is good enough to get finalist mode. There's no need to be involved in this.
I think Joshua Rogers does have some fans. What if he could take a win at the legendary circuit de Spa-Francorchamps? What if he could reignite his hopes of being the first ever champion on Rennsport in ESL R1? This could be the turning point. A bit of drama has happened behind, and he is taking advantage of it. Has about a second to close down to catch James Baldwin, and trust me, there is enough time in this race.
There certainly is, with about 3/4 of a second between them. At the moment, Rogers is still 53 points away from finalist mode, so he'll take at least 3 races to get there. That's going to be a little bit worrying because, as things stand, Chinchik will be there by race 5.
But remember, from this point on, if Marcel Chinchik gets into finalist mode, which, let's be honest, right now is really likely, because of where he is. He's in that top 5. He doesn't need to risk anything. To be fair, right now, he doesn't need to risk anything because he's going to be in finalist mode almost regardless inside this top 5. It doesn't matter whether he's 1st or 4th or 5th, or it doesn't matter. But remember, to win the competition, if he's in finalist mode, he has to win the race. It doesn't matter about points after that. It is only about winning and taking home 45,000 euros in that fantastic trophy behind us.
Luke Bennett getting very close to Hanioski at the moment. There is the graphic on the top right just explaining that top 6 is all Marcel Chinchik needs right now. Bennett didn't decide to go for it on Hanioski on that occasion. Don't forget, those two made contact in the last race in towards turn 1 on lap 1. RAG got a penalty for that, and they weren't particularly pleased. They're about to come together again.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was preemptive. They're about to come together again. Oh my goodness, you're expecting contact?
They're about to battle again.
Okay, let's go with that. We'll see if there is going to be contact on this occasion. Yovsky hanging on to that 6th position. He's 2.6 seconds off the rear end of Benito. Obviously, he was caught up, but lightly in all of that that contact. I'd love to see, I'd love to see replay again and again and again of that, because I kind of get the feeling that it's one of those things that we'll see 1,000 times and think, hang on.
Still not working out.
There's still, what has happened in here? Let's see if Bennett's going to make the move, though. I don't think he's close enough.
No, not in towards Lecom this time. In fact, nobody is on this occasion. It's the top 9 who are really battling with each other. Lerner just off the back of that. Then there's McCormack. And if you're wondering why Yuri Toman is so far off the back, he's taken his drive-through penalty now that was due to reckless driving. I wonder whether he's been adjudged to be at fault for that lap 1 incident.
There is potential. It's reckless driving, and it was a straight drive-through as well, and it's very quick as well.
Exactly, and that's why I think it was, because it's probably the most severe penalty we've seen this weekend.
Yeah,
so,
especially when you see something like reckless driving, it's for something which is definitely over the line. There's no judgment about it. And like I say, I think someone might have squeezed Lerner into the barrier, and I think that might have been then Yuri Toman.
You might be right. That's not what but obviously, you know.
We had a tough angle.
When you see things live, it's hard to work out anyway, in my opinion, anyway. So, so there we are. Toman might well have been adjudged to be at fault for that one. It was certainly the most severe crash we've seen all weekend, though. We're talking about the most severe penalty. It was a huge one, taking out 7 of the 12 drivers taking to the grid here for race 4. Quite remarkable, really. That we've seen so much. Toman, that's why he's so far back at the moment. At the moment, it's still James Baldwin who's leading. Then it's Josh Rogers and Marcel Chinchik, Yoni Tourmala, excuse me, and Enzo Benito inside the top 5. They've still got 3 seconds over the rest of the field.
Have you ever caused a crash that's taken out half the field in your sim racing career, in air quotes? It's very much a career in air quotes.
Caused plenty of crashes, but not with so many drivers, I don't think, no.
I've definitely absolutely wiped out half the field in one race, and it was because I didn't realise we were 3 wide. And guess it was Andy Yovsky. Sorry, mate. Whoopsie. But no, seriously, it was quite a large crash, sorry. But no, of course, this kind of level, when you've only got 12 drivers on the grid, there is that occasion where sometimes, if you do get a crash, especially coming down here, you've got like a couple of gaps in the barrier, and occasionally you can just, accidentally squeeze them into the barrier.
Marcel Chinchik getting very close to Josh Rogers. At least he was on the run down the hill towards Eau Rouge. I don't think he's had the greatest run up the hill, actually, because he's dropped back again, and don't think he's going to be able to go through either. There is over the shoulder of Marco Pejic right now, who's trying to go through on Luke Bennett. There's the look from Chinchik. There's no interest in going through, though.
No, everyone's calming down a little bit halfway through the race. Once they're halfway round this lap, still plenty of time left to go. James Baldwin holding the advantage and holding a decent advantage. He's been closed in a little bit by Joshua Rogers, but nothing too major, and it is still 5 for the race lead. Let's have a look. So a question from the chat, and again, you can all get your questions in to us. Does second have to hit finalist and win, or is it over if someone wins overall?
Do you know what that means?
No, I'm just going to explain this very, very quickly. Does second have to... Okay, so basically, if you hit finalist, if you're the top of the points, you get to 160 points, you go into finalist mode. We can have the entire grid, technically, in finalist mode. So if you're in second in the standings, again, you have to still get to 160 points. Third, you still have to get to 160 points. And so once you're in finalist mode, then the next race you win the competition. I understand it can be a little bit confusing, but trust me, it will make more sense as we go on. But yes, effectively, it's just about, at the moment, you've got to treat the competition in 2 stages. First stage, get to 160 points. Second stage, win a race.
Absolutely, it is as simple as that, and it will be for Marcel Chinchik, you would imagine. There's a look over the shoulder of Marco Pejic as he is on the back of Luke Bennett at the moment in a bit of a red line sandwich with Luke Bennett and Kevin Siggy on either side of him.
It's a Mercedes sandwich with red line bread. I know you've said that just to try and get...
I have. Yuyovsky is at the front of this group in this battle for 6th place. The 4 of them will go through the final corner and go on to lap 5 absolutely together. Surely Pejic will be looking for a move soon, but Bennett at the moment is still making his life fairly difficult there. 7th place is only going to get him 6 points.
I can tell you said that just to rile me up, because as you said it, you looked over at me with this cheeky little grin. Oh my goodness me. No, if you've got something between 2 things, then it's the middle thing sandwich. All right?
Just annoyed you.
Just to clarify, James Baldwin leads, Joshua Rogers and then Marcel Chinchik slightly further back, but a slightly better run over the top. But I've got to say, Yoni Tourmala is really getting back into the mix. I know you brought this up a bit before, but with 3 laps left to go, go. Also, how is this? When we've spoken about BOP again and again and again, yes, I know the instant at the start of the race, but what do we have at the front? We've got a Mercedes, followed by a Porsche, followed by an Audi, followed by a BMW. Hello.
Absolutely, at a really variable circuit as well that really tests loads of different kind of characteristics of these cars. You've got the high-speed corners like Pouhon and Eau Rouge and Raidillon. You've got the long Kemmel straight, of course, to test the straight line speed, but it also gets a little bit slow and technical at some points as well. There's the hairpin at Rivage or Bruxelles or whatever you want, and the bus stop chicane as well, which is a big braking zone at the very end of the lap. It really is a very well-rounded circuit. It is still these 5 at the front. Benito beginning to struggle for pace. He will be finishing 5th in all likelihood, but still down in last in the standings.
Yeah. Let's see how close it's going to be coming down to that bus stop chicane. Look at the slide that Marcel Cinchic's got coming into Lefania, just pushing it a little bit hard on the rear. Let's see if it's going to do the same thing coming into Campus. It is a little slippery coming in. I wonder if there's a little bit of overheating on the tyres maybe, or maybe it's just the way he drives. I've not seen him slide around that much. We know one person that's not sliding really, and that's James Baldwin.
I was going to say, it might well be the way that he's driving really, because he's very much... You very much have to do that. We both drove the Audi on Thursday, and you know, you're sliding around all over the place, and the best drivers especially are sort of controlling that slide. They're holding it a little bit longer. If you were in one of these cars as kind of a non-professional driver, if you're driving Rennsport for the first time maybe, you would try and rectify that slide very quickly and then sort of carry on, if you like. But these drivers are sort of intentionally holding it as long as possible, letting it go on for as long as possible, and coming out of the corners in that manner. So, you know, I don't think that's too much to worry about as far as I can see, but he's struggling a little bit. One driver who's certainly not is Josh Rogers in second, beginning to apply that pressure.
Yeah, certainly so. What would the cheers be like if he can get around James Baldwin for the race lead? That would be quite a breathtaking scenario. 2 of the absolute best drivers, the drivers that have won literally just the most accolades in sim racing possible. They don't see each other too much on circuit, but James Baldwin and Joshua Rogers, if there's things that have been won on their respective platforms, it has been won. Look at this, Joshua Rogers getting close. He's going to try and go around the outside for the race lead. He's not quite close enough to try it, though. It's Porsche versus Mercedes right at the front on the penultimate lap here, and Marcel Cinchic's back in the fight.
He certainly is. Josh Rogers needs to stay close over this penultimate lap and do that again, but a little bit better in the final lap as far as I can see, because that Porsche is only getting stronger as this race goes on. What really impressed me about that as well, though, was the straight line speed at the very top end from the Porsche was very, very good, and Baldwin, I think, had to defend very late, almost as if he didn't expect to be attacked on that lap.
Yeah, I mean, it did happen quite, because it was 0.3 of a second going over Raidillon. Yeah. By the time they got up towards Les Combes, there was absolutely nothing between the pair of them. So we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be any more repercussions for that. We've got one more lap after this. We've got one more run down into the bus stop, or 2 more runs down to the bus stop. We've got one more run up towards Les Combes, and that is opportunities galore for Joshua Rogers to try and take what would be a hallmark victory here this weekend for him and for Porsche Coanda. Yes, I know he won on Saturday, but this would be a big one to win on Sunday, to win something on Sunday, to start pushing himself back towards the top of the title chase. He's out wide, though, going through Stavelot.
As I mentioned, he's still more than 50 points away from finalist mode, which does come at 160 points, so that's something to watch out for. Marcel Cinchic gave it a little go into Malmedy on that occasion, forcing Rogers to defend slightly. That's allowed Joni Tumala to close in as well in the BMW. He thinks about it at the final chicane, but he won't try it. It will all happen in towards Les Combes.
Yeah, certainly so. And once again, out wide, I think James Baldwin went. He's feeling the pressure from Joshua Rogers. Up towards the source they go. There is surely going to be no fighting between the pair of them going into La Source, but it will last its way down towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon. It will last its way up towards Les Combes. A little bit of a mistake, yeah, from the pair of them, but I think that might be them getting a better run down the hill as well.
Possibly, yeah. I think Baldwin was focusing braking so late there that Rogers sort of followed him, almost tunnel vision-like. Cinchic got pretty close, but I still think the Porsche Coanda driver is close enough. Over the top at Raidillon, he's a bit wild, a bit ragged there. He almost resigns himself to second, does he? He'll be in the slipstream here, but I don't think he's got the run to overtake James Baldwin at the moment. Up towards Les Combes, his best opportunity is going to be behind him very soon, and James Baldwin might be on his way to his second race win in a row.
Yeah, and looking really, really strong. All Mercs at the moment taking victories today. Could Porsche end that streak right now as we head down the hill, begin this enormous descent, going through Rivage, through X-Curve, through the likes of Pouhon, and then there is that final opportunity opportunity down towards the bus stop chicane, where if Joshua Rogers is brave, if he is close, if he is even remotely close enough, has the slightest whiff, he has to go for it.
He absolutely does. Fru Pu on there will go for the final time. High-speed corner, absolutely committed as much as possible in towards the camper chicane, or pit path if you like, and then Stavilo, the run towards the bus stop, that's where it's all going to happen. The commitment through Bonchemont as well is going to be quite fantastic.
I think Joshua Rogers needs to start banging his knee on more things at this pace. Goodness me, he's absolutely flying right now, but I just don't think it's going to be enough to dethrone this Mercedes at the front. James Baldwin's been almost perfect throughout this race. It's been the odd little mistake, the odd little crack, and yes, I know this group might have got fortunate by that enormous crash they had behind, but the top 5 have been perfect throughout all of this, and James Baldwin is looking to push himself even further ahead.
Well, we've seen a double race winner already here this afternoon in the second day of the ESL R1 Major in Munich, but James Baldwin is about to add his name to that list. Rogers too far away. It will be Tomala and Chinchik side by side into the final chicane as well, as James Baldwin comes out the final corner to win race 4 at Spa. It's victory for the second time in 2 races for the British driver. Mercedes have their winner once again. 4 Mercedes wins indeed, with Rogers, Tomala and Chinchik just behind. A fantastic race 4 we've seen. Marcel Chinchik, though, has done enough. He is the first driver and only driver so far to be in finalist mode, and Ash is standing by with him now.
Finalist mode, I mean, not to put any more pressure on you, knowing that finalist mode and what that means, but the next race is Spa again. How is your strategy going to change, or like, what's the mindset going into the next race with finalist mode?
I don't know, really. Like, always trying to give the best, and yesterday Spa was a really good track for me, and today seemed like the gain on the qualifying. On the race I had a bit slower pace than in front of me Joshua and James, but I just wanted to keep the P3 to enter the finalist mode, so yeah.
Yesterday, after the team just did so well, what did you guys do? Did you have a chance to celebrate a little, or did you go straight back into strategy for day 2? Were you able to celebrate a little bit?
We had a beer, let's say. That was the first, but after that...
Just one, or?
Just one, yeah, just one, yeah. After that, we talked about the strategy in the evening, but not a lot, because we didn't really plan a lot of things, just to go faster and be the best, so yeah, that was it.
And when you see 2 drivers battling in front of you from time to time, how's the best place, like, how do you take advantage of that moment, them losing time because of the defense and offense, and you see that? When do you know what to do?
That's a good question. I don't know, because I have to be all the time P1 and win the race, but all the others gonna try to defend against me now, very hard for sure. So it's gonna be crazy, I guess, but I will try my best.
Absolutely. Congratulations on making it finalist mode. Now, Spa is coming up again the way we pick the tracks. And it's personally one of my favorites, so I don't mind. But Jazz and Krim, what are your favorite tracks to watch?
I'll be honest, Krim, I've kind of been enjoying some Monza. I feel like because...
Actually, yeah.
They've kind of been put on the spot here.
But Spa is always the greatest.
Which one do you think is the most hectic?
Spa.
Okay, is that why...
What's the best? Spa.
Just because it's hectic, or
Spa.
your fave to drive in?
Spa.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. It's the best track ever, okay? I can't even think right now.
All right.
No, I was just messing with you. But can we talk about how Baldwin, right? Did he just go back to back?
Baldwin is pulled it out the bag, some might say.
I mean...
I think we should take a look at our results,
okay.
Give a little bit of context as to what we are talking about. So with our starting grid, my prediction has just gone in the bin. Marcel Chinchik, despite starting first on the starting grid, has dropped down to 3rd. James Baldwin, though, as you mentioned, pushed it on up to 1st place as well. Was that expected, anticipated? Was that your prediction?
Well, Baldwin, I said Baldwin/Bennett, but see, here's the thing. I want Bennett to win, but I think Baldwin's going to win. So that's why I made that prediction. But at the end of the day, 4 for 4 Mercedes. So even though Marcel got finalist mode, that was the easy part.
It was the
easy part. He's got to win now.
The pressure is on now, though. How do the teams kind of address this? How do the drivers address this now? Is it going to be people purposefully maybe trying to try their luck and potentially cause collisions along the way?
Well, I think that's why we have race control over there.
High risk, high reward, though.
I don't know if they're is a severe consequence to doing that, but I'm looking over there, and those guys definitely power lift on the daily. So I would not want to test them. But yeah, Baldwin, he's on fire. McCormack, again with the hit or miss. You know, Redline, they're trying their best with the BMWs, but the best thing that I've seen is Rogers' ability to overtake. He's getting the absolute most out of that car.
Well, I think on the topic of Baldwin, let's see how far off the finalist mode he ends up being here as well. Marcel Chinchik, of course, already in finalist mode, which means the very next race, if Marcel Chinchik can pull it out of the bag and take away a victory, he will be our ESL R1 driver champion winner. James Baldwin, not too far behind, though, as well. At the very start of, before this Spa race, rather, Marcel Chinchik was on 153 points, which means, you know, he wasn't necessarily the furthest away, too far off. James Baldwin, though, before this race took place, was on 129 points. So trusty victory has pushed him on up. I know Luke Bennett was certainly one of the drivers we wanted to focus on and anticipated would take away the victory.
Yep.
How do you think his performance was during that race?
Well, you know what's interesting with the BMW and Bennett's situation, Redline's situation, is I don't know if he's having an off day or the drivers of the other cars are extracting more out of their cars. So I don't know what's really going on, but we should probably go look at the times from yesterday compared to today.
Yeah.
Because something weird is going on in, you know, the BMW. So.
In the wonderful mind of Luke Bennett. But if he can survive and make it until Nürburgring, maybe he'll be able to make a comeback, especially considering his previous results on that.
He's got to start racking up points in this next race no matter what, because now the pressure is on. This is where we're going to see, you know, who's a contender and who's a pretender.
Diamonds are formed under pressure, Krim. But my question for you is, once again, we're running it back to Spa. Having a second chance, as it were, to right your wrongs, given the fact that you're racing once again on the track that you didn't necessarily put the best performance up on, is that a benefit?
Well,
playing it back to back, being able to drive on the track back to back?
I would say if you're, that's a tough one. I don't know, because these drivers are definitely exhausted, okay? And keep in mind, like, they are going, how many races? We're 4 races in? And
4 races in.
We could potentially be here for a while. So, you know, we got, McCormack was sleeping after the second race. That should say enough. So at the end of the day, it's probably gonna help, but I don't know. I truly don't know. That was a good question. You've absolutely stumped me.
Well, I did mention that Monza so far has been my favorite to watch as well. So for everybody tuning in, let us know what your favorite track has been so far. Let us know your thoughts on Monza too, !social in the chat as well. And remember to use the hashtag ESL R1. I want to find out and hear whether or not people agree. Do they like Monza? Are we liking what we're seeing? Anything really taking you by surprise? How about you, Krim?
Well, not a fan of Monza. Not a fan of Monza because it's one of those tracks where, you know, I don't have much experience, but that's not the reason why I dislike it. I dislike it because it's 2 dimensions. It reminds me of the roads in America, you know, as easy as possible almost, but it does provide the absolute best racing.
All right, well, I'm certainly excited to get things started with our next race over on Spa. But before we do that, I want to pay a little bit of a visit to my good friends over there. We've got FaZe Blaze as well as yourself. Ash, homies, how's it going over here?
Take a seat.
Thank you.
Contender or pretender, Crim6? Modern day Shakespeare. I just wanted to give a quick shout out for those of you watching at home. ESL put together this amazing spotters guide, which tells you exactly who's driving which car, in case you get a little bit confused. You can find this over at any of ESL R1's socials, on their Instagram store, on their Twitter account. You can download it and look at it for yourself. Which one of these liveries is your favorite one, Miss Ash?
Oh, I mean, like, obviously G2 looks great, not biased whatsoever. I mean, even Tormula makes it look great while racing it, so I'm going to go G2.
No, see, I thought that just looking at the pictures would do them justice. It definitely does not. So on that note, let's go ahead and take a look at some liveries with the beautiful Unreal Engine, with the beautiful beauty shots we have of all of those liveries as well. And then you can give me your decision, taking a very look at the first one. We've got G2. How do we think and feel about that one?
I mean, it's a beautiful livery. I mean, I love the BMW too. It's such a nice car. Not my favorite livery though. I'm not gonna lie, but it's nice. It's nice for sure.
What are we rating it out of 10 for the two of you? You can reference
10,
the image as well.
I'll give it an 8.5.
Oh, we're going to start some beef on Twitter because of that. No, definitely a 10 on my end.
Okay. The winky face as well.
How about you?
I don't remember what I did during my livery rating.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, because I did the rankings, but I did like Giga Chad,
Well, give me this. Is it one of your favorites or is it one of your...
Yeah, I kind of like it.
Nice.
I kind of like it. I think I would give it maybe like a 7, 8. I have got some more favorites though. I have got some more favorites.
Okay.
But on that note, let's go ahead and take a look at the next one. We've got the Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports Team livery. How do we think?
I mean, that's a nice looking car. It's got the AMG 1 part on the back. I mean, it's nice. Again, it's not one of my favorites. If I had to give it a rating, probably an 8 out of 10, but I mean, all these cars look so nice. The game's beautiful, so yeah.
Okay, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I was going to go with an 8 as well. I mean, I know I wear all black because I'm from New York City, but I mean, I love the touch of pink on there. It's a very, like, a nice accent, and then as it fades into the gray in the front, I think it's a nice 8.
See, the way I kind of addressed and tackled the whole rating of liveries was based off of, would I want to be seen IRL driving this?
Okay.
So basing it off of that, you're still going to stick with an 8?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I would personally give it a little bit higher. I think it looks super clean. I think the colors look beautiful.
Sure.
Very, very professional as well. On to our next livery, I guess.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to need you to full focus on this one and let me know your thoughts and feelings about the livery. I'm not sure if you have a good enough view or a good enough angle of it, but
Looking over there at that monitor.
you're looking over there. Okay, all right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our next livery.
Ooh, what is this?
Oh, I love it. A little neon going action happening.
Wait, what? Which car is this?
I'm going to let you just react. Just live react and let me know what you think of it.
Oh my god.
I'm obsessed.
Wait, what?
Speaking of New York City and the neon and Times Square and stuff like that, that is absolutely so cool. Tron a little bit vibes, you know?
Yeah, definitely Tron
Yeah.
vibes, definitely, yeah. Wow, beautiful.
11 out of 10.
I love the color coordination with like the pink,
Yes.
purple, and the blue. It works so well. Gives me very Miami vibes.
Oh,
huh?
yeah.
Okay.
Miami
I-
Vice action, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot of color to kind of digest and take a look at. I can indeed reveal, I made that livery.
No way.
I did.
Okay. We got a future livery designer here.
Thanks, homies. Yeah, basically, as soon as I was like in a meeting with ESL, and I was like, oh yeah, I did game design. So I used to make games. I did like
No way.
Yeah, I did programming. I did 3D. You name it, I did it. And as soon as I was just like, oh yeah, we should get everybody to make a livery, they were like, you have to make a livery now, especially after I gave all of the teams so much flack.
You gotta back up what you say, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And I think you did. That was
Put your money where your mouth is, right? Okay, so give me
All
the
right,
rate.
so what would you rate?
Yeah,
the livery?
exactly. Let's pretend I didn't tell you.
I'll start, okay?
Yeah, go on.
If you hadn't told me that you were the one that made it,
Yes.
I would have given you a 9. But now that I know you made it, I'm giving you a 10 out of 10.
Aw, thank you. Very kind of you. Very
I was
kind.
so worried that was gonna go the other way. I was like, oh,
I was
no.
waiting for you to say like a 3. Okay, how about you, Ash?
Oh, definitely a 9 out of 10. It's so cool. And I love,
Yeah.
I mean, I think it really brings out, I mean, your personality. I mean, you've been wearing the light blue. I mean, it just looks so good.
Well, those were actually my logo colors as well. And the reason why I included the circuit was because I have a circuit in my logo as well.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, so moving on to our next livery. Thanks, guys. Nice.
We can just end it here.
Nice little ego boost, but we got the Williams livery here as
Oh,
well.
wow, yeah. Oh, wow. That reminds me of there's an F1 team that has the same livery, correct? Yeah, very cool. Are you going to tell me you designed this one as well?
No, that was it was Williams. Talk to me. Yeah. Rating. What would you give it?
I like the brand Duracell. It's cool. I think the branding fits really well into the car. When I look at liveries, I like to look at that too, like how the brands are presented on the car. I think it's very important, and I think it can add a lot or take away a lot of how the car looks. So I like it. I don't like it as much as your design.
Thanks, Amy.
I'll give it an 8. I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay, all right. How about you, Ash?
This might be my lowest rated one. Sorry, Williams, I'm sorry. It's just blue and the white. I mean, just give me more color. Give me more blue, maybe. Or like a full blue car would have been awesome with some like nice touches. But the Duracell is a very good point. You got to make the sponsors happy, but not in like an obnoxious way where we're like, oh gosh. I think it was a very tasteful touch with the sponsors here and all the liveries, especially on this Williams. But I would love to see more colors opposed to just the blue and the white.
I've got to say, I love the gradient effect on it, though. But a team that definitely does not have a gradient effect is Team Redline. So let's go ahead and take a look at their livery.
So this is actually my personal favorite livery.
You kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm offended. No, I'm kidding. I personally really did like the Team Redline livery as well. I loved like the geometry pattern that they've got going on there too. Ratings, talk to me. How are we feeling?
I'm going to go 8 out of 10 on this one. I mean, it looks so fierce. I mean, they did such a great job with the blue, the red, matching that Red Bull logo. I mean, and it looks, obviously looks so great in the game, like you were saying. The graphics are incredible. So I love when they're driving it. And I can assure you that when it's right behind someone, it's definitely causing some mistakes.
Like doom and gloom, right? How about you?
Yeah, I'll probably give it a 9.5 out of 10. But definitely my favorite livery out of all the cars that are competing here today, besides the one that you made, of course. How do we make a livery, by the way?
I'll take you through it. I'll take you through it. Don't worry. I got your back. I got your back. But moving on, we've got R8G next.
Ooh. R8G. I would love to know where they got the concept for this livery. If it means something specific or if it represents something, because it's very intricate, I would say.
So I had an in-depth chat at length last night with R8G about their livery and why I kind of rated it as keck on my category. And it was purely because as soon as I looked at it, it just reminded me of Red Bull. It reminded me too much of Red Bull colors. I think it was way too similar, but that was my reasoning for it.
I think the blue and orange works well together. It's definitely not my favorite livery, but again, I'm curious to know if there's some sort of, like if they're including flags into this, or I don't know, or if it's just creative, but it's cool. I can't give it too high of a rating though. I'm more on your side though. I would say maybe like a 7.5 maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I exactly agree with you, but I just love the orange, the yellow, and the blue. I think I keep re-emphasizing my love for colors on these liveries, because we're so used to seeing maybe just like reds or blues and whites, but here, orange, yellow, blues, I think they did well, but they can definitely bring out some of the more like touch aspects here.
Well, on the topic of reds, next up we have Mouse with their livery.
Ooh, we got the mouse. Some cheers in the audience.
Yeah. Where was that applause for my livery? I'm offended. Of course, it's the Mouse team themselves cheering for it. I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, this one's cool. I mean, I really like the Puma logo on the wing. It's sick. But ooh, I can't say this is one of my favorites, unfortunately. I love Mouse. I love the players that play for the team, but you got to do a little bit better with red and white. I mean, I'm from Austria, and our flag's countries are red and white, so you really got to impress me with those colors. So I'll give it an 8. I'll give it an 8.
An 8?
Yeah.
Okay, you're definitely only saying that because the Mouse drivers were over there, but I'll let it slide. How about you, Bash?
I think 7.5. I do love the striations, like the little details here, like on the bottom especially. You have like the arrows pointing to the back wheel. You have the lines over the car. So definitely played around with just the usual red and white, which I really do appreciate. And the Mouse logo like definitely stands out. Like you know it's the car. You don't have to look for their name. You're like, oh, this is Mouse.
Okay, well, our next up livery, our final one is a Porsche Coanda. Let's go ahead and take a look at it.
Wow.
I'm one to admit when I'm wrong. At first, I wasn't a fan, but then I saw it in person, and I was like, chef's kiss.
Yeah, if I won the first place prize, I think I'd be buying one of those. With that exact livery I would ask for.
I kind of like the yin and yang feel, the panda feel, black and white. I don't know if the blue accents work with it. I don't know if, I think the red works. I don't know if the blue works. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm being nitpicky. I think if you see the car in real life, it really does make a big difference.
Yeah.
I'm kind of on the same wavelength as you. Didn't really love it when I see it in person. If I saw it drive past me on the street, I'd be like, oh my God, this is crazy.
Yeah, I think I really love the fact that, I mean, to me, it looks like it's going so fast that the paint is peeling, revealing those colors,
Ooh, I
like
like
the
that.
undercoat of it.
I like that.
I feel like it's a nice little touch, and those accents of pink and blue are like,
Okay, how do we feel about it then?
8.
8.
Yeah, I'll give it an A2.
Okay, all right. Well, on that note, we've seen Porsche Commander's livery. We've seen it in real life as well. But let's find out some more about the team themselves and the journey they've all been on with an extended documentary about them.
Essentially, I put my whole life into this.
ESL R1 is extremely unforgiving.
It is definitely a lot of pressure. I'm always going to want to win.
And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go.
Potential jump start from Josh Rogers.
Back, his number might be up.
We want to dominate the scene.
I've dedicated my whole life to racing in general.
There's food. Let's go. Yep. Don't do that, man. I live together with my teammates, with Josh, Mitchell, and Dane. We live together in the same house. We usually have dinner together. I'm always the guy that cooks every evening. The other guys also just don't know how to operate a kitchen.
Thank you, Mother.
It's a lot of fun, to be honest. It's just, three of my friends that you're living with. We practice together. Mitchell and I do a lot of training together for exercise-wise. Don't worry. I'm clean. No, that's not fair.
Clear jump start.
It's kind of like a family. Like, you kind of know everyone's tendencies and stuff like that. I think it was clean, but just a little bit, like, not ultra on the edge. Like, I could have gone deeper into turn 2. When you have people that kind of get a sense of where your head's at, you can automatically give that support without you having to ask for it.
You can use the inside curb sometimes, and it like hooks it up.
The raised one.
Like third gear, full throttle, like get it to start sliding, and then shift.
Having your teammates be willing to work with you, like let's say you're struggling on something specific, they can, jump in and be like, hey, let's work on this together. I can help you. We can work on this thing specifically. It wasn't too beneficial to use too much lock like we've seen some other teams doing. You can kind of get a sense when someone's down, and you can pick them up with just kind of talking through things.
I, moved from Australia, being able to live with my friends. It made a big difference, for sure. Like if I was coming over here and living on my own and trying to do this that way, I think it would have been a lot more difficult. I haven't necessarily had to go out and do much on my own because we've always been as a group.
Man, you're just cheating. Man. You're honestly just cheating.
It's like a big group of friends working together towards a goal. And now that the team is partnered with Porsche, I feel like it's gotten to a higher standard.
So it's finals day of the final round of the ESL R1 spring season. For me, P3, so I'll be racing in semi-final 2. Mitchell managed to get through with a spectacular pass for P6, so he'll be racing today in semi-final 1.
Okay, let's go like here. Oh, impossible, man, impossible.
Unfortunately, Dane got taken out in the hairpin on Friday, which was honestly really tough to watch.
Let's race.
2 reckless drivers got together on the run up into the hairpin, and even though they were like a second half behind, they managed to run into the back of us into the mid-corner, so that's really disappointing.
It sucks not being able to compete at the major. That's life.
R1 is just like really cutthroat. If you make one mistake or if someone else makes their mistake, you're out of it.
There's so much pressure on the individual driver. It's a mental game more than anything else.
It's all up for grabs, so.
That's the worst, actually, when you can't really participate anymore and have your own.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been nicer to just drive myself and then take care of it myself. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mac started out with a qualifying ban, but he managed to push forward really, really well up into P8 and yeah, score some very, very important points for him.
I think there's a lot of people that have a really good, they don't need too many points, so they're pretty safe in getting by me, but I think there's 3 that need a lot of points, so I hope those 3 don't make it, and then I'm 24th.
And then you have another chance to really like show what you can do in Munich.
Yeah, I hope so.
Porsche Motorsports, of course, have a big heritage and big history in motorsports. And this is, of course, then also the expectation that we have when it comes to like our Porsche Coanda esports racing team. And that is, of course, to win races and to be the best and fastest esports racing team.
It is definitely a lot of pressure. We want to win the whole thing in the end.
Mitchell de Jong looking to come and spoil the party. Only goes 4th fastest. 4 drivers within the same 10th of a second. Extraordinary.
But it's insanely competitive and so on the edge.
You beat Luke Bennett by exactly 0.000. Good job.
We'll see how this one unfolds as we'll take a look at our starting grid for semi-final number 1 as we'll race down towards the first corner, a slightly slower start.
Let's go.
Enter now Mitchell de Jong as well with an almighty send. Heading through now into the 2nd sector. They go in tandem now.
The level at the top end is higher in sim racing. In real racing, you have a lot of times differences between cars that are quite a bit larger than what we would have in the sim. Also, just the limited amount of time that you can practice in the real car is super difficult. Whereas in the sim, it's 24 hours a day if you have the physical ability. And you have to kind of think about any time that you're not driving, one of your competitors could be driving and getting better and faster than you. So you really need to manage your time, and I've kind of dedicated my whole life to racing. I never really liked school, just something I had to do. And I don't know, I just love driving. I feel like it's something I was almost meant to do. Like, I grew up in a race shop, my dad building cars, they had a business, my dad racing. I grew up racing. To be honest, I don't really know anything different.
I don't even have a driver's license yet, but I've been racing this buggy for the first year, this year. But I also raced since I was 5. I am 14.
I started racing when I was 5 in go-karts. Eventually, that progressively moved into rallycross and had some good success with that.
Sponsored head to toe.
And there was a point where I picked up sim racing as a training tool for real racing. And eventually, I ended up kind of putting on the same level as real racing.
And then the trio of Baldwin, de Jong, and Bennett does beat McCormack out across the line.
And I'm happy to have done it.
Checking in once again with our tier list of drivers that we have in contention for the major.
I need 2 people here to not overtake me in points.
There's nothing more they can do. They've got to sit back and hope that things go in their favor now. Same for Matt Backham as well.
We all believe in our minds that we all have the ability to win, each of us. So it's just really trying to get everything out of yourselves for each week and recognize that it is a bit of a team effort and we get a bit more out of ourselves if we work hard together.
You need water. I'm water boy now. So when you don't race, you're the water boy. You know?
Oh, that's pretty good. I'm insane. I'm literally insane.
I really wanted to be a lawyer when I was a kid. And then as I got a little bit older, like early teenage years, I realized how much you have to read as a lawyer. And I dislike reading books and all that shit, so I was like, all right, I'm not becoming a lawyer. And then I found gaming, and then I prefer to spend my time gaming rather than doing homework and stuff, so it's just like, all right, I'll just see where it takes me. Essentially, I put my whole life into this.
And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go! Joshua Rogers also looking to try and get himself into the mix.
I've always been a very competitive person. That's often led me to always want to be the best at what I do.
This is getting dicey as they head into the arena section. Let's see Rogers down the inside, fending off Kasdorp.
Usually I don't get that nervous when I watch my teammates drive, but I kind of was like, okay, I'm kind of in this even though I'm not actually in it because I'm not driving.
They come through the middle sector now here on lap 9 of 10. Joshua Rogers ahead of him.
If I'm going to do something, I want to do it 110%.
Would you say now you're where you want to be?
I'm not having to sit in an office from 9 to 5 just typing away on a computer all day. I'm very much where I want to be. I still remember the first day I went karting.
Joshua Rogers ahead of him, who's twice.
I burnt my arm on the engine getting out because it didn't have a suit. It was just a long sleeve shirt, and it slid back, and I went to school with these like really cool like fin mark burns, and I thought, yeah, this is fun.
Joshua Rogers in the mix too.
And then hope for the best with Sebi now.
Is he the only one now that decides it?
Yeah.
So Sebi's not allowed to become better than 4?
Yeah, if he's P5, it's good. If he's P4, I think it's over.
Okay.
Learning like what they do in certain situations is something that I need to do a lot more, I think. Ever since I joined the team, that's sort of what I've gained from the most, learning from, the best drivers in the world, basically. For the most part, I think, growing up, it was always like just driving cars. And I think sim racing sort of did that in a way that I didn't have to be rich to like make it there myself.
The last of our finals in the online spring season, and the final journeys to Munich. Was that a potential jump start, though, from Josh Rogers from 5th position on the grid?
Josh had drive through.
No.
Because of a jump start, and then he will be P12 then.
Man.
That could essentially be the factor of Mac making it or not. That was obviously weighing on my mind.
Come on, dive.
That feeling of that you didn't live up to the expectation. Frustration, disappointment, confusion.
If you let it bother you, the more it will still like stick around in your head, and you'll have it in the back of your head. Like the best thing to do is just forget about it. It's like, it's not like you made a mistake. I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't make a mistake this time. Every other time it was the game like trolling me, but like.
But it's not something like you're, I don't know, like you don't. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like it just happened. Like it's not a big deal. It's not like something you have to work on. Like you just, So just brush it off. Still made the final. P3. You're the GOAT.
Like I've never jumped so many starts in my life.
After the race, Mitchell was talking to me a lot. It, absolutely helps process those things.
From our side, it's the goal to give them the freedom and the possibilities to work this out, because I think this is also a learning thing when you realize for yourself to overcome those situations and to deal with those mental challenges leading up to a race event. I think that makes you stronger long term.
Good so far. I guess there won't be anything changing, so.
That means that the Big Mac Backham goes through to the major, Jasmine.
Welcome to the major. I think so.
yeah.
going to Munich itself is nice. Happy to go there, see everyone again, race against the people there. That's going to be the most fun, and I'm happy I made it.
Yes, P24.
Yeah, quite a relief. Thank you.
And we need you. It was really cool seeing Mac just make it into the major, and obviously Josh and Mitchell are pretty safe.
Going to the major, obviously, the goal is to win. I'm a little bit on the back foot, but there's still plenty of points on offer on the Saturday.
At least for me, like, if some miracle happened and I won, like, this would be the elation I guess I would feel from, like, all the hardships, like, through the whole season to, like, have it work out in the end would just be insane.
I think I can count on one hand how many results that I'm happy with that I've gotten since being in the team, which sucks.
I want to be top 3, top 5.
Yeah, of course.
Like the whole time, and not just half the time.
For sure, the goal is to win. We've made it this far. There's no point giving up now.
I just feel like I'd just be like happy, like grateful that all my jump starts didn't completely ruin the whole year. You know what I mean? Like,
like there's just loads of seconds, you know. It's like, oh man, it'd be nice to like win it.
I'm always going to want to win.
It's just a privilege really to be in this situation, and then, yeah, to get something big out of it, I think that's pretty significant. We are living the dream, for sure. And yeah, it's a cool thing to live and breathe, kind of what we do here.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the ESL R1 Major. My name is Jasmine. I'm joined alongside Mr. Crimsix himself. It has been an eventful tournament thus far, to say the very least, but I am pleased to announce that we have our first driver, potentially our only driver, entering finalist mode, none other than Marcel Chinchik himself. Real question is, though, can he take a victory on Spa in order to be crowned the ESL R1 Major Driver Champion?
Well, in order for that to happen, I think that, you know, James Baldwin and McCormack are going to have to mess up. They're going to have to mess up because right now we're looking at the Merc has won 4 for 4 and 11 out of 14 races here at day 1 and day 2.
And you can see behind us right now, Marcel Chinchik is a driver cam profile behind us being highlighted in green. Now, moving forward from here, if Marcel Chinchik does not take away a victory, there is still open opportunity for many of our drivers to try and take the win on the Driver Championship standings. James Baldwin himself is not too far off the 160-point mark. He's currently on 154 points. The longer Mr. Chinchik leaves this, the more opportunity it is for this tournament to swing in absolutely any direction.
I think it's going to be over in 2 races. Either, you know, Baldwin is probably going to get finalist mode here. It's looking very likely. And, you know, he's gone back to back. He could go back to back to back. Did I say it 3 or 4 times? But either way, that would be cool. If he won 4 races in a row and that 4th race is the actual Drivers' Championship, that would be something special.
What do we think? Do you think he can do it?
I don't know, but we're going to find out, that's for sure.
We are certainly going to find out. But Spa, once again, we spoke about it before we watched that Porsche Coanda documentary. Second time lucky, who knows? I know Luke Bennett was one of the favorites heading into this very major. He was in the lead for the Driver Championship standings, but unfortunately has been knocked down. So let's find out more about Luke Bennett and also the entire team of Team Redline.
I'm wearing red for the red line as well, it's perfect.
I might go car shopping here.
Hey guys.
How good is everyone at drawing?
Drawing?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Terrible.
We do like 3. Are you ready, guys?
That's exhaust pipe.
Nope.
No.
Tire. Yeah, of course.
How'd you make that easy?
Come on. Next. Grill.
Radiator.
A wing?
That's the rear bumper.
Oh, diffuser, rear diffuser. Okay, okay.
Hood. Door.
Yes.
Nice.
Clean, really clean.
It's gonna be hard actually.
This is the gearbox.
Damper?
Front stop.
No.
Spring.
No. Nothing to do with suspension. Not sure if this is how it looks, but yeah.
Something to do with the antenna for the radio.
It's bolted on, but very gently.
Shit drawing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I give
Spark
up.
plug.
Spark plug. Oh, yeah,
man.
Not everyone.
I mean,
the drawing's okay.
So this is the head. This is the airline. This is the fade. The nose.
Not.
A lot of pressure, a lot of hopes and dreams to kind of live up to for the side of Team Redline. But this is what it's all about, right? Not only does the winner of the Drivers' Championship walk away with 45,000 euros to their name, but also this pretty darn cool trophy as well. I'm curious to know from everybody in the chat, though, do you folks think that Marcel Cinczyk will walk away with this first place finish, with this victory, and be crowned our ESL R1 major winner? Let's get a poll going so I can check out everybody's thoughts and feelings about it.
Chad is always right, you know?
I mean, I know Lewis McGlade is definitely not always right. Commentators curse, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Go on, prediction. Does he take away the victory?
Prediction, no. Baldwin.
Who does? Okay.
Baldwin in one more race.
Baldwin and one more race.
And my prediction is that this trophy is heavy, and I'm about to find out.
I'm scared. Why am I scared?
Prediction, I think I'm shredded.
Well, I'm certainly excited to see how this next race is going to go down. Let's find out whether or not the drivers have indeed learnt from their mistakes, having played Spa just a few moments ago. No, Lewis McGlade is ready and waiting. So, Lewis, it is over to you.
Thank you indeed. And yes, the commentator's curse doesn't exist. Thank you very much. I will not take any blame for what happened to Dara McCormack over the last couple of races, just because I picked him. Yes, room for an interesting one. We are officially in the finalist mode portion of this. One driver has picked finalist mode. On the screen, we've got these screens behind us, and on one of those, we have Marcel Cinczyk, and he's lit up green because he is the first driver in finalist mode. If he wins this race, we all go home. Well, I mean, we go back to the hotel, but yeah, we're going tomorrow.
Marcel Cincic's going to spend a lot of money as well. 45 grand.
45 grand, yeah.
For winning this major. So, yeah, there's a lot on the line here. But there's the potential for it to go on for quite a lot longer than this as well. There's two more drivers who can get into finalist mode in this next race. Having a look at these championship standings, it's the next two, James Baldwin and Luke Bennett.
Yeah, certainly. So, yeah, you've got Baldwin, you've got Bennett. They can both get their way through into finalist mode now with some decent results. I think Baldwin needs a top two to finish. What was it?
Top 7
oh, yeah,
for
because it's
Baldwin.
154. I can count.
It's the other way around. Top 7 for Baldwin, top 2 for Bennett.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Josh Rogers can't get it, neither can Dara McCormack, but they're only a couple of races away should their results go their way. Same as with Erhan Yuyovsky, of course, race win being 25 points. I think for Tormala, for Lerner, for Toman, for Benito, for Pajic, and for Siggy, unlikely at best that they might be taking victory, but you never know how these competitions can chop and change. I was actually having a chat with Marcel Cinczyk before we got into this, because he was asking about the track order, right? And he didn't know what the track order was for their second four, but of course, you know, we all do. We're going to Spa, then basically doing them in backwards. Like, don't know how the chances of that. We all kind of discussed it. So we're going to be Spa, then Nürburgring, then Hockenheim, then Monza. He said, "Oh, Monza's last."
Yeah.
Oh. because he's really good at Monza.
Yeah, he wanted that to, of course he won his group race there yesterday, so we know how strong he is there. Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing, but then again, he was strong at Spa as well, so there's opportunity for him to wipe it all clean right now and just finish it right now in this race. So we'll see if that does indeed take place. But yeah, that was interesting to know that Monza was coming up last. And I do know that Baldwin and Bennett have been stronger, arguably, than Chinchik at the next two circuits after this one, Hockenheim and Nürburgring.
Yeah, well, like I say, we'll have to wait and see. That we could be a couple of races away from seeing a victor, maybe in the hands of James Baldwin, maybe in the hands of Luke Bennett, maybe. We could be one race ahead of seeing a victory from Marcel Chinchik. We're about to head into qualifying for what could be our final race. So once again, stop watching Formula One back there. Let's all make some noise, yeah? That's better. That's better. I saw some thumbs down in the crowd. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not disappointed in that. That's absolutely fine. Right. Do we think it's going to be done after this race?
No.
Oh, there we go then. Moving on. Okay.
I don't think so. I don't know. Chinchik's going to be really close though, isn't he? Because we've seen him up there all throughout the weekend at Spa, strong in the online races here as well, and at the land in Poland as well. So it's all the sides are kind of pointing well for him. But I just don't know whether he's going to be able to do it. It's going to be close. And as we said earlier, it's sort of kind of an 11v1 situation, isn't it? That's what makes it a little bit more difficult.
Sadly say, well, Yovski will be the first driver, as he was actually in the previous, because he topped the practice in the previous session as well. He was the first driver to do a lap in the previous session. Now, having a chat with him, the slowdown that he got was actually, coincidentally, when we were with Ash, he got a slowdown at the top of Radion. He overcooked it just a touch. Let's see if he does it again this time, beginning that enormous descent down through La Source. It's about, I think it's 3/4 of a kilometre, maybe slightly less than that, as we head through Eau Rouge and Radion and up and over the top. It's looking a bit cleaner from Erhan Yovski, who I think genuinely had the pace to potentially challenge at least for a front row, of which we can set. You see the fastest time was set by Marcel Chinchik at a 2:14.3.
Yeah, and nobody was within a tenth of him either from memory. So he was very strong in qualifying. Bizarrely for the Audi, didn't quite do so well in the race in terms of as it developed. Rogers got through him, so did Baldwin. They finished 1 and 2, but we got the feeling that Chinchik, knowing his situation in the championship, knowing what he needed to get for finalist mode, we kind of knew that he wasn't really going to fight very hard, and that's exactly what happened, really. He didn't seem to show any interest in making up places. He only fended off Tormula right at the end of the race as well, so, you know, it was kind of a whatever moment for him, really. So he'll be going for it a bit more this time, and if he gets pole again, he'll be much more difficult to pass.
Yeah, 38.7 in the first sector is pretty decent. We were looking at some 0.8s in the previous. I think Marcel Chinchik set a 0.7 in the first sector on his fantastic pole lap. We'll go over the second sector split fairly soon as we start to begin the close of that second sector, going through Piff Paff, going through Campus, and it's between Campus and Stavolo where that second sector split is, so it's around here, just about running about as wide as he wants, 59.9. That's average.
It's all right. Well, it's all right, isn't it? But
it's about a tenth or two off.
I don't think he's going to be pole, yeah, certainly here. And I think he knows it as well. You just saw the look he took to the right-hand side of him there and put a bit of a face. Don't think he's particularly pleased with how it's gone so far in this lap. He'll be making his way down towards the bus stop chicane though, and we'll see what the first lap time and benchmark is going to be.
Yeah, so the Macedonian up towards the line. He got a slowdown in the first time he went to Spa in the previous race, up towards the line in the second visit of Spa. It's a 2:14.578. It's about 2/10 off where we're expecting this pole to come from, but still, it's a decent lap time onto the board. Luke Bennett, those going really fast in that second sector. That's a bit more like it.
It certainly is. Luke Bennett needs to pull it out of the bag right now, because so far today he's had a couple of races where he'll be disappointed with where he's ended up. 2 podiums as well, of course, at the Hockenheim and Nürburgring, where he has been so strong, but will need a top 2 to get into finalist mode to give himself those chances to win the major. Over the line, wow. It's just about faster for Luke Bennett by 28 thousandths of a second.
Again, struggles in the in that final sector. Dara McCormack, now this is a driver that means business. I've been talking to him a little bit. He's been resting his foot a little bit on the brake. He's actually been just like just being on the brake by maybe 5-10%, well, not even that. And it's what kind of caused him a little bit of distraction to miss the braking zone into the final chicane. Let's see if it's going to be slightly better this time. It's a fantastic middle sector. And there we go, a bit of a fist bump. He knows this is good. Dara McCormack's coming up towards the line. And it is going to be a 2:14.294. Wow, wow, wow. That is definitely not a skill issue. That is fantastic. That incredible.
That is only 12 thousandths of a second off the best lap we've ever seen around this circuit on Rennsport. Quarter of a second quicker than Bennett and Yayovsky. Surely nobody can get near that, but if anyone can, then it will be James Baldwin off the back of 2 race victories in a row. He needs a top 7 in this race to get to finalist mode. What's the lap time going to be? Seconds, 2 tenths away.
Yeah, a couple of claps here, but they know that gap being 2 tenths to Dara McCormack. That was a mega lap time. We'll have to wait and see whether Marcel Chinchik maybe can give him a run for the money, whether Kevin Siggy can give a run for the money. That middle sector about 1.5 tenths off of what Dara McCormack did. The first sector about in keeping with him as he comes through the final sector now. Maybe a bit too much curb there on the right-hand side as the Slovenian comes up towards the line. A little bit of a pushing of forward. That'll obviously help give you an extra K or 2 as he comes across the line. It's a 2:14.377. This session's getting pretty quick.
Very, very quick indeed. That was a good lap time. That would have been good enough for second in the first race from what I can remember, because Baldwin had a big gap behind him of more than 1/10 of a second, and so Siggy, I think that would have been good enough for second and a front row start. Will it be good enough this time round though, because Josh Rogers is coming up towards the line right now. He's won almost everything there is to win in sim racing, but ESL R1 is new on the block, and Rogers is looking to add that to his list of accolades as well. Over the line for the Porsche Commander driver, it's 6th right now. He'll be down towards the back.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Speaking of not ideal, here's another one that's not ideal. Yuri Toman's been really struggling in qualifying, and of course he did receive a drive-through penalty in the previous race for squeezing. I did see the replay. He did squeeze Moritz Lerner into the wall, and it was like there was no real excuse for it. I think he just didn't realise how close the wall was. But Yuri Toman will come out of the final corner and up towards the line. 59.936 in the middle sector is not going to be great, but it is going to put him ahead of the Porsche Commander of Joshua Rogers.
Yeah, he's not having a fantastic day, unfortunately, is he, Yuri Toman? He's only been inside the top 5 once, and he's still got lower than less than 100 points at the moment, still more than 70 points to make up to get into finalist mode. It will take him at the very least 3 races. Enzo Benito is in a similar situation. At the very minimum, it will take him 4 races to get to finalist mode, so he may well become a bit of a help to Luke Bennett. He'll go over the line now and just get ahead of that driver. 4th place for Enzo Benito.
Yeah, which means Bennett being the highest of the red line drivers, the one that's looking to maybe put himself into contention, put himself into finalist mode, is actually the 3rd of the red lines on the road. Joni Tormela, that's a terrible middle sector. You can see looking pretty disinterested with this lap as he comes into the final sector. A 1:07 is about 8 tenths. He's clearly been off the road somewhere big time as the Flying Finn, the Eagle, comes out of the final corner to cross the line. Yeah, he's not happy.
Yeah, I think maybe realised after that middle sector that there was almost no point in continuing on, to be honest. 1.2 seconds away from Dara McCormack, who still holds this pole position. And if anyone could take pole position off of him, it's going to have to be something very, very special indeed. Marko Pajic is right in the midfield at the moment, where we're looking at his sector times. Currently, he's broken a little bit late into the bus stop chicane as well, so it will be right in the midfield here for the German, who's currently lost a few places, or lost a place today in the driver's standings. He's now 11th, only 9th in this qualifying session.
Just 2 more drivers left to go then. Moritz Lerner, the driver that was squeezed into the wall for Maus. He's coming through. He's in 11th position because, of course, he's not set a lap time. Where is he going on this one with a 0.7 in the first? It's really quick first sector. 0.9 in the second. It's sort of okay. He's in that fight. Benito, Bennett, Yayovsky, Toman. He's in that kind of range. A little bit wide, though, going through the final corner. Moritz Lerner will come up towards that final line. As he'll cross it, he'll go into 6th ahead of Yayovsky. So decent lap time there from Maus. 1 more left to go, and it will be Marcel Chinchik, the only driver in finalist mode. Let's see if he can do it.
He'll have to beat his best lap time of the day so far of 14.3 if he wants to get into pole. He'll have to beat that if he wants to get second as well, because Kevin Siggy is right up there. Here we go, the first and so far only driver to be in finalist mode with a race win. He can take the title right now. Over the line for Marcel Chinchik. It's 3rd place. He's right in the mix.
Yeah, certainly so. Again, if he takes a victory, it's all over. It would be Marcel Chinchik, but at the moment, moment, the focus goes back to Dara McCormack. He has pole position, he has the speed, he was involved in that incident. Let's see if he'll do something special here and maybe go back to winning, taking the third of the day. Let's take a look at the VRS starting grid for race 5. Joni Tormela will start from the back of the grid after having a slow middle sector. Then Marco Pajic alongside him on the 6th and final row of the grid. Joshua Rogers and Yuri Toman will load up on row 5 with Erhan Yajovski within 0.3 of a second of pole alongside Moritz Lerner. Then Luke Bennett. He could be in the chance of getting into finalist mode. He'll start from 6th but needs to do a lot more than that. He needs to finish in 2nd, with Enzo Benito and James Baldwin being another one of those chances to get into finalist mode. Marcel Cinčić has it. You can tell that by the green outline, but he will be starting behind Kevin Siggy and Dara McCormack. It was a barking middle sector. It was absolutely fantastic as he crossed the line. Let's give a round of applause to Dara McCormack for that pole position. Absolutely fantastic. He is very, very fast. We are apparently live all over the place, not just on Twitch, not just on YouTube. We're apparently live on TikTok as well, which for someone of my age isn't great. Help me out here.
What's that?
What? Oh, great. Brilliant.
No, joking, of course. But yeah, great to see, and I hope you're all enjoying it at home and here as well, live in the studio in Munich. It's a fantastic event. Hopefully, it's not over right now because I want it to continue, to be quite honest, but Marcel Cinčić certainly doesn't. It's going to get very, very exciting from now on in as the equation for us gets a bit simpler. We're looking forward to seeing who might take the title.
Well, again, there's more signs being held up on this side of the room and on this side. I expect more from this side of the room, if I'm perfectly honest. Again, we love you, Toman. Well, I mean, what else? You've got the return of the McCormack, like it?
Yeah,
that's very relevant for this race as well.
The penny's only just dropped as to actually what that means, but I've got there. So well done for that.
Joni Tormela is his favourite Finn. Do you know many Finns? I mean, that's ahead of Kimi Raikkonen.
Wow.
Yeah, and Valtteri Bottas.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So,
well,
you know, each to their own. So, do we think that James Baldwin is getting into finalist mode in this race? Yay or nay? Let's hear it. Yes? No? Yes? No? Maybe? Well, that's 50-50. That's 50-50. Luke Bennett? Whoa! No one. I'm sure Tony over here, Luke's dad, probably thinks, yeah? Yeah, he does. Okay,
yeah.
That's good. That'll do. That'll do. So, James Baldwin, probably. Luke Bennett, maybe not.
I think
Marcel Cinčić, though, could he win?
Well, very much could do. I mean, P3 at the moment in qualifying. He's on the inside of that second row. That will help him in towards turn number 1. Baldwin doesn't have to do an awful lot from where he started to get into finalist mode. Bennett certainly does. He does need a top 2 here.
Well, this could be it. If Marcel Cinčić wins, we could be done. Can Marcel Cinčić win? Let's hear it. Let's hear everyone in the audience. Who knows? Who knows? Marcel Cinčić will be starting from 3rd, but it's Dara McCormack and Kevin Siggy on the front row of the grid as we get racing in what could be the final race of ESL R1. It's McCormack heading his way into the first corner and hanging onto the race lead. Marcel Cinčić being fought off because James Baldwin's trying to come around the outside. Look at the run that Kevin Siggy's got as we head down the hill towards Eau Rouge and Radion, but it's going to be back to single file for the most much of a cleaner start compared to the previous race, and McCormack holds onto the lead, but I get the feeling that Kevin Siggy's going to be coming through as Baldwin's out wide.
Very wide, and Enzo Benito's going to benefit from this. So will Luke Bennett. He'll look to make it 3 wide, but can't find the space here. He's blocked in. Meanwhile, Kevin Siggy's going for the lead. Dara McCormack forced to defend on the inside. He can't go through, can Siggy. It's McCormack, Siggy, then Cinčić, your top 3.
Yeah, this could be a dicey moment. Cinčić will be timing it well. Of course, Kevin Siggy's looking to try and take the victory, but you know that Kevin Siggy will defend like his life depends on it from Marcel Cinčić, because Marcel Cinčić winning this race, it would be over, whereas he's trying to help his teammate out, which Luke Bennett will be trying to get through. James Baldwin will be trying to get through. This will be thrilling. The heart will be racing in the RHG driver of Marcel Cinčić, and he has no assistance from Erhan Yajovski or Yuri Toman. They're down in 8th and 10th. He has to do this by himself.
I think that's the real key in this race, the fact that RHG aren't able to help him, because Luke Bennett's got a lot of help around him at the moment. Kevin Siggy being in front of Cinčić is a huge moment. It could also help Bennett get that top 2. He needs to be in finalist mode by the time we visit the Nürburgring for race 6 if we get there. Baldwin is kind of on his own as well, with Marco Pajic right down towards the back, but at the moment he is doing enough.
Yeah, he just needs to, all Baldwin needs to do is he just needs to kind of keep his nose clean a little bit inside the top 5, top 6, and he'll be going into finalist mode. He'll be putting himself in contention, and when his pace has been so good today, we've had Mercedes sweeps of the results, and that is a great sign for James Baldwin. We're seeing the return of the McCormack, as has been said by that sign. He is looking really fast at the moment, but he's got the pressure on his shoulders from Kevin Siggy, who's got it coming as well from Marcel Cinczyk. What do you do if you're Marcel Cinczyk right now? You're in finalist mode. You have absolutely nothing to lose from this. Surely you just go for it.
Surely you do, but then again, he'll be, well, I was going to say, to be fair, he'll be looking for points to preserve his position if he doesn't win, because you do still score points when you're in finalist mode, and that orders you at the very end if you finish second, third or fourth or whatever it is. So that's kind of important, but then again, he's got a 15-point championship lead overall right now, so he doesn't even need to worry about that. I think you're absolutely right. He's got to go for this smartly, though. We've spoken about this many times. Cinczyk is an aggressive driver, but he's very smart with it. He's, you know, he knows when to be safe, he knows when to be aggressive, and surely he's got to realise that this is a point to be aggressive.
Well, look at this from Kevin Siggy. He's closing in once again on our race leader, but he's not going to be close enough. Joshua Rogers trying to make a move on Yuri Toman as they come down towards Lake Com, so he's going to be down the inside. Round of applause for that move. Joshua Rogers up into 9th position. Unfortunately, it's not quite been the day for the number 92, but he's been pushing hard in a solo effort here for the Porsche Coanda squad. He's battled off and fended off Yuri Toman. He's going to try and close down in on Erhan Yovsky. His racecraft has been really, really solid. He's worked his way forward in so many races. It's the qualifying side that's letting him down. There is confirmation. Baldwin needs P7 or better to get into finalist mode, whilst Luke Bennett requires P2 or higher to join Marcel Cinczyk in that finalist mode. Could we see 3 finalists? Could we see 1 and it translated to 1 winner?
Well, that's going to be the big question, isn't it? Cinczyk doesn't look done in this race by any means. We're only on lap 2 right now. McCormack is not getting away from the field by any means. In fact, the whole 12 of them are all separated by less than a second increments at the moment. Siggy has got a big role to play here in second place, but so's everyone, I guess. That, as we said earlier, there's no R8G drivers helping Cinczyk at the moment. That he's got no friends around him. It will feel like an 11 versus 1 for the Hungarian at the moment.
Yeah, certainly so. And like you say, when it comes into this, it's so important to have teammates around you. Thankfully, though, for some of them, he's not the only one that doesn't have teammates around, which means you're just fighting as per normal. Darren McCormack doesn't have any teammates in this. James Baldwin doesn't have teammates anywhere near him. So in that sense, it's all out. But it's Redline that have a lot of drivers. 3 drivers inside the top 6. They're one of the 2 teams with 3 drivers in this, R8G being the other one. And at the moment, though, for them, it is not the driver they'd want to be in second.
No, absolutely. It couldn't be worse, in fact, I don't think. But let's see. McCormack has got a good run out of the source here, and Cinczyk, I don't think, is close enough to Siggy, actually, to go through here. So I think the top 4 or so are going to stay where they are, but the positions a little bit further down do seem like they might change a little bit quicker than we'll see at the front. I'll say that.
Yeah, I was going to say, in that slipstream, here comes Siggy, the Slovenian, and he is closing in. This could be bad for Darren McCormack. Here comes Kevin Siggy. Oh, he was almost going to bump draft him there, but pulls out to the right-hand side last moment, and Kevin Siggy's going to send it around the outside. Is it going to be good enough? He hooks over the curb. There's contact between the 2. There's pressure between the 2, and he squeezed him off. That's bad for Darren McCormack. He's been pushed off, and here comes Marcel Cinczyk. Here comes James Baldwin as well.
Baldwin very nearly got alongside Cinczyk, who wasn't quite convinced enough that he could make that move. There was a moment in there where you thought he might be able to take this 3 wide and take this lead, but he couldn't quite do it. Siggy aggressive as ever, but he's in the lead.
It's a slam dunk penalty, surely. He squeezed him straight off. He pushed him clean off the road. I don't know. I don't want to say it, but I don't know, that was a bit rough there, and I'm sure Williams will be down towards race control straight away. I've got no idea, but yeah, it was a little naughty, a little bit elbows out from Kevin Siggy.
You can't see this at home, but I'm watching a screen at the moment that shows the side-by-side moment between the 2 of them, and now having seen that reaction, having seen that replay myself, maybe I do agree now. I didn't agree at the time, but maybe I do now.
Yeah, I think he just pushed him straight off.
I think so. He's certainly got the pace, Siggy. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Half a second ahead of McCormack at the moment, who's struggling ever so slightly. Cinczyk has an opportunity to get ahead of the Williams Esports driver here.
Yeah, let's see what James Baldwin's got to deal with, though. Bennett all over the rear end again. Bennett wants to finish in second in this race. If there is any penalty coming the way of Kevin Siggy, it will actually work in favour of Luke Bennett if he can work his way through. And what Siggy can do is, if he knows he's got something like that, he can slow down this train, in effect helping his teammate. But look at this, speaking of his teammates, Enzo Benito's got to worry about Moritz Lerner, as we do have 3 laps complete, on to the 4th, and we do have all 12 of our drivers battling for the race lead. Wherever you're watching, whether it is on Twitch or what have you, the behind the scenes obviously being filmed here on TikTok. I've been seeing all the social media stuff happening around. Again, I'm too old to understand any of that, but it sounds great.
Absolutely, it's good being behind the scenes as well as to what goes into these races. It's close though. One of the closest we've seen all day, actually, and all weekend, in terms of the whole field staying this close together. Moritz Lerner is probably the most likely to make a move here on Enzo Benito, who's having one of his better races of the day. He was P5 last time at Spa. This time, what will it be for him? It won't be the top 5 at the moment. Lerner goes to the outside of him, in towards Lecom. He pulls in front just in time, and that will get a round of applause because he's up to 6th place.
Yeah, decent move there from Moritz Lerner, up to 6th. Obviously now, next target for him is Bennett. If Dara McCormack holds on to P2, he'll need a top 2 placement in the next race to reach finalist mode. I mean, I know he's 2 races away from finalist mode, but still, he's got a lot of work to do.
I think he might need to win one of these races, but
I think he does as well.
But my point, I could be wrong also. So we'll see.
I do say never trust a commentator's maths. Yours has been good, but they could be letting us down today.
Yeah, I think so. I've noticed that quite a bit. At the moment, though, it's a precarious situation, isn't it? If we've got that sort of potential of a penalty hanging over Siggy, then McCormack could well be in the lead, followed by Chinchik, and then we're really in the moment where we could see a change in finalist mode there. Let's have a look at the incident itself.
Yeah, so you've got Kevin Siggy going around the outside. It's the second portion of this. So there's a little bit of contact, there's a bit of a squeeze there.
I think he's left space, actually.
No, he left space, absolutely 110%. From that angle, you can see it there. McCormack just drives onto the curb. That is 100% fine for Kevin Siggy. I'm not going to apologise, but still, that was, Kevin Siggy gave enough room.
Yeah, he did, but McCormack didn't quite use all of it, really.
He used too much of it.
Well, it depends which way you look at it, yeah. So ended up in the gravel slightly. That's all fine, and I've seen race control have moved on. They're looking at other stuff now, so I think we can say safely that there won't be any penalty for that, and that's the right call.
Yeah, of course, thank you to Connery Maddock again for providing the replays for us, then seeing us from drone cam, seeing what's going on in those instances, showing us the best angles to see everything in all of that. Of course, the low-down angles sometimes don't give us everything, but when you get to see everything in sim racing from up top and every single angle, you get to have better judgment. Delightful side-by-side there. Marcel Chinchik trying to work his way up into second, of course. His main focus is trying to get up to first. Second does nothing for him. Third does well, almost nothing. He still gets points. Second does almost nothing. Third does almost nothing. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. It is only first that driver on the right-hand side cares about, but he's not quick enough.
And he's starting to run out of laps now. 2 laps at the line. We've got side-by-side for the lead, though. Siggy forced to defend late. It's almost a mirror image of what we saw earlier. Darren McCormack round the outside through the first part to give him the inside at the second. Marcel Chinchik hangs back. He's going to go through. Marcel Chinchik takes the lead.
Wow, could you imagine the heart rate right now of Marcel Chinchik as here comes James Baldwin down the inside. He's sent it in on Kevin Siggy. It's absolutely dramatic as Dara McCormack has been sent round, but this is massive. It could be over. We could be done in a couple of laps as Marcel Chinchik at the front. Has James Baldwin got the speed? We know he's quick blade on, but that Audi R8 has the tyres to fight it.
Imagine the heart rate right now for Marcel Chinchik. He's in the lead of this race. He's in finalist mode, and he knows that a race win is enough to take the ESL R1 major right now. Less than half a second between himself and James Baldwin, though. At the moment, Baldwin's doing enough to take finalist mode himself, but he needs to make sure that Marcel Chinchik doesn't win this race.
Kevin Siggy could have shot his own team in the foot there by taking, I know I'm saying he's taken out McCormack intentionally, by having that incident with McCormack, by fighting him so hard, by putting Marcel Chinchik in position to take the victory. It was always going to happen. Let's take a look. So Dara McCormack gets to the outside. They go their way through. It was almost a carbon copy, but the other way around as on the previous lap. McCormack to the inside, squeezed over there, side by side brilliantly. Kevin Siggy stays on the road, leads it to the inside. I think there might have been a bit of a squeeze there from McCormack as well. The two of them were fighting too hard. And Marcel Chinchik, timing himself brilliantly, perfectly played his part in all of that. But what does James Baldwin have to offer? One more position. He remains in the competition. He keeps it going to a next race, and he enters finalist mode.
This is unbelievable stuff. 2 laps to go here at Spa in race 5 here this afternoon. Unbelievable action on day 2 of the major. Marcel Chinchik just needs to win this race and he will be spring season champion. James Baldwin right behind him at the moment, needs to take this place away from him. But we know how strong the Audi gets towards the end of these races. Sometimes it's uncatchable. James Baldwin's going to have to do the impossible here.
This is going to be a big, big moment. Like you say, Chinchik's just picked his way through it brilliantly, but we know the straight line speed is going to be a little bit tough. Let's see if James Baldwin's going to be able to come through. Is James Baldwin going to be close enough? He's going to be closing in, but I'm not 100% sure if he's going to come through in all of this. He's got so much presence. Both of these drivers, Marcel Chinchik and James Baldwin, will be absolutely shaking.
I am. Just
goodness me.
It's unbelievable stuff. Penultimate lap of the race. James Baldwin has to take this race lead away. He was sort of close on that last lap. He needs to be a bit closer next time. He's going to leave it, I think, till the very last lap. But Chinchik's so strong through the middle sector, he goes wide over the gravel on this lap.
Wow, this is a very, very tense. Could you, again, just imagine how much Marcel Chinchik is shaking right now. He knows exactly. He is on the cusp, ladies and gentlemen, of 45,000 euros. Look at RAG. They can barely even speak. Oh my goodness me, it's going to be tense behind that. These are the kind of times where as a team manager, as whatever, I could almost not look. I could bet, you just want to be sick. You're just hoping that the next, what will be, let's be honest from this point, what, 180 seconds could be the changing point for Marcel Chinchik.
He's so quick though, look at him, nearly half a second away through this middle sector. Baldwin's going to gain, of course, in the final sector. He'll have the slipstream as well. That will really, really help him. But is he close enough? He will gain into the bus stop, as I say. 3.5 tenths of a second. It's not going to be down into here. It could be desperate times on the final lap, but if this is the situation in 1 lap's time, he's too far back, surely.
Yeah, but look at this. Look at how close he's getting. James Baldwin's getting very close, coming here into this final sector, coming through the bus stop, coming up towards La Source. There is 1 more lap here at Spa. Can Marcel Chinchik do it? 7 more kilometres. And can Chinchik come out on top? Can it be RAG? Or will James Baldwin pull off an unbelievable feat and deny them?
It was a good exit from Baldwin. The exit not bad from the Hungarian either. 1/4 of a second as they run down the hill towards Eau Rouge. It's time to put the title on the line right now in the final lap of race 5. Baldwin mounts the curve on the World Hill through Eau Rouge. It's a good run out of Radion though. He's going to have the slipstream on the Kemmel Straight and the chance to go through.
Let's see if Baldwin can do it. What's Marcel Chinchik going to do? The inside line's being taken, but it could have been a bit of a squeeze there from Marcel Chinchik. Baldwin's still got the overlap. He's going to send himself into Les Combes. They're side by side between the top 2. And let's see what Marcel Chinchik can do. He's to the outside of Malmedy. And the crowd goes wild. James Baldwin takes the lead.
He's got to defend into the hairpin as well here. Chinchik's going to lay it all on the line. He'll be so fast through the middle sector. He has been all weekend. He's done fantastically well to get himself in this position. James Baldwin right now is currently preventing Marcel Chinchik from winning this, and he's putting himself in finalist mode as well.
How good is this? James Baldwin, Marcel Chinchik. At this rate, they will become the 2 finalists. But has Marcel Chinchik got anything that he can do? Can he send anything? Can he find anything within himself to send something down the inside of James Baldwin and end this after just 1 race in finalist mode? It is going to be such a tall order, but you know he has to send something. He's got nothing to lose right now.
He has absolutely nothing to lose. Baldwin somewhat has everything to lose here, but he has to make sure that Chinchik doesn't win this race. He'll be trying to defend, less so for his own gain, more for everyone's gain here. Last straight, last chicane coming up right now. Chinchik will have to do an almighty dive, but it could be on here.
Here he comes, up towards Blanchimont, Marcel Chinchik. The crowd is going to hold their breath. Let's see what happens. Too much curb being taken. James Baldwin, is he going to be open here as we come down towards the bus stop? Chinchik's going to try something here. He's going to get to the outside. It's not going to be enough. We're going to need another race. And James Baldwin enters finalist mode with a fantastic win at Spa. Marcel Chinchik, 2nd place. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. What an atmosphere, what a drive. That was heart in mouth for 7 of the most thrilling laps. Let's head down to Ash because James Baldwin, after one of the most fantastic drives, has entered finalist mode.
I always feel so strange coming here because I'm sure you're pumped up on adrenaline. I mean, your team's behind you. You just heard the cheers from the crowd from here. What was that last move you decided to do, and like, how did you know it was going to pay off, or did you just go for it?
I had to do it. He was going to win. I had to do it. I'm really flipping tired now, though. I'm not going to lie. Yeah.
Can you explain the tiredness? Because I'm sure like some sim racers understand the emotional, the physical going on over here, but for the folks at back home, we might not understand like why you guys get so tired going on.
It's tiring, like
Yeah.
mentally tiring, yeah. Like, yeah, wow. Nürburgring next. I think if I win that, I can win, so I've got to win it.
All right, so strategy besides winning, of course. I mean, are you going
Just win it.
to lay it all on the line again, no matter how tired you are, and just
Nothing
keep going?
to lose, nothing to lose, just win it. Yep.
Absolutely, congratulations. What a huge victory there from James. That was crazy. We have so many people standing by looking, thinking that it was going to be over, but James did that beautiful overtake. Thank you to Lewis and Ewan for commentating that. I'm just taking notes in the back, watching with the production team too. We were all, like, I think I dropped to my knees watching the TV. I'm a little bit dramatic, of course, because that's how I roll, but back at home, I hope you really enjoyed that race. That's what we do here at ESL R1. Back to Jazz and Krim. Were you guys watching? How was that for you guys?
Not only was I watching, folks, but I was also on the very edge of my seat. The crowd are incredibly loud. Everybody is getting hyped. What a fantastic race we have just witnessed there. But gents, what better people to ask than yourselves? Heart must be racing. You were commentating it. Tell me your thoughts and feelings.
I mean, this whole racing bit here, James Baldwin going around the outside. Can I just say thank you to everyone here for the noise, the atmosphere. I have never felt anything like this. That was beyond incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. I'm shaking quite a lot.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what the drivers are going through right now. It must be unbelievable. Because yeah, the racing was fantastic. Chinchit pushed him to the absolute limit, didn't he? But couldn't quite do it.
How about you, Mr. Crimsix? What did you make of that race? Did you think that Chinchit could have closed it out?
At one point I did, but it was. Can we go back to the initial overtake?
Yeah.
I want everyone to see this. So the setup was perfect from Baldwin, right? But there was one steering angle that he used that pretty much guaranteed him the overtake. So it was in the middle of Sector 2, right? Hopefully I can be able to pause the video at one point here. But you're gonna see him, you know, they're both going right. Okay, never mind, I'm being told we need to go through the results, but literally right here, he's going to cut him off essentially and then guarantee the inside line. He gets a better exit. Marcel sort of gave him way too much respect right there.
Mr. Baldwin managed to secure himself a victory on Spa. Marcel Chinchik, the frustration must be absolutely through the roof. But I'm curious as to where we're sat, where we're stood right now for our overall standing so far in our Drivers' Championship. Because at the end of the day, finalist mode is what everybody is after. I'm sure the hearts must have been racing there. But as we take a look at this, we have two of our drivers now in that finalist mode, Marcel Chinchik and James Baldwin. Basically what that means is that if either of these drivers win the next track over on Nürburgring, then we will have our winning driver decided. The real question is, though, out of the two of them, Nürburgring now, fellas, who do we think is most likely to take the victory on that track?
Baldwin. I think the thing is, Marcel Chinchik, if it was Monza as the final race, I think we'd be looking at something very, very different because I know that Marcel Chinchik loves Monza at the moment. He's feeling really, really confident.
Yeah.
But right now, James Baldwin's just looking a little too fast, a little too consistent on all of the tracks, and he's building that confidence. Of course, he did win there earlier on in the day as well.
Yeah.
He's back to back to back.
Yeah.
Back to back to back.
So to win, he could go 4 in a row.
Yeah, and as you said earlier on, Mercedes has been so strong this weekend. They've won so many races. What is it, 11 out of 15 or something? It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's likely going to be there in my mind.
I think especially when we take a look at the previous results of James Baldwin over on Nürburgring coming on up. Online he had results such as finishing in the quarterfinals, unfortunately, but then placing in second, and then most recently on land securing himself a first place finish as well. Consistent improvement, but Nürburgring is the next track we have coming on up. So let's see the best way to kind of tackle this track.
Moritz, for someone that's mildly okay,
in your eyes, probably absolutely terrible. But how would you improve on this track?
I think Nürburgring is a very tricky one because you have fast corners and slow corners, like especially turn 1 where we're here right now.
Yep.
The hard part is really to get the acceleration right, to not get too much oversteer, you know? And then also here, you follow up with a fast corner and it's tricky to get it right, but...
The only thing I had on this track was oversteer. This corner though, that corner, it's extremely important, correct?
It is, yeah, because you have a long downhill straight, so you want the good exit. And as you notice, I'm running on TC0, like everyone in the competition, and there it's really important with your foot to control the throttle.
Yep. This corner, probably one of the only corners that I felt confident doing.
Really? That's the only corner I don't feel comfortable with.
Really?
Yeah, you go over the curb and the car bounces so much, especially the Audi.
Yeah.
I think the Porsche is a bit easier there.
Probably the biggest difference between what I was doing and what you guys were doing is just you guys were carrying about 5 kilometers per hour, like faster than me, throughout every single corner.
Yeah.
And then you would just see the impact of that on the straights.
That's the crazy thing. That's the thing a lot of people don't realize, that even like 1 or 2 kph, which for the normal guy does, like, it's nothing.
It makes a difference.
But it makes
of,
a
like,
huge difference in lap time.
Yeah. Like this corner, like you're probably doing it 3 kilometers faster than me, but it's like at the ending spot, you're going 10 kilometers per hour faster.
For sure, yeah.
All right, guys. Well, that was the lap guide with a professional, me. Go tell Yuri, your 9-foot-tall teammate, to stop growing already. It's getting annoying.
I do it pretty much every day, so yeah.
It is now or never, right here, right now at the ESL R1 Major, live from Munich. This could be our final race of the day, folks. Let's make some noise, come on. Woo, that's what I like to hear. We now have 2 of our drivers in finalist mode, Crimsix. I know we've been talking time and time again about how important this finalist mode is, but one driver I really want to talk about as well is Luke Bennett, because coming into this, he was in contention for being our driver championship winner. Unfortunately, results have not been necessarily looking the most confident, the best throughout the tournament thus far. But when we take a look at his previous results for Nürburgring, we've got 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, all podium finishes. Do you think Nürburgring is the moment in which he takes like a 1st place finish?
It could be. He absolutely needs it right now more than ever. But we really have to talk about James Baldwin, okay? He's won 3 races in a row, okay? He looked kind of tired at the start of the day, and he looks sort of tired now, but I don't know. He's got the dog in him. So I don't know. It's not looking good for the rest of the competition, just based off the fact that he is on fire.
Well, I know that James Baldwin might have some fans in the crowd. Am I right in saying that? Any James Baldwin fans in the crowd? Okay, I was expecting some louder cheers. Let's try that one again. James Baldwin fans in the crowd. Okay, all right. Who do we think it's going to be?
James Baldwin, right?
100%.
Literally this race.
Okay, well, I guess there is...
That's my prediction. You're going to have to admit I was right again.
All right, miracles do happen.
But wait, it's me versus you right now.
It is me versus you right now. I said Marcel Chinchik, although now I'm not so sure.
How many euros?
I'm not making a no.
Oh, no confidence.
I don't back myself in decisions like this, but Lewis McGlade and Ewan, I want to know from the 2 of you, who do you think is going to take away this victory on Nürburgring?
Yeah, I agree with Ian. I've got to say that James Baldwin is going to take this one. He's certainly got the better chance out of the 2 of them. It's only 2 of them, of course, who have got finalist mode at the moment. He's got plenty of support, but then again, so will Marcel Chinchik. He'll have the great chance as well at the Nürburgring. They were 1 and 2 in the last race. You get the feeling they might well do battle again.
Look, I think the real big thing is that if we want this to go on any longer, then we kind of need to side with Krim, because Krim's predictions have actually been really good today. So annoying.
They have been good. Let's have a look at the driver standings so you can get a bit of a clearer picture as to what we mean. Luke Bennett has a good chance to go through here as well, by the way. He only needs a P6 to get into finalist mode, but he's not there yet. He's got to prevent others from winning. Josh Rogers could also get into finalist mode as well with a win here in this next race. So pressure's on for the Porsche Commander Esports driver as well. But it's all about Chinchik and Baldwin at the moment. This is race 6 of the ESL R1 Major here in Munich. It could very well be done right now. It could also not be, but based on what we saw last race, what a show we're about to see.
Yeah, part of me does want Joshua Rogers to win, mostly because, again, I kind of just want to see this Porsche Commander group, again, get really, really loud. Of course, whilst we said we're broadcasting all over the place, whether it's on YouTube, on Twitch, and, of course, on TikTok, which does have a little bit of a behind the scenes, a little bit of a backstage. If you want to understand how ESL R1 from our end is put together, how the show's come together, I think, from memory from Katowice, we had a little bit of a behind the scenes. We had Crane Cam also, as well as our ugly mugs on the middle of the broadcast feed. We do also have a survey we would want you to figure out, and to be fair, after that race, please do fill it out, because I want to see some positivity, but I want to see what you think we can do better. Because this is a learning process for all of us. We want to grow with you, and so please help us fill out the survey, !survey in the Twitch chat. If you're not watching on Twitch, then load up Twitch and hit ! and type in survey, and then go back to whatever you were watching. All right? Cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know how that last race could have got much better, to be quite honest.
No, to be honest, that was ridiculous.
So, yeah, unbelievable. We can't wait for this next one as well. Very important qualifying session coming up, because there were some important players who qualified very well who didn't actually end up that near the front towards the end. Thinking of the likes of Darragh McCormack, who I think finished last in that most recent race. He did indeed. And Kevin Siggy, who didn't finish last, but he did play a major role in the battle for the race win.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, everyone here, we're going to rest your voices now. I'm not going to ask you to make a load of noise now, but after qualifying and before we go into that race, which could be the last race, I want it to be as loud as we possibly can. Okay, so we'll make that deal now. We'll head our way,
Get yourself ready.
Yeah, exactly. I think I might be deaf. And to be fair, as loud as it was when James Baldwin took over the race, even that race, I think we might get deaf. And I could barely hear myself when I'm shouting in my own ear.
I know, yeah. And yeah, it was very even nerve-wracking for us, to be honest, to watch. So
my heart was going.
Can you imagine, though, what it's like for the drivers? It must be like something else. We've all, obviously, well, us two anyway, been in sim racing situations before where we might be leading or whatever, we might be battling later on in the race. However, nothing could compare to that, surely.
No, especially when you think of it where your heart's racing, you're trying to focus on what you're doing, and all you can hear is the crowd and us shouting.
Yes.
And that's, yeah, fair enough, each to their own. So we're into qualifying, and Luke Bennett's going to be the first one. He is Mr. Nürburgring.
He is. He's done very well around here. James Baldwin and Marcel Chinchik were 1 and 2 in qualification for race 3 earlier, which was also at this circuit. Let's not forget that we're doing a sort of reverse order for how we went out this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. Not by design, but by pure luck and pure coincidence. So it'll be the Nürburgring next. If we go on any longer, the Hockenheim will come after this. That's where I think Marcel Chinchik, while having been the strongest driver over the course of this season, in my opinion anyway, that could be his downfall. The format and the fact that the Nürburgring and Hockenheim are next.
Let's see if there are going to be any barking sectors from Luke Bennett here over the first sector, 36.3. Don't look at me like that. It was just don't. All right. Never question what I say on a broadcast, all right? Luke Bennett going into the Dunlop hairpin and then up towards Jim, kind of struggling a little bit with the wheel there. Almost like turned in, it didn't want to do so. The rear was almost like stepping up, but that could just be by my eye.
Absolutely, it's and the way they drive these cars sometimes as well, it's very different driving styles coming through and whatever. So it could be one of those. Through another one of the chicanes, left and then right, which spits you out onto that back straight with the slight curve in it that provides the arguably best overtaking opportunity of the circuit. But there haven't been very many overtaking opportunities during these races. It's been quite calm at the Nürburgring this weekend.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, up towards the chicane, Luke Bennett will go. 36.3 in the first sector, 47.3 in the second. And we'll see if the king of the Nürburgring can maybe do it and maybe get himself into finalist mode to join Marcel Chinchik and James Baldwin and take it to a 7th race.
We mentioned that those two were top 2 in the last session, but he was 3rd. Luke Bennett was 3rd. What's the benchmark going to be this time around? It's a 53.1. That's right up there with the best times. The lap record 52.9. If we see a 52, we'll be thoroughly impressed.
Pajic is the next one to come towards the line. Obviously, he's been quite good around here, winning in round 6 in the online championship. Well, in the spring season over the main side of the championship. That wasn't an online round. He did around here. Kind of came out of absolutely nowhere, but clearly Marco Pajic worked well on Wrenchball and hand here at the Nürburgring. Can he dethrone Luke Bennett as he comes out towards the line? 36.2 and a 47.3, first and second sectors respectively. He crosses the line, is at 153.114. Brilliant effort from Marko Pejic.
Fantastic.
McCormack's going faster, mate.
He is 36 thousandths the gap at the moment, but McCormack could be about to make this gap even bigger. He's been so strong in qualifying sessions so far. Got to slow down through that final chicane, of course, in race 3 qualification earlier on, when he could well have been on course for a top half result at the very least. Out of the final corner now, it's a smile from McCormack. I don't know whether that's a happy one or a disappointed one. He gives himself a round of applause though, because it's a 53.0. Darren McCormack is your new provisional pole sitter.
Well, we've had 3 from 3 when it comes to new people in pole position, Cam. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be 4 from 4. Joshua Rogers up towards that that final chicane. It's not a Pacific. I can't speak English. I've already lost it. It's not a fast first sector. We'll ignore the other word. But it's not great in the second sector either. Rogers is going to come through the final corner. I think it might be slightly slower than Bennett, to be honest. Around about a 1/10.5 off of pole. We'll see what it is. Rogers comes up towards the line. Oh, it's actually a 1/4 of a second off of pole. Wow, it's been a frustrating day for Rogers.
It has a little bit, unfortunately. He does need to win this race to get into finalist mode if this event goes on a little bit longer as well. Moritz Lerner makes his way round the final corner right now as well. He's still 7th in the driver's standings, having been there pretty much all day long. Somewhat remarkably, he's been finishing around that position as well. He'll go over the line for Miles now, and it will be 4th place, just ahead of Rogers.
If this does go on any longer, how little English are we going to be able to speak after a few races? Because I heard you struggling a little bit in the previous race, and I'm starting to struggle now. Aniowski up towards, and again, that is a barking first sector. 36.163, 47.309. This could be a time to challenge Darren McCormack. One final lap, one final corner left to go for the Macedonian. He sends it into that last corner, punches it out up towards the line. What's his facial expression? He looks towards the time. Is he happy? Hopeful. He seems a little bit confused. Is it going to be enough? Oh. It is enough by 0.003 of a second. Aniowski does it.
Well, he looked over to the right-hand side there, almost hopeful that he would do a good lap time. It certainly seems that he has done. And will that be beaten over the course of the second half of this qualifying session? Yuri Toman will be up next for RHG, trying to help his teammate out, Marcel Cincic, because Erhan Yajovski has certainly played his part. The Czech driver comes out the final corner right now. He'll go over the line. It will be a 53.2. He's down to 7th place.
But there's some heavy hitters yet to come. Enzo Benito being one of them, Marcel Cincic and James Baldwin. Kevin Siggy, of course, was one that was battling for the race win at Spa as well. Yoni Tormala has won as well in the yesterday, running at the Hockenheim Ring. I'm not sure Enzo Benito is going to be involved in the mix. This might be 8th place for the Italian. Out through the final corner he goes as he's trying to assist his teammate to top honours. It's not good enough, and that's the same as what Kevin Siggy did.
He's not pleased, is he? Certainly, I think we can say that. Marcel Cincic then. This is the big moment. Ooh. One of the 2 finalist mode drivers. James Baldwin will come up right after him as well. How's he going to deal with the disappointment of not making it there? Because going on to the final lap, he was winning the whole thing, taking home 45,000 euros, but now he's got to get his head back in the game and do it all over again here at the Nürburgring. Into the final corner, he will come right now, your championship leader as things stand. Out of the final turn, it will be a 53.0. Marcel Cincic has put the pressure right on to James Baldwin.
And did you see Aniowski's reaction? He was happy about it. He was happy to see his mate go on to pole. This could be it for Marcel Cincic. James Baldwin, it's slower by a 1/10 of a second in the final corner. He goes up towards the line. Can James Baldwin grab something? Can he get something special? Oh, it's Bald! 52.984. Baldwin does it. He puts one over Marcel Cincic. Could it be a front row lockout for the finalist drivers?
This could well be the race. The 2 finalist mode drivers are 1 and 2. They'll be side by side on the front row surely. Yoni Tormala and Kevin Siggy are going to have to do something very, very special to get involved with this. Top 4 separated by less than a 0.5 of a second. It's unbelievable here at the Nürburgring. Yoni Tormala makes his way over the line. It's a 53.4 for him. He'll be 10th.
Kevin Siggy then, with all the pressure on his shoulders, the sectors are looking good. Can he help his teammate out? Luke Bennett's in 6th position right now, but if he wants any chance of helping his teammate, it needs to be 1st, 2nd, 3rd, somewhere in that margin where he can get involved in the mix and mess things around for those James Baldwin, for those Marcel Chinchik, for those finalists that we have at the moment. Siggy out through the final corner. Bit of a huff from him. I don't think it is going to be good enough. As he crosses the line, it's only 6th, which means the front row are both finalists today. You can tell how much Kevin Siggy enjoyed that one, and it wasn't much.
No, absolutely. I even heard him from here, which is somewhat remarkable, given everything going on. James Baldwin, though, is your pole sitter here for race 6 at the Nürburgring. Alongside him is other finalist mode driver Marcel Chinchik. What a situation we have. There's the Hungarian. He's got work to do. They both have. What a fight we're about to see. Let's take a look at your VRS starting grid going forward into this 6th race. Enzo Benito and Joni Tormala will be on the back row ahead of Yuri Toman and Josh Rogers, who needs to win this race to get into finalist mode. Moritz Lerner and Luke Bennett are in 8th and 7th. Bennett needing as top of 6 to get into finalist mode for the next race. Kevin Siggy and Marco Page are on the row just in front of them, with McCormack and Niowski both within half a tenth of eventual pole winner James Baldwin, who's alongside Marcel Chinchik on this front row. The two finalist mode drivers in the top 2 on the front row together. This could well be the race.
Certainly so. Marcel Chinchik, James Baldwin. Once again, everyone give a round of applause to James Baldwin. After a fantastic qualifying lap, he's taken pole position, got all the work to do. He's got 2 R8Gs behind. Could it be Baldwin on top? Could we be done after this? We're about to head into the race, and once again, ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise. Come on!
What an atmosphere in here. It's fantastic. And
amazing.
The pressure on the drivers only being added to by that.
Yeah, certainly so. Again, you can watch us live on TikTok. You can live us watch on YouTube, on Twitch as well. We're getting ready for that race. I'm starting to shake a little bit. I'm starting to feel it.
It's not even started. The crazy thing I think about this as well is the fact, as Marcel Chinchik just getting a bit of a pep talk there by his team manager there. I'm not sure whether that adds pressure or not. Makes his way over towards the centre of us.
Towards us?
Storms us.
Oh my goodness.
He's a picture of confidence. Oh, gives us a bit of a smile. There we are. Yeah. This must be unbelievable for these drivers at the moment. The pressure on them is quite phenomenal. I do wonder, though, whether that happens every time before Chinchik drives, or just this time, just to make it feel a little bit different.
I think just this time. I think just this time.
It can't help,
I've not seen Mehdi go up to Marcel too many times, so I think it is just that way. Again, obviously, if you are watching on Twitch, there should be a poll. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top? Who do you think is going to be winning? Let us know in the poll. Let us know in the chat. Let us know on social media as well, at ESL_R1, hashtag ESL R1, all over the place, whatever you can find. Let us know what you are thinking, and of course, whilst you're there, exclamation mark survey, I can speak English, to also get in touch with us and let us know exactly what you thought of the championship, because right now, after the last race and after that qualifying session, it's been good.
It's been so good. We've never seen a format like this in sim racing before, and I have a feeling we might see it again because it's fantastic. It's very, very entertaining indeed. This could be the race, as they all could be from this point onwards. Once you're in finalist mode, one more race win will do it for you, and when the top 2 both have that, they both have that opportunity to win. It's less of a case of, like last race, about preventing someone from winning, but more about taking it for yourself.
You know what I wonder? I wonder if the crowd here have enjoyed finalist mode. Are we enjoying the atmosphere that we got? Are we enjoying finalist mode, yay or nay? I think people like finalist mode. I think people are liking this format. I mean, like I say, it sounded a bit complicated at the start, but I think we're in for a treat here.
We certainly are. We certainly are. Moments away now from the start of this race at the Nürburgring. Race 6 of the afternoon is not long from getting underway. Here we go. It's Chinchik and Baldwin on the front row. Marcel Chinchik in the Audi on your left-hand side of your screen. James Baldwin is on the right-hand side. Let's get the lights on and get this race underway. James Baldwin with a good initial launch there as Chinchik tries to hold on to second at the very least from Darren McCormack into the first corner. Erhard Yoyoski will do his best to assist as well as Marco Payet makes his way round the outside. He's too deep on the brakes. He'll fall backwards. It's Chinchik following Baldwin out of the first turn. turn.
Aniowski is going to be really important for him to fend off Dara McCormack here. We're coming to the end of the Mercedes Arena section, and at the moment McCormack sending it around the outside. They give him the inside as they come through the likes of 3 and 4. As they depart though, Baldwin is leading, Chinchik is second, 2 finalists first and second. Could this be the last race as we head down to the likes of Ford and Valvoline? Aniowski's got a weight on his shoulders to try and assist his teammate. He's not going after Baldwin, he's keeping everyone behind and letting his teammate do the work.
How does he assist his teammate here? Does he try and get involved with those top 2?
No.
Or does he leave them to it? That's the question that they'll be asked at the moment. Down towards the hairpin they go. It's single file for the most part. This is what we've seen from the Nürburgring. It's been the hardest circuit to overtake on. Does that mean Baldwin has the race in his hands? It's too early to say that, certainly. He's got the advantage, though.
But look at Chinchik, he's keeping him close. No, I think Aniowski, all he's got to do is he's got to keep everyone off of the rear end of Baldwin and Chinchik. Let them fight, let them do what they're doing. He can't, if Chinchik lets him through and then he's like, I'll go after Baldwin, but you've lost so much time. Not worth it. So, as you can see in race 3 earlier on, Marcel Chinchik finished second behind James Baldwin. That's where we're standing right now. Chinchik's got so much pressure to try and throw everything at this to try and get after James Baldwin to try and win this. I think he's going to be throwing a good few chances on this, but basically it's in his hands.
It certainly is. This is going to feel like the longest 8 laps ever, though, to those team managers we just saw down there. They're next to each other, by the way, the REG Esports team and Mercedes-AMG. I hope they don't come together because it could get a bit feisty. Yeah, we'll say that, between these two. It certainly seems that you are correct, though. Aniowski is holding everybody else back, really, rather than trying to get involved himself. As Darren McCormack gets close, there's more than a second, or nearly a second, sorry, back already.
Yeah, I think that's the wisest thing. By the way, how many races did I say this was going to be?
6.
Thank you. Just throwing that one out there right now. We are in the 6th race on Championship Sunday, and James Baldwin is in position, in prime position, to take victory in the very first ESL R1 Spring Major, in the very first series on Rennsport, to become that first champion, to hoist that trophy and to win 45,000 euros. It just so happens that destiny for Marcel Chinchik might be defined in this race. Could he change it right now? He's on the rear end of Baldwin. He's 4 tenths back, and guess what happens with that Audi as the race goes on? It gets stronger.
It certainly does. With a championship on the line, who knows what's going to happen, though? Only halfway around lap 2, and it's going to feel like the longest 8-lap race there's ever been between these two at the moment. There's going to be a battle from start to finish. Now the equation of tactics starts to go into play, though. Does Chinchik go through immediately at the first chance he can, or will he hang back for the later laps?
I mean, I think he's got to go for it. He's got to go. We've said before, this circuit is hard to pass at. You don't get too many opportunities. As soon as you get even the slightest width, you have to go for it. Again, for the likes of Marcel Chinchik and now for James Baldwin when it comes to his defence, what do they have to lose from going for it? Right, Marcel Chinchik right now, if he goes down the inside and he fails and he crashes and spectacularly, well, James Baldwin was going to win anyway if he didn't go for it. You know, that's kind of, it's all or nothing for these drivers. Everyone else is trying to score points. Everyone else is still trying to get into finalist mode. Just so happens again for them, they've got to get past Aniowski, whose teammates have one of those too.
Absolutely, and that's making this a whole lot more difficult. It's a man versus man battle at the moment between James Baldwin and Marcel Chinchik. Baldwin forced to defend it towards turn 1. The first sign of battle between the two. Chinchik gets to the inside. Just the first little punches being thrown.
Yeah, that was a slight, hit jab. That's where I got my bruise from yesterday. That's just where that's all starting right now. Oh my goodness me! Sorry, we're a bit tense here up on the stage here, watching down on this. Chinchik's close, like you say. He is going to sit there. He's got to go for something. The thing is, these two, I would argue, it's so far through the day. Yes, I know Darren McCormack's been absolutely fantastic. When it comes down to consistency, when it comes down to everything they've done, these two have been the very best. They have been great. And also, James Baldwin, how much better has he been here at LAN than he was online? That's not to say he was bad online, but he has stepped it up to another level.
He certainly has. He's won 3 in a row, trying to make it 4 to win this race. Let's not forget, win this championship even. Let's not forget, he came into day 2 of the major in 4th in the standings with a little bit of work to do, with everybody talking about Chinchik versus Bennett, with maybe a bit of helping of Rogers maybe, but they weren't speaking so much about James Baldwin, really. Now he's in the equation. By the way, out of these two, and out of the 5 races we've had so far, so 10 results, only once have one of these two finished outside the top 4.
And again, I did say earlier on, the speculation elf did tell me that James Baldwin was going to win after 8 races. I think it still kind of counts if it's Baldwin after 6. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we will have to go to 8 races. Maybe something will happen between these two. Maybe they'll push themselves to the very limit. I can certainly tell that with 5 laps left to go, we are not done with drama. It's around about 26 kilometers from this point until the end of the race. It is not long, not many miles, but they will be pushing each other to the very limit. I don't think Marcel Czincik closer this time than he was in the previous, so I don't think he'll get anything down the inside of Baldwin.
No, not on this occasion. He was very close last time, in fact, but it's just taken it a little bit back this time. Is that Baldwin just pushing on towards a race win, or is that Czincik just struggling a little bit here? We'll wait and see. Still 5 laps to go, including this one. There's plenty of time, but Czincik can't lose his head here. He's got to stay as close as possible to James Baldwin, who goes a little bit deep into turn 3. He'll pull it back in time. They'll make their way out of the Mercedes Arena 1 and 2.
Yeah, this is getting a bit dicey in all of this. A round of applause for various drivers, I'm sure. Joshua Rogers working his way up, so he's in 8th position now, ahead of Luke Bennett, then Toman, then Tormula, then Benito. Again, the 12 are a part of the same train, whilst Jajowski's holding everyone at arm's length. It's only 9/10 of a second. If McCormack can get his way past Jajowski, he will still be able to factor in that race lead.
He will, yeah. These are the two, by the way, Rogers and Bennett, who can both get into finalist mode with this race here. Whether that will happen or not is looking unlikely. Bennett needs a top 6. Rogers needs to win. So at the moment, we'll be going into the next race as well with Baldwin and Czincik, the only two in finalist mode. However, Baldwin has got the advantage right now, 6/10 of a second. We're approaching the half distance here, and he's beginning to stretch his legs.
Yeah, but is it a bit too early? Is Marcel Czincik, we know those the Audi R8s, particularly in the hands of Yuri Toman more so than anyone else, but those Audi R8s from R8G, they do look after their tyres. They do come on strong later on in the race. They work well with, heated tyres once it's towards the end of what would effectively be the tyre life. So I would suspect that Marcel Czincik might be able to come back into this to some degree, but we'll have to wait and see. This train is so tight. And again, if you ever had any questions as to whether we were watching 12 of the very best drivers in sim racing, when they're following each other this close, when they're fighting this hard, especially that race at Spa, yeah, I think we can start to understand it.
You can tell it's getting serious as well, can't you? Because in the last 2 races, and this includes this one and the one at Spa, we're seeing everybody within a second of one another. So it's really starting to ramp up. Moritz Lerner has got down the inside of Marco Page for 6th position. This is battles further down the order, and Lerner's going round the outside of turn 2, given the outside for 3 as well. But he has got his nose in front at the moment, and they'll fight their way all the way down into the corner as well. Still fighting, and into turn 4, Moritz Lerner will be through.
Yeah, well done, up into 6th position. Of course, all of these drivers 5 points. If this is over now, all of these points are really important because it decides where the prize money is going to go. Moritz Lerner hangs on for 6th position. Remember, this is a €225,000 prize pool, and the driver, everyone here, they're getting their fair share of it. Of course, it's 45 grand for the winner. We know that, but there's money for everyone else behind, and so if you can get up into 5th position in the chapter, if you can get up to 7th position in the chapter, you're earning more money, and then you can take me out on a romantic date.
You certainly are. Moritz Lerner, by the way, just protecting his 7th place in the standings at the moment from the likes of Joni Tomala and Kevin Siggy especially, actually, who's just up ahead of him. So we'll see about that, who will stay in front or fall behind or whatever. Meanwhile, it's getting close for the race lead. James Baldwin is just ahead of Marcel Czincik, but for how much longer? The gap's 1/4 of a second.
Let's see. So James Baldwin's starting to feel that pressure once again. He pulled out to around about half a second. Marcel Czincik's filling the mirrors as they head through the NGK chicane there. And Jajowski's again holding around about that 9/10 margin as Marcel Czincik's remaining close. He's not using, curiously, again, maybe it's the cars and such, he's not using that curb on the left-hand side to turn in through the final corner. As they head out onto the start-finish straight, it is just 3/10 of a second onto the start-finish straight. They could be close to being a dive bomb here as Marcel Czincik is closing in. James Baldwin feeling the defensive move. The mirrors are being fooled. Is it going to be straight on from Baldwin? It's a little bit deep.
So deep on the brakes from James Baldwin, but Marcel Czincik is not close enough to take advantage. Now, last time this happened, Baldwin was able to just stretch his legs and move away from Czincik a little bit. That doesn't happen this time. It probably won't either. This is an all-out scrap to the end now.
Oh, wow. Again, I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to shake a little bit. I'm starting to feel a little bit nervous, a little bit I don't know, Wiley in this race, James Baldwin with the race lead, but it is certainly not done yet. There will be 2 laps after this. There's still half a lap of this one to complete, and Marcel Czincik seemingly getting closer and closer and closer. For these two, it's realistically, it's the difference. You saw it pop up. It's the difference between 45 grand or 20 grand. Now, don't get me wrong, 20 grand is still pretty good, but it's not 45. It's not the first champion, as James Baldwin is just about holding on from Czincik.
He just about is through the Schumacher-esque. Czincik just able to put up on the curb a little bit better than James Baldwin was on that occasion. He'll stay within a quarter of a second. They're both pushing to the absolute limit, using all of the road they possibly can get away with. Out of the right-hander here, which sets you up on the run up towards the chicane. Baldwin's got a good run here.
Well, let's see. Is there going to be a move into NGK? Is there going to be a move anywhere on this circuit? Marcel Czincik is close. He's in that slipstream once again, but he's going to try and set that move up into T1 as they head through the NGK chicane. Will there be a mistake once again from James Baldwin when we head down towards the final corner? The mirrors are being filled once again. The curve's being taken on the left-hand side by the Mercedes ahead as we ride on board with Marcel Czincik out through the final corner. A looks behind the scenes at Mercedes and at RHG as well, as James Baldwin continues to lead here at the Nürburgring. Could round 6 of this ESL R1 major, could it be the final race as Marcel Czincik feels the mirrors heading down into the first corner? It's tight, it's deep, there's almost contact. Czincik's close, but it's well judged by Baldwin.
It's almost a replay of the previous lap again. Czincik is starting to maybe get concerned that he won't be able to get through here, is he? He looks up the inside of turn 3. Baldwin gives him a little avenue to go down, and he just about gets alongside. Czincik can't go through though. Baldwin stays in front and survives another attack.
But these attacks are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. These attacks are getting more and more and more, and you know Marcel Czincik has no pressure from behind. It is just focus ahead. There was a look into the eyes of Marcel Czincik as we were taking a look at race control. They're taking a look at a couple of things, but nothing too major. They're getting oversight as well from the FIA. That's terrifying, as James Baldwin continues to lead.
Very nearly went down the inside there to Czincik. Baldwin forced to defend. Czincik gets into the back of him. They're side by side.
Yeah,
he
that
backs off a little bit because that would not have stood.
Yeah, let them race. Let them race, that is for sure. That was just a bit of contact, but Marcel Czincik read it brilliantly. But is he going to make any contact again? They're heading up towards that chicane. They're heading up towards the backstretch as they head their way through it. Once again, James Baldwin is feeling the pressure from 2 RHGs behind her. Haniowski will surely back off just a little bit. He doesn't want to get involved with Marcel Czincik at all. He wants to let his teammate get on with what he's getting on with. Quarter of a second between them as they head through Ad Van Bogen. Is there going to be a move up towards the NGK chicane?
Don't know if there will be here. Baldwin should have enough, but it should all be about turn 1. It will come down to the final lap. We saw this at Spa. We saw these two drivers fighting it out. We knew that that was the moment that Czincik and Baldwin were going to fight over it. Baldwin won the race. Czincik forced to go to another one. Now he has the chance to go through.
Yeah, 5 kilometres then left to go. We had a fantastic finale at Spa. Are we going to get one here as well? Down towards the first corner, James Baldwin's going to go. Is there going to be a mistake? The mirrors are being filled. Marcel Czincik's trying everything he can. He was denied. Oh, he almost got hit by his teammate as well in Haniowski. Surely he's going to back off now as the doors open for Czincik to try something. It's not quite there, and Baldwin is able to hang on.
0.3 of a second. He's not as close as he was last lap, and I wonder whether he would have been this close this lap, then maybe there would have been more aggression from the Hungarian. But it's now or never. These two are both in finalist mode. This surely will end now between these two, unless by some miracle Haniowski wins the race. Can't see that happening. Czincik has got to try something here. Baldwin knows that as well. He's on the defensive again into the right-hander. He's not got a very good run. Marcel Czincik will have a go down here.
He's tried it before, he'll try it again. The defensive line's being taken by Baldwin, but is he going to run wide? Of course Marcel Czincik's going to try it. He's got the inside line as Baldwin as they head through the Dunlop curve up towards the Schumacher-esque, and Baldwin is able to hang on for now. There's only one really major overtaking opportunity, the NGK chicane, and can Baldwin do it? But he's wide.
He gets a great run through the Schumacher-esque, does Czincik. There might be a chance into the left-hander here. He goes for it down the inside. Very close. Baldwin doesn't get past there. Czincik is going to try and go through on the inside of the right-hander. He just pulls back for the moment. He'll get the run out of this corner. It will come down to the very final chicane.
Let's see then. We've got 3 corners left to go. We've got James Baldwin in the lead. We've got Marcel Czincik trying it. He's going to get to the outside. He's going to commit as we head into NGK. There's nothing being left on the table. table. There's contact between the two, and James Baldwin, I think, might have been sent around. Marcel Cincic gets a slowdown, and Erhan Yuyovski is going to come through to win. It is not done yet. Yuyovski on top, McCormack behind, and Siggy as well. It's not over. We need a 7.
Can you believe it? Unbelievable. Erhan Yuyovski wins the race, and somehow nobody's going to be happy about this.
Absolutely no one is.
Mercedes and RAT are shaking their heads. They're sat next to each other. They must want to fight at the minute. That was unbelievable.
You said, would there be any drama?
And there will be down there, surely. Neither of them have won out of that.
Oh,
can you believe it? It's a look
God.
of disbelief on Marcel Cincic's face at the moment. It's absolute disbelief.
Oh, there's absolute disbelief between us as well.
I can't believe what we've just seen. We are going to a 7th race. Let's go down to James Baldwin, who's standing by with us now.
I mean, you held your race pace. Incredibly great job there. It was insane, the tension. I mean, everyone watching. How is it like with the lights, the stage? I mean, you're doing what you're doing, but with a little extra X factor.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to expect that, I suppose.
Yeah.
So much money on the line, but yeah. On to the next one, I guess.
On to the next one. You got this. Congratulations. You're so close. All right, we're going on to Marcel here. RAG. They're getting a little pep talk from the manager. I mean, tensions are high. I mean, when you're racing like that, folks who don't sim race, I mean, the emotions, because you're so close, any little variable can change everything. I mean, you're going down to thousandths of a second. Marcel, that was some incredible battling we saw there. What was going on? I mean, the last scene, you're just trying to make that big move, right?
No, from my side was nothing clear. Like I tried to overtake James in the last chicane, but I went wide. But after that, I wanted to slow down to let him back. But unfortunately, he spun with Erhan, and I couldn't give him back the position. So that's why I slowed down to. But it was really, I don't understand the whole situation, how it happened. Absolutely.
Yeah, and now you're gonna reset, focus for the next race, and just do what you do best. Good luck. And then we're going over to the desk to look at those replays. Oh, we're going over to the race director. Race control, excuse me. Oh, we got to go. There's a lot of people standing around. As you can see, I can't even get through because I'm only 5'3". Ooh, sorry. I mean, obviously they're extremely busy. They're looking at that replay now, exactly what just happened between Cincic and Baldwin. I mean, frame by frame, as you can see, they have Excel spreadsheets. They have a lot of folks just chiming in, thinking what they should do best. We'll get that penalty right. I mean, if there is one, talk to us right away. However, they're just looking at that. Yeah, we hear that reaction from the crowd. I think they think it's clear, but it's not that easy. And that's why we have race control here, luckily. They're trying to look at it. They look at, when we're talking to race control in day 1 here, race control says they look at everything before, they look at things after, they look at consequences. And I know they were talking to RAG recently about some rubrics about things that happened earlier. So hopefully they take everything into account, and we'll get that shortly, which I will translate to the desk. Jazz and Krim, what's the tension going on?
Boy, oh boy. Crimsix. I'm speechless.
That was, honestly, somebody should get locked up for this. That right there, if I'm James Baldwin, going into this next race, I don't even know what to say. That was so, whether it was blatant or not, I guess that's teamwork. But if I'm James Baldwin, I'm so pissed, and I'm literally, I don't even know how I'm going to regain composure after that. So I'm just at a loss for words, honestly, because that was something, like, I feel like I would have been robbed if I'm in his shoes. That would have been a back-to-back-to-back-to-back. I think I said it 4 times. I keep getting confused, right? But that would have been like the best way to win this driver's championship. And then plot twist, right? Last corner, you get knocked out not by your main competition, but by your teammates or their teammate. So it's just like, I don't know. It was not ideal. I don't think we're going to be starting this next race for a while.
Well, Erhan Yayovsky's previous results, 5th, 4th, and 7th over here on Nürburgring. I feel like he kind of came out of nowhere just a little bit, took him by surprise just a little bit as well. Surely that's going to be frustrating for the team over at Mercedes. You can see the frustration, discussions taking place indeed. What would you have done differently?
Well, I wouldn't have done that. So.
But that's something that you can't really see coming, no?
I mean, I don't know. I see that, and I see like who was that in 3rd?
Finishing in 3rd?
Yeah.
Well, if I know while race control is going ahead and taking a look, having discussions, I think we're kind of waiting to see what the outcome, the verdict of that is. I know there's crowds of people there. We've got people from Maus, we've got people from Williams, we've got people from basically every single team. People want to know what's going on just as much as I do as well, Crimsix. But what a fashion in which to close out Nürburgring. Marcel Chinchik and James Baldwin, both of their lap times were incredibly strong for today. There was 0.0004 of a second between the two of them.
Yep.
And yet, Erhan Yayovsky pulls out all the punches, pulls out all the stops, and makes it work.
Yeah, I mean, did he though? He did pull out a punch, except it wasn't over a race win. It was a into the back of James Baldwin's Mercedes. So I feel like we're gonna have a break or like a technical break because this is not gonna be resolved anytime soon. And I feel bad for race control trying to figure out what to do in this situation. But all I know is we're most likely going to another race. But if I'm anyone on James Baldwin's team, I am pissed beyond belief.
I think most people probably would be, but whilst we are waiting for race control to reach a verdict, a decision, I think we should throw some content, because we're all about content over here at ESL R1. Another reminder to drop a follow at all of our socials, !social in the chat. We'll be back soon once we figure out what on earth the decision is over at race control.
Marcel, RAG, Hungarian, 15, Formula Pro. Linkin Park, Ayrton Senna, Lewis Hamilton, going to crashes, chasing the speed, too many incidents on one race. Yes, for sure. Just, smiling a bit. A lot. No, nothing. Instinct, team, become a real life racing driver. Of my wins, I'm gonna win.
James, 25, Mercedes, British, 28. World's fastest gamer. Secret. One Pablo Montoya. Race starts. Going to a nightclub. Secret. Anyone on the track. A couple. Instinct. Team. To win Le Mans. Winning a race in British GT probably. My middle name is Robert.
Darren McCormack, 18. Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports. Irish, 86. SRO Sprint Europe Lozano. I play music while I'm singing, so no particular song. Felipe Massa. Track limits and endurance races. SRO endurance to be particular. My girlfriend. Music. None. That's it. James Baldwin. Instinct. Depends on the competition. I'd say more individual though. Drive a real GT3 car, Mercedes in particular. Probably SRO Sprint 2022. That was a really good championship for me. I'm actually a very quiet guy usually in person. Online, I decided to be toxic, which isn't good.
Race control. I'm seeing it's almost as though more and more people are gathering around there, but I want to kind of understand a little bit more from Ash in particular. Talk to me, Gal. What is going on there?
That is a great question that I want to answer. They've called RAG over, And I am standing with here trying to understand what they're trying to say. They're trying to bring a few more people over, but as you can see, I mean, obviously quite contentious, probably the most dramatic thing that's happened in the competition, but they've deliberated as long as since the race ended, right, till about, still talking right now. They've asked some folks to just stay behind the line, be respectful, and I think the most important thing is that race control is doing the best they can with the information that they are given. They're talking to Chinchik now about it. Managers is here as well. Let me see if I can get in here. Wait. Sure. Oh. James has joined. Excuse me.
Ash.
For the first one between you and Chinchik, what happens in our opinion is like when you're getting into the corner, like into the chicane, Chinchik is trying on the outside. I know that you guys are fighting hard. You had doing an amazing race, but it seems like the Audi is kind of hooking on your back end, like you're going straight. That's it. Chinchik, you have to cut over, like you have nowhere to go. So that's about it. Like normally, if we had continued, like we had to look at it that way. But what happens afterwards is also considered as a race incident. Like what happens is that Jankowski come right after you. Like you seems to be in control at the left side of the track, but it seems like you're just hitting a little bit to the right, changing a lane a little bit, and in that situation, Jankowski cannot, like he has nowhere to go. Like he cannot avoid you and send you around. So that's. It
doesn't matter anyway. I can't get the win back. We may as well just carry on.
No, yeah, exactly. But it's just like you had an amazing race. We were cheering so hard for you, but it's that's how we have seen on this situation. Just as you know. So if you have any objections, you have to say like how.
It doesn't matter.
No, okay, good. All right, thanks.
And we're going to go to the replay right now.
Round of
Oops, excuse me. Sorry about that. They were like, stick the mic in his face. And I was like, I feel so bad. I'm sorry. Thank you.
round of applause, please. What a fantastic sport James Baldwin is. You know what? These things happen sometimes, but the important thing is the show must go on.
Yep.
Clearly, I mean, there was frustration there from everybody, but the important thing is focusing the mindset, resetting now for the next race. What is the reset ritual? How do you even come back after that?
Literally exactly what James Baldwin said. That's the best way to go about it. I think he's going to win right here. Just based off his response alone, how he was pretty much like, you know what, forget it, let's move on. Because there's actually 0 point in arguing over something like that. They're not going to be like, oh, okay, James, you know what, we're going to avoid you the win over race control. So James Baldwin played that, pretty smart, just to forget it, move on, let's do another one.
Well, on that note, I think we should go ahead and visit our overall standings here at the ESL R1 Major for our Drivers' Championship. For Marcel Chinchik with 202 points, followed by James Baldwin with 179. Luke Bennett, 1 point away, people, from making it to finalist mode. Do we think this is still going to be a Chinchik-Baldwin showdown? Do we think they're both going to be a little bit rattled heading into the next track?
Yeah, I mean, that's the race to watch, those two. And unfortunately for Bennett, 1 point. 1 point. You know, it's the sad thing to think about, though, is there was a couple situations, not just today, right, but even throughout the season where maybe that 1 point could have been used. Like, you know, a teammate is in front of him, you know, maybe they end third and fourth, this and that, right? But he would have had that 1 point right now, and then Bennett would have potentially been the comeback story of this whole season. So that's something that, you know, it's kind of weird in sim racing where it's like, you know, we'll just finish where we finish. At the end of the day, you're on a team.
Yeah.
You need to be a team player. You need to be a team driver. And, you know, but the battle for, we only have 2 finalists still. So.
Only 2 finalists still, but coming on up we have Hockenheim. I think there's only one way to decide how the best method of tackling this next track is going to be. So let's find out more about Hockenheim and what these drivers should be doing.
All right, guys, we got another track guide here. James Baldwin, YouTuber.
Well, failing.
That's failing?
Yeah.
Same. Duo. And today we're going to be seeing Hockenheim. First thing though, this guy has literally blitzed me at the start. He does it every single time. Off the line, just, I want to see it, show me.
It's all in the clutch. Map it to the right percent.
Yep.
And then...
He's not giving it away.
No, I am. And then hold the brake.
What's the exact number though?
The number?
Yep.
It depends on the car.
What's that number in a Mercedes?
And then you hold the brake. And then you just floor the throttle, and when the lights go out,
all right, I want to see
let go
it.
the brake. I mean, it's not set up properly.
It's not set up right. Turn 1, it seems easy, but it's very difficult to do it at its absolute limit, right?
Yeah, well, you know as well, like, 1 little millimeter out, lap over. You brake too early, you lose 2 temps. If you brake too late, you get an invalidate. Like, what do you do, you know?
Yeah, this hairpin right here, we saw a lot of overtakes. Even I got an overtake right there. I got multiple, actually.
You got multiple, yeah.
Multiple.
Yeah.
Still finished 12th, though. You don't use the grass at all?
Nope.
Nope.
Do you use the grass?
Okay. Get this in here. All right, Mario Kart this. Go straight, full throttle.
Wait.
Just keep going straight. You're gonna hard brake. Hard brake. Left, right.
Oh,
Yup.
Oh.
Shortcut, baby. There we go. All right, so this corner right here, there's absolutely no reference.
No.
When you brake, how do you do it?
I brake.
Are you just guessing?
The barrier on the left, when it begins, it's like a 2-second count in my head.
It's like this.
And then,
yeah.
So I count sort of a couple of seconds or whatever, and then I brake and turn the car in. And
so right here, you're going out and then middle and then in, right?
Yeah, late apex here, late apex. You can use the exit curb.
But yeah, guys, that was Hockenheim.
Top tips right here.
Yeah, top tips with Crim 6.
Well, Munich, how are we feeling after the race that we've just seen? I think you can do a little bit better than that, guys. How are we feeling about the race we've just seen? That's more like it. All right, coming on up, we have Hockenheim. Really quickly, Mr. Crimsix, who is going to take away this victory?
Well, this race, probably McCormack, and we're going to go to another one, and we might probably go to another one, and then another one, and all of a sudden it's 8 a.m., so.
Okay, all right. I'm curious to find out, though. Mr. McGlade, commentator's curse? Is that what's going to happen here? Go ahead, let me know.
Okay, well, it depends. Can we do the counter commentator's curse? If I say, I want this to end, does that mean it'll go on?
Maybe, yeah.
What's going to happen then?
I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is that I'm enjoying myself. I kind of agree with Crim. I actually think McCormack will find a little bit here. I know he's quite good at the Hockenheim ring. He kind of showed here strong earlier on. Of course, when he did the back-to-back victories, maybe he's got a little bit of that left in the tank. If that is the case, he's obviously going to be in a strong position. Let's, though, take a little bit of a look at the replay and give our opinions on it.
Yeah, so this is coming down towards the final. She came for the final time. Chinchik squeezed, of course, as much as possible. Baldwin doesn't give a lot of room to Chinchik, I've got to say. And then Yayovsky gets into him. Chinchik slows down, of course, to let Baldwin go through.
Well, he got the slowdown.
Again, got the slowdown. And so Yayovsky wins the race. And McCormack goes through as well. And so it's, all crazy, really.
Yeah, so we've got a question from chat again. Please post questions all the time. We do have people backstage that are looking for these kind of questions, some good questions that we can be confused by. But this one's not too bad. From Storm, how many races does this have in total? Wow, that is an interesting question because it could be quite a large number. We actually don't know. That's the joy of this format, is that once a driver enters finalist mode, when they win, this whole competition is over. There are 2 drivers at the moment in finalist mode, which is James Baldwin and Marcel Chinchik, who just spent the entirety end of that race bashing into each other. But it was banter, it's fine. They're all cool with each other. But basically, if one of those wins, this is over. People can join them in finalist mode by getting up to 160 points, which the championship standings, I actually have one person 1 point outside of it, quite painfully, and that is Luke Bennett.
We certainly do. Yeah, he needs a top 11 in that case to enter finalist mode if this goes on any longer. Josh Rogers and Erhan Yayoski can both get into finalist mode after this race as well if they're on the podium, and Darren McCormack can if he's in the top 2. So you clearly reckon he'll be in finalist mode for the next race, because if he wins, like as you suppose, then he'll be in finalist mode and we will go to another race.
I think potentially so. Again, if you go on to TikTok, you can see the behind the scenes, which I featured on recently. Sorry about that. But you can see what's happening backstage. You can kind of understand how things have been pieced together, how the teams are feeling as well, as well as how they're kind of understanding, how they're getting to grips with things at the end of the race. And of course, ! survey in Twitch chat to let us know what you've been thinking about ESL R1, what you've been thinking about the championship, what we can improve, what we can do better, and how loud we can get the crowd in this race.
Yeah, quite.
Let us know.
Well, it's quite loud in the last couple of races, I've got to say.
Really was.
It's been really, really entertaining stuff. But when will it end? That is the question. We don't know the answer to either at this stage. Of course, it's the third time now we've had drivers in finalist mode available to win the race, but they haven't been able to do it. This time it's Marcel Chinchik versus James Baldwin for the second race in a row. Nobody else involving themselves within that for the moment, but they'll need to win a race to, you know, keep this alive for a little bit longer. The thing also I'd like to mention when we're making our predictions or whatever is the fact that those two, since entering finalist mode, have been pretty unstoppable compared to everyone else.
Yeah. Now the question is this the last race?
I don't think it is.
No, I don't think so either.
Because I certainly don't think Marcel Chinchik is going to win this race. I think the Audi is just not quite good enough around the Hockenheimring to win this race. You need to get over that curb more than you're allowed to in that car.
The Merc, though, this is the thing, is the Merc can take the curb. Darren McCormack can take it pretty well. I think the only person who's really faster in that first sector and has been consistently faster throughout the entirety of ESL R1 is actually Joni Tourmala, of all people. It's so weird.
Let's not forget that James Baldwin was only 7th when we raced this track earlier on, so despite the fact that Mercedes is strong and whatever, it wasn't a great result last time.
But where was Marcel?
Don't know. Second.
There we go. He figured it out in the end. Okay, so we'll have to wait and see. Qualifying, though, could be critical. You can race around here, but the first of the qualifiers will begin now. And the first driver to do so is Darren McCormack. And again, he's aiming for something like a 0.1. He got into the 0.0s, a 20.0 in the first sector when we came here earlier on in the day, as he went on to take pole position and take the race win. See what his facial expression is through T1? Non-expressive. That's a good sign to me.
Absolutely. Marcel Chinchik, there you are, second place in qualifying, while James Baldwin was last. That explains the 7th place for James Baldwin. Not entirely sure why. I don't remember a slowdown or whatever, but I guess it kind of must have been for Baldwin.
It's not great in the first sector from Darren McCormack. No, I can't remember what happened with Bob. I think he might have had a slowdown. Of course, we might not have seen it because we saw McCormack's lap and then we saw the end of everyone else's. But he may well have had a slowdown in all of that. McCormack then comes down towards that final corner and heads his way out of the hairpin. I said final corner, I meant the hairpin. It's been a long day, don't worry about it. And the Irishman, like I say, that first sector's okay at best.
Yeah, not fantastic. And he's not going to repeat his lap from earlier on. Let's not forget that earlier today as well, by the way, he held the lap record around on Red Sport around this circuit, so he's clearly very quick. But this is the only circuit where we didn't see an improvement round on round. We, of course, had it at the LAN event. There's a natural improvement by the time we move online for round 5, because you're in your home setup, you're comfortable. But round 8, interestingly, didn't see an improvement on that lap record, which is the first time all season we didn't see a new lap record as a pole time for one of the races.
Yeah, into the Sachs curve then and up towards the final couple of corners. Very awkward these are. Again, it's an okay middle sector, which is where we expect the Mercedes to be okay. Out towards the final corner he will go. Let's see what the time is from McCormack as he heads his way up towards the line. It will be a 1 minute 36.013. That's pretty good.
Yeah, less than a tenth below what he's done in the past in terms of a lap record. He's right up there, and these guys are going to do well to overtake him in this one. Marko Pejic will be next, then it will be Kevin Sicki, then it will be Marcel Chinchik in the 4th position over the line. He'll be one to watch, of course. What can Marko Pejic do, though? He's currently down in last in the standings, by the way. Has really not had a good day. No top 6 place finishes, indeed, either. He goes over the line now. It will be a 36.1. That's a decent time.
Yeah, certainly is. Again, a couple of tenths behind McCormack. right, but still healthily up there. It's not a great middle sector from Kevin Siggy. The first sector's okay. The BMW, the Team Redline car comes into the final complex of corners, trying to get himself into the 36.1s, 36.2s. I think he can do so. 36.0 is out of the question with that middle sector as he comes through the final corner in that number 11. What's he going to do across the line? I get the feeling it might well be even a 0.3 or a 0.4 as he crosses the line. It's a 0.292 and it's only good enough for third, and he is fuming.
Yeah, I heard a word that was not broadcast. Well, I hope it didn't go.
I mean, that's a tilt.
I hope it didn't get broadcast. Here's the man, though, Marcel Chinchik, coming so close to winning on 2 occasions now. He was second at Spa. James Baldwin took that race win away from him superbly. The two of them clashed in the previous race as well. That's been pushed to the back of their minds, we'll hope, and now we can have a race at the Hockenheimring as well. Marcel Chinchik over the line. It's a 36.1. He's in second for the moment.
Yeah, that's kind of where we almost expect Marcel Chinchik to be around here. We know it's not the Audi R8 strongest circuit, but he might well be able to keep himself on the podium, keep himself at the points lead, of course, keep himself at least, you know, in the hunt for second position. But of course, he wants to take that victory and take first. We'll explain a little bit more about that later on as Enzo Benito comes through the final corners, looking slightly better than Kevin Siggy. Here comes the Italian up towards line. That second sector's okay as he crosses it. It's a 10th and a half off a pole. It's good enough for third.
It is for the moment. We'll wait for the other red line driver, Luke Bennett, a little bit later. He'll be 10th over the line. Josh Rogers still has a bit of work to do to get into finalist mode as well, but can do with a podium. He's not been so fantastic over recent times, though, after having a steady start to his day and then moving forward to get second back at Spa the first time we did it. Another top 5 at the second time as well, but at the other circuits, the Porsche has not been so strong. Doesn't look particularly pleased with his lap, although he never really does. Over the line, it's third place. Not so bad at all.
Yeah, and there's the round of applause, of course, coming in from the Porsche Coanda group. Here comes Erhan Yovsky, but that first sector, that's a slow-down penalty. And of course, like you say, he's a race winner in the previous race. It's because he qualified up the order. He helped his teammate. He sat behind and did what he could for Marcel Chinchik. On this occasion, it's not going to be the case because I can guarantee this lap time will be 7th at the moment. As he'll come round the final corner, he's lost nearly 2 seconds in that first sector, but as he hits the line, he might be ahead of 1 or 2, but at the moment, it's 2 seconds off the pole.
This could be a bit of a worry for RHG because Toman hasn't been having the best day so far. He's a 10th or 2 down in the first sector as well, compared to what we've normally seen. Middle sector's all right, but how much can he gain back in the last 2/3 of this lap? He's only been in the top 5 once today, but it was at Hockenheim, so maybe Chinchik will have some team support. Out of the final corner now for the Virtual Endurance Champion. He will set a 36.2, excuse me, it will be 6th place.
Now look who on our timesheets is the last car.
Oh dear.
Of course, it's
We're going to lose it.
Baldwin. I think this place might erupt if he grabs pole position. Moritz Lerner into the Sachs curve and out into this final sector. First sector about a 10th off, second sector about half a 10th off where we'd need to be for an Audi R8. So I think it's kind of aiming to be in that kind of region between Pejic and Toman. He comes out towards the line. Let's see what the mouse driver can do as he crosses it. Where is he going to go? Oh, just ahead of Pejic.
Not bad. 5th place. I was actually speaking to him just outside, by the way, after that race, as I went round the back. I said it was a crazy race, and he said, yeah, I want to be watching. I don't want to drive. So yeah, he's clearly not focused. Yoni Tomala is out there at the moment in the 10th driver to cross the line. Nice first sector for him. He's been a little bit quiet over recent times, but has been slowly edging his way up the order. Now in 9th in the standings. Nods his head as he goes over the line.
Whoa!
And Yoni Tomala goes up to 2nd place. One of the best qualifying sessions he's had all day.
I've told you he was good in that first sector. Fastest first sector we've seen. Luke Bennett, though, he's gone really quick in that first sector as well. Sadly for him, he's a point shy of going into finalist mode. He's almost guaranteed to be in it if we go into the next race. Let's see what he can do. Final corner beckons. Luke Bennett comes round it. It's an average middle sector, but it's a fantastic first. Shake of the head. It's not going to be good enough. As he heads over the line, he goes to 5th.
Yeah, he's, so, as you say, pretty much guaranteed, but he will want to be up there to try and prevent Chinchik and Baldwin from winning. That is the key. Baldwin then, 20.1 in the first sector is all right. It's all right in the middle sector as well. Not sure it's going to be enough for pole here. Darren McCormack may well take another pole position at the Hockenheimring, where, of course, he won last time we raced this circuit back at race 2. Here comes James Baldwin, though, out of the final corner, in finalist mode, of course. A huge lap up ahead for him. It's 3rd place, just ahead of Marcel Chinchik. The two drivers in finalist mode will be on row 2 together.
Yeah, they're on the same road for the second consecutive race, but they'll be behind this man here, Dara McCormack, after a brilliant lap time. He's looking to do what he did earlier on in the day. He took victory here. Now, could he do the way he started it by taking back-to-back victories to take victory in the first ESL R1 major? Let's take a look at the starting grid presented by our partners in VRS. Race number 7, Haniowski, the only driver that received a slowdown penalty, will start from 12th, alongside Kevin Siggy, who's been getting very infuriated with his qualifying performance, will start from 11th. Then Yuri Toman, Marco Pejic, Moritz Lerner and Enzo Benito rounding out the 7th and 8th positions. Then we get Bennett, and then all these drivers within a tenth of a second. Joshua Rogers in 5th place, Marcel Chinchik and James Baldwin on the second row of the grid in finalist mode. One of those wins and we are done, but they have to get past Joni Tormler after a fantastic qualifying performance, and of course it's the Irishman. It is Dara McCormack again. Round of applause please, ladies and gentlemen. After a fantastic qualifying session, it's Dara McCormack again on pole position.
It is indeed. He's done this before, of course, took pole and took the win earlier on as well. He's going to try and prevent this go from ending right now as much as he possibly can. Of course, with the top 2 here, McCormack would enter finalist mode himself. So it's not only about keeping it going for everyone, he's also trying to give himself the best chance of winning.
Now, is this when fatigue sets in for drivers? You've been doing sprint racing, unlike yesterday where they've been doing 4 races over an 8 race period. So they've been doing a race, then taking a break, basically for an hour, jumping in, doing a race, taking a break, jumping in, etc. This has been race, 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 race for 5 hours so far. They're getting a bit tired, surely.
They will be getting a bit tired, I do agree, because I'm tired.
My voice is feeling it right now.
These guys must be as well. You know, I wouldn't be surprised by any means. You know, but they did, you know, we were here for the same length of time yesterday, I suppose, so, you know, it's not unexpected. And we've heard a lot of predictions in and around the 6 to 10 kind of race region as to how long this is going to go on for. You know, 10 being the very uppermost of wildest predictions. I was very much of the opinion it was going to be a smaller amount. So were you in 6 races, but looks like it's going on for a bit longer than we thought. Although, how could we have predicted the last 2 races, by the way?
No, again, I still maintain big highlight was that Spa race. Again, mostly thanks to the crowd and hearing the fantastic driving from those behind us. But they are all fighting again for €45,000 for the first champion on Rennsport here in ESL R1 and for that trophy, which, by the way, is sick. But
not that heavy, apparently.
No, but that's because he's really, really strong. With Ho about to head into the race start. Could this be the last one? We have to wait and see, or are we going to see more drivers entering finalist mode as Dara McCormack and Joni Tormler start at the front row of the grid. Our finalists on row 2 as we get racing here at the Hockenheim Ring. It's a poor start from Marcel Chinchik, though. He's going to drop back into 6th position and maybe even 7th as well as we head into the first corner. I think that might be Bennett through. It's Enzo Benito through, and it's a disaster for one of our finalists.
It certainly is. James Baldwin got off to a good start, though. He's up to 3rd and probably would have passed Chinchik anyway. Side by side, through the second turn they'll go. As you say, Bennett and Benito both trying to go through as Lerner and Pejic go side by side behind as well.
Yeah, there's the side by side there between Chinchik and Benito. It's going to take us down towards the hairpin. I don't know how hard Benito's going to fight this, but surely he is. It's tight for the race lead as well, as Joni Tormler is going to try and do something on Dara McCormack getting down to the hairpin, but he's gone wide. Is it going to be opening an opportunity for the Mercedes to come through as well as we head up and out of the hairpin, up towards the King, up through into the Mercedes arena section? Can James Baldwin do anything? I think he's a little too far back, but Joni Tormler isn't.
This is important now. Dara McCormack side by side very nearly with Joni Tormler. Tormler can't really reach finalist mode in the next 3 races even. He's got to spend to try and get up there. He needs every single point he can. So while McCormack may be thinking, I need to prevent Baldwin from winning, Tormler's not in that mindset.
Yeah, he's just, I need to win. I need to win. I don't care about anything else. It is only the victories that matter for me. You can see there, Dara McCormack needs P2 or better to gain finalist mode. At the moment, he is leading. At the moment, he will have finalist mode. And it's a track that he's won at today as well. He won it in the 2nd race we had earlier on this Sunday afternoon. And guess where else he won? Monza as well. That will be the next track after this. If we need it, do we need 8 races? 1 lap complete here at the Hockenheim Ring. And Dara McCormack leads. Out wide, though, goes James Baldwin. That'll add one of the track cuts to him. He's getting close. I say getting close to a drive-through. If he does that too many times, he will get a drive-through.
Yes, he certainly will. So needs to be careful of that, even over the course of a short 10-lap race. McCormack is getting away with this race, though. Is this going to be the one for Baldwin? It's looking less and less likely with every moment he spends behind Joni Tomala. He has to go now, and he will do. Inside line at the hairpin. Surely this will be the move for James Baldwin. Josh Rogers will want to get through here as well because he needs a podium right now in this race. Baldwin will be through to second place, and here comes Josh Rogers as well.
That is getting a round of applause, and guess who might come through? We might hear some more screams coming from the Porsche Coanda bunch as Joni Tomala's feeling the pressure. Josh Rogers not able to come through. James Baldwin up towards second position, but he needs one more if we're to be over here at the Hockenheim Ring. Heading into the Mercedes Arena section, Joshua Rogers unable to make any progress past Joni Tomala as we head up towards Mobile 1. Rogers might well wait until the hairpin, might well try and do something there. We know the Porsche is actually pretty quick in a straight line, to be honest.
It is quite quick. It did well at Spa, of course. That's where Josh Rogers picked up 30 of his points today. So that could be a thing to note as well, especially if we go on longer than 8 races. We could be seeing Spa quicker than you think. Once again, Rogers, though, as I said, needs a podium to get into finalist mode. At the moment, we'd see Bennett, Rogers and McCormack all into finalist mode, giving us nearly half the grid with the odd chance to win.
Yeah, this could be a very, very incredible end to the very first ESL R1 major as we complete 2 laps of racing. It's not going to be done yet. We'll be adding to the finalists at this rate. We'll have 2 extras onto there, being Bennett and McCormack. We'll probably have more in the near future as well if this keeps on going, and maybe we will be here until 8 AM. At this rate, I genuinely don't think we will, purely based on the fact of how elbows out everything has been. It's 2 versus 10 at the moment, and it's getting a bit feisty out there.
The way this is going, especially if Josh Rogers gets into the top 3, I think this is going to end either this race or next here, because 5 drivers having finalist mode surely will be enough. Meanwhile, Moritz Lerner is defending from Marco Page. That's for 8th place. This is more for positional battles in terms of the money, because there's a lot of money on the line, as I should say. For these positions, Lerner holding on to 8th position for now. Doesn't quite do enough to overhaul Kevin Siggy with this position, though.
You did go a bit northern there. On line.
On line.
On line, all right, mate. Yeah, no, cool. Dara McCormack, like you say, I don't think he's feeling much pressure at the moment. You can see in the top right there, as you were saying, Erhan Yofsky and Josh Rogers need to basically be in the top 3. Rogers is very close to that top 3 at the moment, being just 2/10 behind as they head through Mobile 1. But do you think, okay, let's say, for example, you're in Bennett's boots. Do you pressurise Rogers here? Because for you, you don't need it. You're in position right now.
Well, yeah, but you'd rather Rogers wasn't there.
Correct. So, that's what I was about to say.
Okay, but so it depends whether they're thinking like that or not. Do they see Rogers as a threat at Monza? Which I would, because the Porsche, as you say, has got good straight line speed.
Yeah, but it is bad at Monza for some reason.
He's still got 6th in the last race. I know that's not a win, but by any means, but still think he'll be able to do well in that. So, you know, I think they'll want to prevent him from getting through. Not at all costs, because Bennett still needs points, but no, even so.
I think if you want to go into, if you're going into finalist mode, if you can deny someone else getting into finalist mode, you have to take that. You have to deny as many people in finalist mode, because then you're worrying about less people, because then if they win the next race, yeah, whatever, fair enough, then you'll be in finalist mode, whatever. But you're giving yourself the opportunity and you're removing those from others. But I get the feeling this might be it. Porsche Coanda, Joshua Rogers closing in, looks down the inside of Joni Tomala. He's sending it to the hairpin. He's down the inside of the BMW. A little bit of contact between the 2, and the 51 with the outside line could have the drag off the corner and might well open him up to the opportunity from Bennett.
And Josh Rogers has to tuck in. Luke Bennett will get involved now as well, where he made that dive yesterday, of course, that caused so much problem. Here comes Josh Rogers down the inside of Joni Tomala, and Luke Bennett will make it 3 wide. There he goes on the outside line. Oh, and Tomala's off. Josh Rogers goes through to 3rd place. Where on earth is Joni Tomala? He's off the road somewhere. He's off in the back. You can see 12th place for Joni Tomala. Luke Bennett moves up as well, but Josh Rogers is in an all-important podium place.
What happened to Joni Tomala? I have no idea. No. It just seemed like it was a solo mistake or maybe something else. I've got absolutely no idea. That's looking at Dara McCormack, our race leader, who, by the way, only has half a second over James Baldwin. The crowd's gone wild because Joshua Rogers has got up into 3rd place. And as you can see right there, Luke Bennett is now just 1 point short of gaining finalist mode, which means in this race right now, 3 drivers in these positions will gain finalist mode. Dara McCormack, Joshua Rogers and Luke Bennett to join James Baldwin and Marcel Chinchik as things stand. But right now, Baldwin is looking to end it here and now.
He is, and he's looking quick as well. I thought that gap would be too much, and I thought Dara McCormack would be able to take this one home and take us to another race. But James Baldwin is beginning to stretch his legs again. He's got the pace here clearly. He's gaining a lot of time. He'll be having a go for this. He looks to the inside, he looks to the outside. Dara McCormack defends on the inside line. They're both late on the brakes as you can possibly be, and the Irishman holds on for the moment.
I know we look late, but that did look suspiciously like a bit of a double move in the braking zone, but of course we did look late, so fair enough, we won't question it too much. McCormack though hangs on to the race lead. The inside line being taken halfway over, it was McCormack, and so James Baldwin was not able to get down the inside. He is all over the rear end of the Irishman of that Williams eSports car. Yes, I know they're both backed by Mercedes, they've got Mercedes AMG in their name, but they are not teammates, they're not fighting for the same, they are fighting for different teams, they're fighting for themselves. McCormack and Baldwin, the young gun versus the elder statesman, two of the very best from the likes of Assetto Corsa Competizione. They battle with each other time and time again on that platform, and they battle with themselves here in ESL R1.
Absolutely fantastic. It did look a little bit like McCormack was moving a lot in that braking zone there, but in the end, everything fine. No collision between the two, and they'll continue on. We're only halfway through this race, would you believe it, by the way, as well. Still 5 laps to go. At least 5 more chances for Baldwin to go through.
Yeah, maybe this could be the last race. Maybe Baldwin could make his way through. I think Tom Harrison-Lord thinks so yeah, fair enough. Shout out to him, but I don't know, this could be it. Could Baldwin make his way through? But if Baldwin makes his way through too early, McCormack will be there to try something. Baldwin's pace has looked absolutely fantastic today. Like we said, he's had a handful of wins, including 3 of them. He's looking for his 4th, and this could be close enough.
It could well be. He was about at this distance previously as well. So this is another chance for Baldwin. He's slightly further back this time, in fact. He's weaving around a little bit, trying to get into the mirrors of Dara McCormack, and he has. McCormack goes wide at the hairpin, and here comes James Baldwin on the inside line.
No, it's going to be the drive off from McCormack, as you can see, racing up once again. James Baldwin's going to be close enough now. He's going to look to the inside. You can see on the onboard on the right-hand side of the inset as he sends it in. Baldwin's going to try and take the lead. There's a little bit of contact, but they're still going to be side by side coming out of the arena section. Baldwin backs out. It might be the up and under up towards Mobil 1. It was slow exit though from Dara McCormack. He's got to go around the outside. That's never going to work.
It won't work, and McCormack goes in deep. Here comes Baldwin again into the Sykes curve. It's the outside line, but he will not have the space. Here's Josh Rogers now as well.
It's such a narrow run through that section. You can't do it, but you're absolutely right. Joshua Rogers wants to make his way through into finalist mode in style. He wants to show he can win. He's all over the rear end, and once again, you can see the closing in of Luke Bennett. Dara McCormack receives a warning for weaving on the straights. We can kind of get that one, but it's just a warning, so let's focus on the race.
Josh Rogers could really help out Dara McCormack here and just put the pressure on James Baldwin that little bit. There's going to be a big move into the hairpin here for somebody, because Luke Bennett's here as well. Marcel Chinchik's starting to lurk as well, but he probably won't be able to get up there. You wouldn't say at this stage. We can't count anything out though. Here's Josh Rogers now. He's so close to the back of James Baldwin.
Is there going to be a move? We head onto the Parabolica now, out of the 3rd corner, out of the 1st sector, onto the Parabolica, into the hairpin. Dara McCormack having to slightly take a defensive line. Here comes James Baldwin though with a sensational save, but it's going to be too deep. Surely it is! Oh my goodness, it's not! But as they come off the corner, the outside line might well prevail. Dara McCormack, and I think Rogers might be through.
This is Josh Rogers on the inside line now. He could do McCormack a big favour. There's contact. Baldwin nearly loses it. I don't know how he saved that. Rogers is around the outside. He's pushed off the road quietly, and Luke Bennett will go through.
Oh
Luke
my goodness!
Bennett is the 2nd.
This is going to be bad though, because here comes Marcel Chinchik as well. Marcel Chinchik working his way up. He's been one position down after another from James Baldwin, and he drops back to 5th. McCormack and Bennett and Rogers as well. The top 3, they'll be moving into finalist mode as we're all starting to lose our voices.
Oh.
My goodness me, that's not just us, that's the crowd as well.
Can you believe this? The top 3 in this race right now will all enter finalist mode for the next one if things stay as they are. Dara McCormack has got to get some praise here for the defence he's put up from James Baldwin under the highest of pressure, and now it's all about can they keep the them all behind. Chinchik and Baldwin are 4th and 5th. Surely this is going too long.
Yeah, I think we're getting another race into the books right now. Dara McCormack, Luke Bennett, Josh Rogers at the moment. None of those, they'll all be going into finalist mode. But none of those will be the ones that will win at this point. You know, it will have to go on to the next race. They need to enter finalist mode. A win for them right now is great and all that, but it's not the same as what it would mean for Marcel Chinchik. It's not the same as what it will mean for James Baldwin, which means that between 5 drivers, it will be the race for €45,000, which, oh my goodness me, that's going to be scary.
That is so scary for all of those 5 drivers. They're all in the top 5 here, of course. Surely this means that race 8 will be the one where it's decided.
Surely.
We've got the 5 best drivers in ESL R1 at the front right now. They've had the best season. Chinchik's got to be kicking himself for letting this get out of so out of control, though. Previously, he was the only one. He knew what he had to do. Now he's looking at 4 others around him.
Yeah, think about it. This is the beautiful thing with this format, right? Is that we were so close to it being done. We were so close to it being over back in the Nürburgring, back in Spa as well. And yet here we are. It is not over, not even close. And it means that it's going to come down to that final race at the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza, which that is terrifying as a prospect to any sim racer.
It's so terrifying, especially the first corner.
Yeah,
I've got to be honest, but we'll see what happens through there. The real point, I guess, in this race now is whether Josh Rogers can hold on to 3rd place. I don't think Chinchik or Baldwin can take the race win overall here in this one now. 4th and 5th with only 2 laps to go, including this one. Surely that's too far away, but Chinchik can prevent Rogers from getting finalist mode. If he goes through here, Rogers will need another race, so he could help himself dearly by getting up into 4th, 3rd even if it doesn't matter too much.
The thing is, between all of these, if we're having these 5 as our finalists, the thing is, at least 3 of them are really confident coming into the next round. Rogers might not be, Bennett might not be, Rogers might not even be a finalist at this rate, is exactly what you're saying is happening. Marcel Chinchik sending it in there, making a little bit of contact on the rear end of the Porsche Coanda, but it's all fair at the moment as they depart the corner. It's still going to be Joshua Rogers in that 3rd position.
Nice defending from Josh Rogers there, by the way. He defended the inside, but when you do that, you often go sailing off and miss the apex a little bit, or not that extreme, of course, but you do lose a bit on the exit. But Rogers really slowed it down on the apex there to make sure that Chinchik couldn't go through, bumped into the back of him, and so keeps that 3rd place, but he's only inviting more pressure on himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you've got Maurice Lerner and Enzo Benito as well fighting behind all this, but I'm sorry, but our attention has to be on all of this lot. What a final few races we've had. Race 5, race 6, race 7. As soon as this finalist mode's been active, this has been beyond crazy. I love this.
It is absolutely fantastic. It has been wonderful so far. We've gone through more finalists than I think we were expecting, if we're honest. We've gone through more races. 3. Yeah, exactly. I think we agreed on 3, actually, that it will be around there. We're clearly not going to get that. It's been 3 races now as well. This is the 3rd race where it could have been decided, but we go on one more, and I can't see that happening any longer. The real focus, though, will be for 3rd place. Can Josh Rogers hold on to that all-important podium?
Yeah, well, this is the final run for them out onto the Parabolica, out towards the hairpin. So Marcel Chinchik, if he's going to get through, is going to be now. I think James Baldwin has sort of accepted his position in 5th. He's not really going for anything else and knows it's going to take one more, knowing that he's got speed, knowing that he's got confidence, knowing that he's got the car to take victory at the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza. Here comes Joshua Rogers taking the defensive line once again. A bit of a send as well from Enzo Benito in the background. And it is going to be Rogers, pretty much a carbon copy of the previous attempt, defending beautifully.
Was that a replay? It was the same thing.
Close.
It was the same thing. Rogers defending the inside as well as he did the first time. Well, let's see how aggressive Chinchik's going to be in his attacks here now, though, because well, what does he have to lose?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, I mean, you're absolutely right. Like him, yeah, if he gets past Rogers, he's removing one of those finalists, one of those people that can do it. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
He's not in a winning position right now, is he?
No.
So might as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
But clearly he hasn't, and I don't think there's going to be any more chances for him to do so either. These two are going to get into finalist mode as well, though. Dara McCormack did the bulk of the defending and let others get involved. That pushed James Baldwin back, and it means we go on into the final couple of corners. Race 7 here at the Hockenheim Ring is going to go to Dara McCormack. He will get finalist mode along with Luke Bennett and Josh Rogers, who join him on the podium. Chinchik and Baldwin have now let this get out of control as this race has gone on. Unbelievable race once again. Darren McCormack breathes a sigh of relief just a little bit. And we're going to go down to now to Aslo, who's standing by with Josh Rogers.
Do you guys remember when Lewis McLean said that we're going to be only race 6? And here we are going to race 8. You know, sometimes even the commentators don't know what's going to happen. In a moment like this, you've made it to finalist mode. How does it feel to finally get here? And now the points don't matter. A race win does.
Yeah, considering how up and down today's been, I've been struggling to put a qualifying lap together all day, and to be honest, Hockenheim was no different. But yeah, looking forward to being able to race for the championship in the next race. Obviously, Monza, so it's going to be pretty chaotic. But yeah, hopefully fun and clean.
I'm imagining just that Fire Elmo gif with, like, you know, the whole chaos thing. But seeing Marcel behind you and you're taking that defensive line, how do you, like, what are you doing in that moment? Are you just playing full defense? You're taking the wide line, making sure he can't get past you and take that finalist mode away from you?
Yeah, that was my main focus. I knew that I needed P3, and it was going to be extremely close, so I had to kind of take no risk. There was probably a couple times where maybe I didn't need to defend, but you're better off slowing yourself up and kind of worrying about the rest of it later, just to try and hold on to it.
And would you say Monza is one of your strongest tracks or stronger tracks?
No, this weekend, honestly, it's been my weakest.
Wait,
so.
don't tell your competitors that. Sorry, that was my fault. I asked the question.
It's okay.
No.
But yeah, hopefully, honestly, I can turn it around for this one. The speed is good. It's just a matter of putting the lap together when it counts. So that's going to be the main focus.
Congrats on making us finalist mode here. Now over to our desk as we head over to Monza. Jazz and Krim.
Dara McCormack has only just gone and done it, securing himself his third first-place finish on none other than Hockenheim. Did you expect that? Did you anticipate that? Is it taking you by surprise? Are you speechless again?
No, because my prediction was right. Go ahead and praise me now. I'm waiting. Thank you.
That's the praise you're getting.
I'll take that clap. And next prediction. I'm currently haven't made a wrong one, but next race will be the last one.
Yeah, are you 100% on that?
We have new finalists.
We do indeed have some new finalists, but let's go ahead and revisit how everything unfolded over on Hockenheim as we take a look at our race results, breaking this one down even further. Of course, this is a revisit at our Drivers' Championship, but yeah, Luke Bennett joining the mix, joining the fold of our finalist mode, as well as Dara McCormack as well. Now,
and Rogers.
Yeah, I mean, the list just keeps on going. Now, before we even started this race, Dara McCormack had dropped all the way down to 6th in our Driver Championship. So he's been clawing his way back. You know, he started off today over in 8th. Made it up to 4th, dropped back down again as he started to lose his form. But 4th is pretty darn good, if I do say so myself.
Yep.
How do you think Monza's going to unfold?
McCormack winning the whole thing.
For why?
Because he's hit or miss, and he just hit. So he's probably going to hit again. I think all of his wins throughout the whole entire season have been all back-to-back.
Yeah.
So why break that now? Why break that now?
Well, I'm going to read off some stats for Monza, see if that changes your opinion or you guys' opinion whatsoever. James Baldwin over on Monza had got 1st place yesterday, 2nd place today. Luke Bennett had got 6th yesterday and 9th today. Dara McCormack 2nd yesterday, 1st today. Can he get his 2nd first place finish over on Monza? I think so.
That's my prediction.
There we go. That's the prediction that Mr. Crimsix has thrown out. But if you're new to Monza, because Monza is pretty new around these parts, let's go ahead and see how you should address driving on the track.
All right, guys. Special guest Crimsix, Ian Porter here again, phase driver. Here we are with someone a lot better than me and a lot more Italian. Literally every single opportunity to throw in the word Italian and brag about it, he's doing it. So. And today, he's doing a lap around Monza.
You know the track? You know where Monza is?
Yeah, I know the track, but like...
good food here, you know. We brake at 150, and we use 1st gear. We jump on the curb, but we don't hit the 2nd one, so we can get all the speed on the straight. But again, we brake before 100 meter. You use 2nd gear. We cut the curb. Both curbs we need to cut.
Penalty.
That's right, we don't see that. We cut both the curbs. we cut both curves, and then we stay as close as possible to the right one of the Scari and use the track on the outside. Again, 50 meters, stay as close as possible, but don't ride that curb, ride only the outside curb.
Are you on the throttle as fast as possible, right there?
So you gotta be smooth on throttle, obviously, because...
Smooth, not fast.
No, not straight away. So
Smooth
you
and
build
fast.
up really quick, and then at the last peak, like 10%, you go really like a little bit smoother. But here again, we jump over the curb. We trail brake a little bit, third gear, see, so you maximize the exit here.
Yep.
Now we are full throttle, press the pedal as hard as you can for this long straight. This will be like a really good chance to overtake some cars, something that Ian doesn't know yet.
All right, just for that one, all right, you're gonna close your eyes.
Can I close my eyes?
Yeah, we're gonna make this game, close your eyes.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you when to open.
We're going straight.
Yeah.
Am
You should go left a little. You should go left a little.
What is left? This one? No, shit.
See?
All right.
He's doing it. Enzo, where would you overtake?
Obviously, turn one, I mean long straight, big chicane, that's where the magic happens.
What do you think is going to happen at turn one?
It's going to be chaos. I think some people are going to punch each other on a stage.
Who do you want to punch the most?
My teammate Jeffrey Rietveld. I think he has a very punchable face.
Who do you not want to get punched by?
Bennett, because he's from Birmingham.
Oh, so you're saying he might?
He might stab.
We
can't say that.
It's a track of speed, it's a track of pace, and it is a track for Italians.
Finalist mode is being secured left, right, and center here at the ESL R1 Major Crimsix. Do you think we're going to get another track?
No.
Another race?
This is it.
Another one?
No.
Maybe.
No more, okay? And it's not us saying this. It's not anyone at production or race control or anything. These 12 drivers are going to be the ones who decide that. Well, technically 5, okay? Because we have some new finalists.
We do indeed have some new finalists joining the ranks. Do you think it's going to be one of the new finalists potentially taking this? Oh, that would be an absolute gut punch, wouldn't it? Knowing that you've had chance after chance after chance.
Yep.
And basically just thrown it away if you're not able to secure this victory right here. Do you think it'll be a new finalist?
Who cares? McCormack or Baldwin or Rogers or Marcel's, sorry man, I can't say your last name.
Chinchip.
Or Bennett. So one of these drivers is going to win. I can pretty much guarantee that. I'm going with McCormack just because he's on fire.
Well, what a comeback story it would be if Luke Bennett were able to close this one out. But my darling commentators, do tell me, who do you think is going to take this one?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? I'm going to go early and agree with Ian and say McCormack as well. Oh, great, we're all doing it. Okay.
That's it. He is cursed. He cannot do anything. Sorry.
It's based on mainly what we saw at Monza. He beat out James Baldwin in that race, who finished in second position. These two were 1 and 2 back at Monza. They've been at each other all week as well. Two of the best Mercedes drivers we have in the field here today. Darren McCormack and James Baldwin will be going into battle here in this race.
They're not the only two, though, that will be going into battle, of course. We do have Luke Bennett in there. We do also have Marcel Chinchik and Joshua Rogers. Now, Marcel Chinchik's had a couple of opportunities. This is Joshua Rogers' first to try and do something here after working his way through into the finalist mode by getting inside the top 3. Can he take it to Marcel Chinchik? Can he take it to the other 3 finalists as well? Ooh, we have to wait and see. We have 5 finalists. It is going to be a tall order for some to win, but there are some advantages. Based on what we've seen before, the way I see it is that Audi and Merck are pretty good around here. I would lean towards Marcel Chinchik, James Baldwin, and of course, Darren McCormack. This is how things stand at the moment in the championship. So Marcel Chinchik and James Baldwin, first and second.
They are indeed, yeah. And the only driver able to get to finalist mode in this race, and maybe prevent us from stopping now, is Erhan Yovski, really. He needs a top 9 if this goes on any longer, but I think he's the most realistic candidate to make this go on any longer. It's about those top 5 we're thinking about, though. Chinchik has had 4 chances now. This is his 4th chance. Baldwin is on his 3rd. Bennett, McCormack and Rogers have only just made it into finalist mode though, and with a race win, any of those top 5 will win the ESL R1 Major Spring Season, the very first one as well. This is absolutely fantastic.
And you also have to remember, so there were drivers there that were also in the green. So the 5 drivers in the green, just to remind you, whoever wins will take over 1st place. And the reason why they've still got points is because they'll take 2nd, 3rd, and 4th basically in the title, and they'll take the money for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And by the way, that is, whilst it's 45 grand for winning, it's still 20 grand for finishing in 2nd, 12.5 for finishing in 3rd, 4th gets 8, 5th gets 6, and then 6 also gets 6. So that's plenty of money to take me out on a romantic date. It's fine. Right, so we're about to head into the qualifying session. We've got 1:50. Who's getting pole?
Let's see who's going to get pole. There's your prize pool, by the way, on your screen. 45k for winning, down to 20 for 2nd, which is still a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
12.5, 8, 6, 6, 6. So, yeah, as you explained, it's important to keep accumulating those points because especially McCormack and Rogers, actually, if they don't win, they do want to beat each other because they will move up to 4th or down to 5th, depending on 2. They're quite close. The other 5 really are quite far away, or the other 3 really are quite far away. So wherever they finish, it is going to be where they finish, really. They'll be looking for a win, as they all will be.
Yeah, right. So in here, let's see if we can get some noise going. Who thinks Marcel Chinchik's going to win? Okay, we've got
of applause.
We got a couple. Who thinks Dara McCormack's going to win? Bit more for Dara McCormack. That's fair enough. Who thinks Joshua Rogers is going to win?
He's got the most support, hasn't he?
He does indeed. Who thinks Luke Bennett's going to win? They're all over there. Okay, that's fine. And finally, of course, who thinks James Baldwin's going to win? Ooh.
There you have it. I have a feeling that Hart might be speaking overhead there.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, even with Baldwin?
For everyone, to be honest.
I think a little bit, but you know, Jaroslav Honzik's got a lot of heart, and I know who he's supporting. He's made it very clear. He's even put out a marriage request throughout this broadcast.
Yeah, he did.
So you know, each to their own.
Fair enough. Yeah. Why not?
I mean, there's been weirder things that's happened on broadcast. So that's to the top of my list.
Well, yeah, there we are. The pressure is massively on though for them, isn't it? It's like we've never really experienced before. As I said earlier on in the broadcast, this has never been done in sim racing before, this format for the very first time. Now it's time for qualifying. Darren McCormack was fastest in practice. He's about to begin his lap here and will be able to enjoy all of it.
Oh, this is heart-in-mouth moment. This is heart-in-mouth stuff for all 12-hour drivers, but for those 5 in particular, McCormack will be the first of them as we head down into the first corner. And of course, you can see in the top right, ESL R1 drivers gearing up for the 4th Monza Challenge. This is the 4th track on the service. This is the 4th time they're seeing it. You know, they've seen it a couple of times, but in practice, they've seen it at home. They've done it, but they raced it earlier on yesterday. They've raced it twice today. It would be very fitting to end things here.
And if we were to go on, it would have to be a new winner as well. All of the statistics are looking unlikely that it's going to go to race 9. It will be race 8. In all likelihood. Let's see though. Sector 1 will be finishing up for Darren McCormack here. It's a 34.7 first of all. Technically though, that's only 2 corners of the lap.
Yeah, but it is still good. They're 2 important corners, they're 2 difficult corners, and realistically, if you want to play that game, mate, there's only like 5 or 6 corners around here as they head through Lesmo 1 and then up towards Lesmo 2. Again, keep your eye on what Dara McCormack is feeling there on the left-hand side. See his facial expression. When there's no facial expression, it's fine. When there's a shake of the head, it's bad. Dara McCormack comes down towards the Ascari chicane, and at the moment, I don't think he's feeling this is particularly great.
No, out of the second chicane, he definitely shaked his head there just a little bit, and it did so again as well around the lap. 35.6. Clearly, his standards are so high, though, for what he wants to achieve that anything other than the very, very best is going to be below what he wants to achieve. So, yeah, that just shows you the level of driver that we have here. Into the Parabolica then for Darren McCormack, who's taken pole positions in the past here this afternoon, one of them being at this very circuit. It was a lights to flag victory for Darren McCormack when we visited Monza last. He could set that off right now with a low 46. What's the time going to be for him? It will be a 46.1. That's beatable, but not bad.
It's going to be that. I get the feeling that's like a top 4 time around from what we've seen here at Monza so far. As we see Marcel Cinčić again, first and second sectors. These are fast than Dara McCormack. Now, when I asked him earlier, I said, you know, he asked me where Monza was on the circuits we've got coming up, and I said it's the last one. He said, are you serious, mate? He loves this track. He's fast at this track. He's confident in his speed, and as he comes through the final corner, he might well be able to take pole position away from Dara McCormack as he crosses the line. It's a 46.024. It's a good lap time from Cinčić.
Marcel Cinčić with a fantastic lap time, a 10.5 quicker than Dara McCormack. Josh Rogers is also at the moment the first sector, not quite as good as maybe it needs to be. As he said earlier on, the Porsche doesn't enjoy Monza quite so much, although he was still 6th position when we visited this circuit earlier on today, and that has fitted in with some of the other results he got early on in this event here today. Josh Rogers then up towards the line in qualifying. It's going to be a 46.2 for Rogers.
I've got to say that, I mean, that's better than what we've seen from Rogers. And once again, Kevin Siggy, about the angriest man alive. The red mist all over the place as Siggy comes into the final complex of corners. We'll see what he can do going through the parabolica, but that first and second sector, the second sector, he's lost about 0.3 of a second, and out towards it, I've got to say, this is going to be 4th place for Kevin Siggy at the moment. I think it's going to be about 4 or 5 tenths off as he crosses the line. It's half a second off, and once again the frustration is brewing.
And he is battling in the championship for 7th place with Moritz Lerner, who's only 5 points, behind at the moment. These two need at least 2 more races to enter finalist mode, so the chances of them winning pretty unlikely at this stage unless they take race wins themselves. That's what Moritz Lerner will be hoping for here with this lap time. Get yourself up towards the front at a circuit where the Audi is relatively strong. Out towards the line now for the German. What's the time going to be? It's a 46.3 and only 4th place.
Yeah, bit of a clap for that one, but nothing too major. Up towards the line now, it will be Yuri Toman. First sector's actually pretty good. It's on par with what his teammate had done, but he's lost about 1/10 of a second in that second sector. The Czech driver who's struggled in qualifying on frequent occasions so far this afternoon going into this evening. What can he do? Can he assist his teammate? Can he get up there and maybe do something for Marcel Cinčić? He comes out towards the line, and let's see what the R8G driver can do. It's good enough for 4th.
Not bad at all, but not really close enough to Cinčić to help him, I wouldn't say, at the moment, especially considering we've got Bennett and Baldwin to come yet. That could really mean, yeah, he's not too much of assistance. Erhan Yovski may well be. He'll be to come a little bit later. Enzo Benito is out through the final corner right now as well, trying to help Luke Bennett the best way he can. Kevin Siggy won't be able to from there, you wouldn't imagine. I don't think Enzo Benito will be able to either. You can see from the facial expression of the Italian.
Slow down.
Yep, 3 seconds away.
Yeah, it's slow down in the middle sector, 38.4. You can see it there as soon as we flick over to Marko Pajic. That's not great. Marko Pajic's lap isn't great either. He's lost quite a lot in the first sector and a fair amount in the second sector, but it's looking like, again, it's going to be around about half a second to sort of like 6-7 tenths off of pole. He's tried to throw everything at this, maybe to get himself in position to help James Baldwin, but I can tell you across the line, I think it'll be 7th place as Pajic goes over, and that's certainly where he goes, 6 tenths off of the pole.
So top 3 all in finalist mode at the moment. Cinčić, McCormack, Rogers. Can Luke Bennett join them as well? The first sector is way down for Luke Bennett. That's not good news at all. And he's going to be hoping for a miracle for winning this major here, you'd imagine. He should be good to hold on to 3rd in the driver's standings, by the way, unless somebody below him wins, of course, in which case he'd be demoted to 4th, I suppose. But even so, Luke Bennett, head in his hands. He knows he's made a big error out on the course, and it's only 6th place.
Yeah, well, here we go then. The final of our finalists. Whilst Luke Bennett is in 6th position, the top 3 belong to our finalists. Can James Baldwin make it another? Those sector times are not telling me it's so. The sector times are not telling me it's going to happen. Let's see what he can do. Out through the parabolica, a 34.9 in the first sector, a couple of tenths down on where we want. A 35.7 in the second sector, a tenth and a bit down on where we want. It's 3 tenths down as he crosses the line. He's in a battle with Luke Bennett, but he's out of things when it comes to the top 3 in the finalists.
Have Baldwin and Bennett thrown this away right at the end. James Baldwin has driven so well over the course of this LAN here in Munich this weekend, by the way. He came from 4th place. I thought too many points back, I have to be honest. I thought he was too far away. He's proved me entirely wrong because he's had chances to win this over the course of this weekend. Yuri Trobler, by the way, comes across the line right now, put in a great qualifying at Hockenheim, shakes his head. It's not so good at the Monza circuit.
Yeah, what could be the final qualifying session, the final qualifying laps they're doing all the way through this. Hello, Erhan Yayovsky. Could he be there to assist his teammate again? Could he get amongst the finalists? Could he help Marcel Cinchik maybe yet again? He tried at the Nürburgring, came out on top in victory that time. Hey, maybe he'll become yet another finalist and push this to a 9th race. The first sector's okay, the second sector's decent. Erhan Yayovsky, the Macedonian, comes up towards the line. What's it gonna be? Oh! It's good enough for second. It's all RAG on the front row as Marcel Cinchik has assistance from his teammate.
Advantage RAG. Marcel Cinchik and Erhan Yayovsky on the front row together. They realise they've done a fantastic job. They've proved the Audi is strong here at Monza, very strong indeed. And now Marcel Cinchik has arguably the best chance he's had all day to win this.
Yeah, that was a very important lap from Erhan Yayovsky. Marcel Cinchik doing the work, getting pole position again. Erhan Yayovsky on the front row with him. Let's take a look.
Let's take a look at the VRS starting grid then. For race 8, it's Enzo Benito and Marco Pajic bringing up the rear with Yoni Tobler and Kevin Siggy with them. Luke Bennett and James Baldwin make up an all-star row 4, but they're a long way back despite being in finalist mode. Moritz Lerner and Yuri Toman are putting in some of their best qualifying performances of the day so far, especially in the case of Toman. Josh Rogers and Darren McCormack on row 2 behind Erhan Yayovsky and Marcel Cinchik. The Hungarian with a fantastic opportunity to win the ESL R1 Spring Major. Let's make some noise for him. Nobody does.
We got a woo from Tom. We got a woo from Tom, though. That's the important one. Thank you, Tom, from Traction. Yeah.
Nobody wants him to win, clearly.
Well, no, we went through this. It was a little 50 thing. I think Risto Capit, who's up there somewhere, maybe.
Maybe he's gone, that's why.
Has he gone?
Maybe.
No, he's not. He's around somewhere.
Can't see him.
No, I can't see him either. I can see Dennis Jordan, Felix Van Delft and all that lot, but no, I can't
But
see
they're
him.
not RAG, are they? That's
No, I know, but that's where Risto Capit was sitting earlier. It's terrible.
Right, okay.
He can't have abandoned the team at his time of in the time of need. Surely not.
In this time, it really is the time of need for the teams, isn't it? It's very stressful to watch if you've been scanning the faces of the various teams backstage as well.
I will just say, after that race, so I obviously was walking around a little bit. I saw Mehdi, who obviously went and had a little conversation with Marcel before the previous race, gave him a little bit of a hug, a little bit of a pep talk between the races, obviously tried to get him back going again. And sometimes you just need that. You need that little bit of confidence boost to be like, look, it's okay, there's still one more.
Do you think that this all comes down to the first chicane, though? Because the presence of Erhan Yayovsky is going to make this race a different prospect.
I think surviving the first chicane is the most important. It's not about taking the lead. It's not about taking over second, third position, whatever. It is about surviving that first chicane. Once you do that, you're in position.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can do that. It's going to be up to Darren McCormack and Josh Rogers to get in amongst it because, as I say, I think if Cinchik and Yayovsky are 1 and 2 out of the first chicane, Yayovsky can immediately start to work that teammate card.
Okay, so there are a lot of people watching online, a lot of people sat at home. Let's try and make them a little bit jealous with the atmosphere here in the Rennsport Summit. So potentially, for one final time, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise!
We are ready for race 8 of the ESL R1 Major on day 2. What a prospect this is. There's your lineup. Oh, that's not a lineup.
No, it's fine. they're all getting excited behind the scenes. They're pressing the wrong buttons left, right, and centre. We'd be pressing them as well.
I'd be falling on keyboards.
We've got 5 finalists though. That's the important bit. One of them is going to be leaving this with 45k. One of them is going to be leaving it with that trophy. One of them is going to be leaving it with the title of the ESL R1 Spring Season Champion. And it all comes down to this one final race at a brand new track on Rennsport. Can you believe it?
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. It's been a fantastic show so far. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been thoroughly wonderful to be a part of it. And now we're hopefully going to see a great race deserving of this championship as well. It's been great right from the very start in Poland, all through the regular season, into the major now as well. It really has delivered.
I'm starting to get nervous. I hope everyone in the crowd is starting to get nervous. This is going to be edge of your seat. We've had fantastic races left, right, and centre. We're building up to one final, potential fantastic race. What's going to happen? Are we going to see the champion crowned?
for the final time at Monza. Let's get this race underway. The red lights will be coming on to an all-RAG front row. Marcel Cintic and Erhan Yayovski off the line together. It's very even. Yayovski immediately makes a good start and pulls over to Darren McCormack to try and block him in. Cintic will take the line. McCormack shoulders him off. Outside line for McCormack into turn 1. Cintic will defend. Here goes McCormack around the outside. Moritz Lerner into all of them. They're all over the case. Here goes McCormack. He'll go through on Yayovski very possibly, but what a start that was.
Liuzzi, eat your heart out. Where did Moritz Lerner come from in all of that? And this is massive for Marcel Cintic, because of course Erhan Yayovski's going to fight Dara McCormack. It's nearly a second lead for the Hungarian. This could be massive for RAG. To the inside, Dara McCormack goes for the outside line, generally prevails here as he gets his way through. This could be big for the Irishman.
Here goes Darren McCormack round the outside. Marcel Cintic is away and gone at the moment. Side by side through Lesmo 1. Erhan Yayovski is playing the perfect teammate at the moment. He's in second place. Darren McCormack couldn't get through. The gap is already nearly 2 seconds.
Yeah, now the thing is for Darren McCormack, he needs to get through straight away. He needs to get through and past. He needs to run away that 1.8 second gap. If it grows any more than that, this is done. It's over. As Erhan Yayovski's going to try and defend up towards Ascari. There's no move from Darren McCormack just yet. But this is massive for the championship.
It absolutely is. Is this gap enough now for the Audi that has been so strong so far today, and especially at Monza as well? McCormack can't afford to waste any more time. Yayovski knows that. He's defending already into the Parabolica, which you don't see very often. It's only going to cost more time.
Oh, is he deep there though?
Yeah, quite very possibly. It'll be the cutback from McCormack, and not a great exit really either.
No, let's see then, onto the start finish straight. So this almost could be ending up being an anti-climax because Marcel Cintic's gone, he's checked out. He said he wanted this track to be the one that he comes through. Moritz Lerner received a drive-through for reckless driving. Of course, we haven't seen a replay of the start, and we don't want to go to it now because here comes Darren McCormack. He's trying to get past Erhan Yayovski. He's trying to get up into second place. Joshua Rogers trying to follow him as well. As Erhan Yayovski might get muscled out here, but he's doing an amazing job for his teammate. But this could be big for Darren McCormack.
Surely Darren McCormack will go through now, even though the Audi has his nose in front. Josh Rogers will be involved in this as well, you'd imagine. It could be free wide. He'll push McCormack as much as possible. Josh Rogers to the inside with free wide into the second chicane, and the Australian will go through.
Whoa!
There's contact, and Rogers is through. There's more contact, and McCormack is pushed backwards. The RAC drivers around the outside now. It's Josh Rogers who's in second.
Listen to the noise in here. Porsche Commander have brought their entire fan base. My goodness me. As to the inside is James Baldwin on Bennett. They're fighting regardless. They're trying to do something, and Kevin Siggy's going to come through his 3 wide again.
It's not particularly helping his teammate either, Kevin Siggy, but he's there anyway. This is going to get tight in towards Ascari.
Oh my goodness
Benito as well. Oh my goodness. Yoni Tumala side by side with him. Inside line for Bennett. He's through. Baldwin and Siggy go side by side through Ascari, as do Benito and Tumala in the 2 BMWs, and Marco Page is here as well.
Unbelievable elbows out from all of this lot. I know they're not fighting for the win. They've let Marcel Cintic go, but they're fighting for points. They're fighting for glory. They're fighting for fun. It's their last time potentially on track. And with the top 3 as finalists, you have to say, surely it is going to be over after this race. There is the man that is leading right now, taking a little bit of a look in the mirror, setting the fastest lap of the race. Marcel Cintic with nearly 4 seconds lead after 2 laps of racing. His teammate, you've got to say, he's got to give something to his teammate.
And McCormack's going through here as well. Rogers is very smart and knows.
That's genius.
He knows that McCormack may even be quicker. Let him try and catch up at the very least. If they start to fight, Rogers will be there as well.
If you ever wanted an example of Joshua Rogers being one of the smartest racers in sim racing, that is it. Because he's, like you're saying, you're absolutely right. Darren McCormack might be faster right now. Even still, Darren McCormack's got the slipstream. There's no point in defending. Let him take that speed. Let him catch as much as he can to Marcel Cintic. Let McCormack throw every single bit that he can at this. As once again, Baldwin's going to lose out a single position. Benito makes his way through. But this is mega Marcel Cintic.
How would you be if you James Baldwin at the moment, because you were 1 sector away from winning at the Nürburgring in race 6. Of course, everything happened through that chicane, and in the end, he's down in 9th. he's hoping for a miracle at this stage.
Yeah, it's been, like I say, it's been a long afternoon for some of these. Some of these drivers have only been in finalist mode for one race. Some of them have been in it for a few now. And like you said, they've not taken their advantage. Marcel Czincik has been in it for the longest period, but it might have taken him 4 races, like you say, to achieve his destiny. It's a big calling for Marcel Czincik. He's started out this year, by the way, really, really strong. He's been one of the most consistent drivers through the championship. He's got 6 more laps to do if he wants to finish on top. And the only person right now that can beat Marcel Czincik is Marcel Czincik.
Absolutely, yeah. Only thing that's going to change this race result right now is going to be a mistake from the R8G driver out front. What about the team tactics for them? We knew that having 3 in the second day would be crucial. To be fair, Yuri Toman hasn't really played much of a role in it because today, for whatever reason, not been quite so strong. However, he's there as well. Yoyoski played the perfect teammate. To be fair, Toman is here right now.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's coming on strong, like I say, when he needed to. He's got ahead of Haniowski. And I've got to say, once again, Josh Rogers not trying to go through there, but with that 3.7-second gap, it's not going to be really close downable. So on the left-hand side, we've got the replay. Let's take a look as to what exactly happened with Moritz Lerner. You can kind of see there in the tiny little speck of red and white. So he's trying to get to the outside of, I think, James Baldwin. He drives his way in way too deep. That's why he got the drive-through.
Wow. Yeah, I thought it was going to be an innocent party in that when I first saw it.
I will say, I can guarantee that like he feels real bad right now.
Probably does, yeah. And he's not even driving anymore, actually. So he's...
oh, is he really?
He stopped, he's just sat there, so, yeah. So...
I feel bad for him.
Yeah, I feel...
Like, well, I mean...
A little bit.
Yeah.
It's his fault, but you know, I do feel bad as well. This is the move for Darren McCormack, though, on Haniowski. Eventually, what saw him go through. It took a very long time, though, didn't it? He was on the inside line at turn 1, then through the curve at Grande as well, when you've got the shortest run through there, which is a good idea, but Yoyoski plays this well, pushing him as much as is legal, and then Josh Rogers makes it 3 wide.
Yeah, I mean, even seeing this on replay, it almost deserves a clap. That is sensational from Joshua Rogers down the inside, just squeezing over a little bit, making a little bit of contact, just about fending off Darren McCormack. That was insane. That shows how good Joshua Rogers is in his quality.
And I forgot about this. This is 3 wide into Ascari. The biggest, Marco Payet sandwich you've ever seen? Or was that Baldwin? It was Baldwin, wasn't it? Sorry.
Yeah.
With the 2 red lines either side of him. It was Bennett getting through, and then Benito alongside, Siggy alongside him. Benito was alongside Tormala there.
Yeah, it's hard to pick out, as this might be it for Rogers getting down the inside. You can see it both on the left and on the right of your screen. As we send our way through, is Rogers up into 2nd position on McCormack.
I think it's slightly quicker maybe to exchange positions maybe and catching Marcel Czincik, but at very best they're catching by 1/10 of a second a lap or so, and with nearly 4 seconds of a margin, that surely won't be enough.
Yeah, well, here we go. Darren McCormack then trying to make his way maybe back through. I think they're consolidated with the fact they're battling for 2nd position. Yuri Toman, Haniowski fighting out as well. Again, they're fighting out over little bits of prize money, whatever they can get in the championship. Any extra points here and there, it'll push them further forward, even if they're in finalist mode.
What is the countback for this as well? Because right now, Rogers would move level with McCormack on points.
I think it's like previous race win.
Over what? The major or the whole thing?
I think it's over the major. I don't know. I've not read the rule book. You think I've read the rule book? I didn't even read the rule book as a competitor. Well, I will tell you someone who has read the rule book. I hope they're team managers.
To be fair, McCormack has won 2 rounds and 3 races today, and he won yesterday, I'm pretty sure, at least once.
Yeah.
Once.
I think it would be McCormack in that position because just purely based on wins.
Even though Josh Rogers has taken 2 race wins as well, 2 round wins as well in that format. However, yeah, I think you're right. I think McCormack would take it nevertheless. He will be hoping, of course, that Toman gets involved maybe with McCormack, and that might be the change for 4th.
Well, R8G, McCormack having a bit of a look there. I will say R8G, they were denied the team's championship. Redline just had a little bit better of consistency through the team's championship, but they have had a really good run through ESL R1. They started out, they are definitely one of the strongest teams. That has been shown. I've even seen Roman Grosjean saying about how much he supported this championship. Let's see if Yuri Toman, one of his drivers, can make his way through on Darren McCormack now. He gets to the outside, almost a little bit of squeezing between the two. The 2 of them almost come together, basically. The 86 on the inside of the 18. It's quite tight, but McCormack's able to hang on a 3rd.
Just about. Toman looking very strong in this race, though, and if he was able to show this kind of pace throughout, then he really might have been up there. Started the day in 6th in the standings, but he's down to 10th now. He will jump over Enzo Benito as things stand, though, and end the day in 9th place in the drivers' standings, pushing Benito down to 10th. But at the moment, it's still Marcel Cincic with 3.5 laps to go and 3.5 seconds of a gap.
Yeah, he's not got long around the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza, which to take victory, which he said before. Again, he's looked confident, he's looked comfortable. Remember, the first lap time we saw around here was just the most incredible lap time. He was on pole by 0.2 of a second yesterday around here. And he's showing exactly why he likes the circuit, why he wanted this circuit. Maybe if this was the 5th circuit, we would have been done a long time ago.
Yeah, as we were speaking to him earlier on, clearly he knows exactly where he's going to be good, where the Audi's going to be good, and knows how to make use of that as well when he gets there. There'll be 3 more laps at the end of this one. The battle really is going to be for 4th in the championship between Rogers and McCormack. Bennett is doing enough right now to hold on to 3rd, while Baldwin is doing the same in 2nd place. Thinking about prize money, thinking about championship positions at this stage.
Yeah, these are like moves for thousands of euros. I mean, for Rogers, so he's joined on points with McCormack.
He is right now, yeah.
So if Toman comes through...
Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean. The 2 RHGs are going to want to get involved to just stop the momentum even more. And so Darren McCormack has got to fend off Toman here to preserve his 4th place.
Yeah, and like you say, for McCormack, this is like him holding on to this position is worth thousands of euros as he tries to get down the inside of Toman. Toman with the inside line for the second part, might well be making his way through here, squeezing out a little bit as the Williams driver's trying to fend his way through the exit of the Rettifilio up towards Curva Grande. The green highlighted mirrors of Darren McCormack aren't quite enough to push him forward. The lone Williams in all of this, and Erhan Yovski's coming back into the mix, a race winner already today. Let's see if it's going to be 3 wide through the exit of Curva Grande, but obviously onto the brakes. Haniowski doesn't want to try his teammates' patience that much.
No, he certainly doesn't. Toman wants to go for the undercut himself here and get the inside for Lesmo 1. He will just about get there, Willie. He's going to stick it down the inside here, and Yayowski will gain a bit as a result, but nice drive around the outside from McCormack. That's allowed Rogers away with 2nd.
Yeah, certainly so. Onto the brakes through Lesmo 1, out wide from Erhan Yayowski. Even I can hit that apex better than that. Come on, mate, get back involved in the fight. Keep to the back of Yuri Toman. Keep to the back of Darren McCormack as we ride on board with Toman now on the left-hand side of your screen up towards Ascari. Let's see how early on the brakes McCormack's going to go. He's going to send it in as deep as he can to try and fend off the RHG duo behind.
Yeah, I heard a lot of clicking in the background, by the way. They're really jamming down the gears
they
again.
do.
They do really jam down the gears very, very quickly indeed. There's the RHG team pacing around. Oh, goodness me. Just on the phone.
There's Risto Capet.
Oh, there's Risto. That's where he is. Just a bit backstage at the moment. Going to celebrate with his team if indeed Marcel Cincic can pull this one off. Head in hands kind of stuff. Nervy times. At the moment, Marcel Cincic is going to be ESL R1 Spring Champion in 2023.
Yeah. This is a big final couple of laps, a big final twists and turns of Monza onto the straight. He's getting the exits perfect. Darren McCormack, though, he's focused on defending from Yuri Toman, who's got to the inside this time as they head down towards the Rettifilio. It will give him the exit around the outside. That's in way too deep. There's battling behind as well.
Benito there goes sailing into turn 1. No idea how that's all happened. Oh, dear me, what a mess this is. Baldwin in the middle of a 3-wide moment involving 2 red lines. He's going to want to go to the inside. He's in the wall. James Baldwin down to 11th.
Yeah, obviously Moritz Lerner will stay behind after his drive through. There's Darren McCormack once again defending from Yuri Toman. This is big for Rogers because it will give him an extra position in the championship.
Here we go with Yayowski. He tries to go through as well. Not sure McCormack will know the situation. He probably will. That's a great drive around the outside from Yayowski. He's going to get just about enough room. He'll eat a bit of gravel. And then we'll have to tuck in at Lesmo 2 on the penultimate lap. But this looks like it's going to be Josh Rogers moving forward to 4th place in the standings.
Yeah, Darren McCormack down to 5th, which I did say yesterday, he's actually would have been kind of happy. I think really coming into this, though, all of those expectations will have changed. Haniowski, though, with a look down the inside of the Ascari chicane. That was never really going to work. He gave it a look, backed out of it, and said, look, there is one more lap of this championship, of this major, of this event left to go. I've got my time.
Absolutely, he has 4.5 seconds now between Cincic and Rogers. They must start to realise that their moment is very, very soon around the corner. Just one more trip around this circuit for Marcel Cincic to take this title. The pressure on him must be unbelievable. The gap, of course, comfortable, but his heart must be pounding.
Well, this is what I mean. These will be the longest few laps of his career. But to be fair, like I say, he's got so much of a gap to deal with. If he had a car right up and were a second off, yeah, he'd be thinking about every single mistake. He's got 4.5 seconds around the track he's confident at. He's just driving, he's just ticking off laps. You can see the entirety basically of R8G and such behind him, and rightfully so. It'll be a big moment. I'm sure there'll be massive hugs. Look at, this is a team that support each other. Look at how Erhan Janowski felt when he was denied pole position at the Nürburgring. Who was he denied by? It was Marcel Czincik. Was he happy, sad, or whatever? He was well happy that he saw his teammate going up to the front.
Tyrrell McCormack is very close to Yuri Toman at the moment in that battle for third place just behind him. That battle is not going to commence for the moment. It's all about this man. Marcel Czincik is still leading this race. He's in finalist mode. He only needs one more win to take the Spring Major of 2023. Right now, he's only got 4 more corners to go. The Ascari chicane, followed by the Parabolica, and 45,000 euros is his.
Yeah, it has been a long journey. It began all the way back in Katowice, back in February. He looked strong through all that. He grabbed podiums left, right, and centre. Coming into the weekend, we knew he had a strong position. The Audi R8's been good. The team has been good. They were denied the team's championship, but they wanted to come out on top driver's style. And Marcel Czincik, after 8 thrilling races here in the ESL R1 Major, is going to come through the Parabolica, and he is to be crowned our first champion. It is Marcel Czincik with 45,000 extra dollars, with a trophy as well and a championship. It is Czincik on top in the most incredible style.
Fully deserved. And look at the emotion down there as well.
Absolutely amazing.
Your Spring Major champion, Marcel Czincik. I go over to celebrate with Erhan Janowski as well, who played such a big role in that win.
Wow. Wow, what emotion, what raw emotion, not just from us, not just from the team, but from the crowd as well. Let's see if Marcel Czincik can stand up, walk over to his trophy. Come on, mate, you've got to go and pick it up.
He can't, he's paralysed at the moment. He can't stand up. Just so much relief. So much relief for him at the moment. The trophy's his, he'll take his time and have his moment.
Marcel Czincik from the side of R8G with 5 finals placements during the regular season of ESL R1. 4 first-place finishes to his name. And after being in finalist mode for the past 4 tracks, he finally makes it happen and claims the title of the ESL R1 Major Driver Championship winner. Marcel, if you can hear me right now, please make your way to the stage and claim that trophy. People, please, another round of applause for him. Keep it going, keep it going.
I like seeing that.
That's great.
Embracing between the teammates, between the rivals.
45,000 euros is coming your way, Mr. Marcel Czincik. Not only that, but you also get a wonderful trophy. Without further ado, another round of applause, please. Do it. Keep it going, people. Come on, this man has just won 45,000 euros.
congratulations. This, I mean, the confetti must have been amazing, but the team, when your whole team coming up to me, Luke Bennett shaking your hand, I mean, obviously I have to ask you what you're feeling, but I think we know.
Of course, yeah, like, absolutely amazing feeling. Like, I was expecting somewhere that it's possible to win, but like 48 drivers from the world and like at least top of the, definitely the best from all of the teams. It's absolutely crazy to be on the top. Absolutely.
Did you know the lead that you had after a certain number of laps, or were you just focused on looking at time?
I was checking. Arhan did like a good job on the second place to help me a bit.
Let's go over here to the middle. And any words that you want to say, anyone you want to thank while
Of course, I want to thank to my family, for my team, for everyone basically, for the ESL that they organized this whole thing. It was really amazing for Arhan. But like he did a good job on this Monza race for sure. And thank you for everyone.
All right, I want everybody, you know the little like, whoa, and then you lift it? All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! One more time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's go. The ESL R1 major champion himself. Marcel, congratulations from me and everybody here. Awesome. What a whale of a time, and 45,000 euros as well. Where's your team at? Where's your team at? RHG, get yourselves up here, please.
Yeah, come celebrate, come on.
Nicely done, gents. Beautifully done, in fact.
Come on, everyone.
We need you all in the same.
R8G. That's got to be a feel-good feeling. That's got to be a feel-good feeling. You guys might not have won the team championship, but you did manage to pick up the drivers' championship. How are you feeling right about now?
Excited. And I may have some Doliprane at home because my voice is already completely done. But wow. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone who believed us, the fans, the sponsors, of course. I can't put any words, but you can see how excited we are. So let's go.
Another round of applause. Go on, gents, snap up your pictures. Let's keep the applause going, please. Come on. Well, red line, homies, where you at? As we know quite well. Let's go! Go on! All right, the red line boys, can I please get you up here as well?
We have a team.
Driver Championship first place has indeed been claimed, but it is absolutely no secret that the red line boys managed to pick up their victory for the team championship as well. Give it up for Team Red Line!
Come on, man. It's okay, it's okay.
It's okay, it's not.
Hey, Luke. We saw you congratulating Marcel here, and you guys have won the team championship. I mean, the consistency amongst all of you. How's the team championship, the first one for the spring major?
Yeah, the feeling's a little bit numb because we won it, a few weeks ago. As well as me also finishing P2 now in the Drivers' Championship, it kind of takes away the edge a bit. But of course, it's nice to win the Teams Championship. We worked really hard together all season. Even the teamwork then in the last race, you probably didn't see it, but we was talking to each other the whole time, trying to keep the right gaps to each other. But we're all thrilled to get the team's championship. It's just annoying that we couldn't get a driver's championship, but Marcel deserves it.
Hey, there's always next time, and you guys have to now lift up this check and this trophy you so rightfully deserve for working so well together.
Hold on. Before you guys do that, before you lift it, hold the phone. Everybody, 1, 2, 3, whoa! Yeah! Keep it going. They've not all lifted it yet. Come on. No photo is going to be complete without this beautiful check. Gentlemen, congratulations once again to every single one of you. The entire team over at Team Redline as well. Incredibly well deserved. We've seen one heck of a performance out of every single one of you. This has been ESL R1, baby. What do we think? Did we have fun? I said, did we have fun? Damn freaking straight we did. It has been one heck of a journey, both throughout Katowice, our online era of ESL R1, but ultimately concluding right here with the major itself, live from Munich. From me, I want to say a few thank yous to every single person that has joined us here in the audience, because boy, oh boy, were you folks loud. So a round of applause for yourselves. Another very big shout out to the entire Rennsport team for their hard work, dedication, and commitment to the journey that is sim racing. Let's go. To the entire ESL R1 team working tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event exactly what it is here today. Come on! I'm almost done, I promise! To all of our fantastic sponsors as well. Another shout out to VRS. Yeah, I think we should wrap it up pretty soon. Round of applause. Every single driver we have had along this crazy journey, every single team we have had as well. ESL R1 concludes right here and right now. It has been my pleasure to be all of your hosts throughout the duration of this entire event. Come to the stage, my fantastic talent team as well, for supporting me throughout this journey. It wouldn't be the same without every single one of you. Round of applause for them, please. Where's my boy Krim at? Where's Blaze at?
Sorry, Bennett was trying to hug me after the whole Red Bull shower, so I had to run.
Without further ado, every single one of you, thank you and good night.
Okay, Dara McCormack is going to be starting from pole position. He'll have to fend off Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman on that race down towards the first corner. It was a better start for the likes of Baldwin as we head our way down, but McCormack with a decent translation as we head down to the Rettifilio for the first time. You've got one of the red line cars taking a little bit of a look down the outside. It might be Kevin Siggy trying to work his way forward from 5th position, but Dara McCormack with the whole shot into the first corner. As we head our way through, it's all looking pretty tidy from those, but it's McCormack running away from the grouping behind. Territory, I think Bennett might be losing out here, and it's going to be important points for him. And of course, the mouse driver, Moritz Lerner, is going to give the slipstream to Pajic and try and run the back, but it's going to go 3 wide because Joni Tormela, I mean, could he come through on all 3 of them as well? They're 3 wide on the start-finish straight. He's only going to come through on the 1 of Luke Bennett, but as they head through, once again, it's Marco Pajic and Moritz Lerner side by side coming down into the Rettifilio, and it should be advantage mouse on the exit. Cormac for Williams is going to come through the final corner. He took a great lap in qualifying, and he's going to dominate the first race. here on Championship Sunday. Congratulations to Dara McCormack, 25 points, and the comeback charge is on.
We are underway. On the inside, it's Marcel Cintic who gets a good initial launch, but it's Dara McCormack who's going to take the lead through turn 1. Luke Bennett will tuck in behind as well. There's contact. Moritz Lerner goes off the road. He's into the wall. He'll be finishing down in last. We single file this time, or will they? Josh Rogers, big dive on the brakes.
Whoa.
There's a late moment from Yayovsky as well, who makes a mistake. Kevin Siggy frustrated with himself as he goes wide.
Leave the arena section, he's got the inside line, which will give it up towards Mobile 1, but I think the outside line might just be enough for Porsche Coanda as there's screams from the fans. Let's see what Coanda can do.
Round the outside for Rogers at the Mobile 1 curve. He'll have just enough room. He slides in the Porsche. He'll have the inside for turn 12, but Erhard Yayovsky gets through. A great dive from the Macedonian. Meanwhile, here comes Dara McCormack through the final couple of corners. It's another race win, back to back for the Irishman. Williams Esports on top again, ahead of Marcel Cintic and Luke Bennett.
Through it though, James Baldwin's going to come across the line, and he's going to win again at the Nürburgring. He did yesterday, and he's going to today. James Baldwin takes victory. Marcel Cintic, though, moving himself closer and closer to finalist mode, going well in the first. He's a little bit up on Baldwin. He's a little bit up on Baldwin in the second as well. This could be the pole time. He set the fastest lap around here yesterday, and Marcel Cintic looking to try and get himself into finalist mode. He'll come up towards the line, and it's good enough for Ball, and it's absolutely breathtaking. 2 minutes 14.347. Stunning lap time from the Hungarian.
The deep into the corner though. James Baldwin nearly gets alongside him. It's Rogers, Tormana, and just behind them.
Oh my goodness me! That's a massive one!
Huge crash between multiple drivers. McCormack's involved with Lerner, and I think Yuri Toman as well.
Yeah.
And Cintic side by side into the final chicane as well. Ooh. As James Baldwin comes out the final corner to win race 4 at Spa. It's victory for the second time in 2 races for the British driver. Mercedes have their winner once again.
Max coming up towards the line, and it is going to be a 2:14.294. Wow, wow, wow. That is definitely not a skill issue.
I believe though, Siggy forced to defend late. It's almost a mirror image of what we saw earlier. Dara McCormack round the outside through the first part to give him the inside of the second. Marcel Cintic hangs back. He's going to go through. Marcel Cintic takes the lead.
Wow, could you imagine the heart rate right now of Marcel Cintic as here comes James Baldwin down the inside. He sent it in on Kevin Siggy. It's absolutely dramatic as Dara McCormack has been sent round, but this is massive.
It's time to put the title on the line right now in the final lap of race 5. Baldwin mounts the curve on the World Hill through Eau Rouge. It's a good run out of Radion though.
We go.
He's going to have the slipstream on the Kemmel Straight and the chance to go through.
Let's see if Baldwin can do it. What's Marcel Cintic going to do? The inside line's being taken, but it could have been a bit of a squeeze there from Marcel Cintic. Baldwin still got the overlap. He's going to send himself into Lake Kong. They're side by side between the top 2, and let's see what Marcel Cintic can do. He's to the outside of Malmedy, and the crowd goes wild. James Baldwin takes the lead.
He's got to defend into the hairpin as well here. Cintic's going to lay it all on the line. He'll be so fast through the middle sector. He has been all weekend. He's done fantastically well to get himself in this position. James Baldwin right now is currently preventing Marcel Cintic from winning this.
Marcel Cintic, the crowd is going to hold their breath. Let's see what happens. Too much curve being taken. James Baldwin, is he going to be open here as we come down towards the bus stop? Cincic's going to try something here. He's going to get to the outside. It's not going to be enough. We're going to need another race. And James Baldwin enters finalist mode with a fantastic win at Spa. Marcel Cintic, second place. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. What an atmosphere, what a drive. That was heart in mouth for 7 of the most thrilling laps. Let's head down to Ash.
Championship leader as things stand. Out of the final turn, it will be a 53-0. Marcel Cintic has put the pressure right on to James Baldwin.
And could be it for Marcel Cintic. James Baldwin, it's slower by 1/10 of a second in the final corner. He goes up towards the line. Can James Baldwin grab something? Can he get something special? Oh, it's Bald! 52.984. Baldwin does it. He puts one over Marcel Cintic. Could it be a front row lockout for the finalist drivers? corners.
This Baldwin is on the right-hand side. Let's get the lights on and get this race underway. James Baldwin with a good initial launch there as Chinchik tries to hold on to second at the very least from Darren McCormack into the first corner. Erhan Yoyoski will do his best to assist as well as Marco Payet makes his way round the outside. He's too deep on the brakes. He'll fall backwards. It's Chinchik following Baldwin out of the first turn. Get the run out of this corner. It will come down to the very final chicane.
Let's see then. We've got 3 corners left to go. We've got James Baldwin in the lead. We've got Marcel Chinchik trying it. He's going to get to the outside. He's going to commit as we head into MGK. There's nothing being left on the table. There's contact between the two. And James Baldwin, I think, might have been sent around. Marcel Chinchik gets a slowdown. And Erhan Yoyoski is going to come through to win. It is not done yet. Yoyoski on top, McCormack behind, and Siggy as well. It's not over. We need a 7.
Can you believe it? Unbelievable. Erhan Yoyoski wins the race. And somehow, nobody's going to be happy about this.
Absolutely no one is.
Mercedes and RAT are shaking their heads. They're sat next to each other. They must want to fight.
Because I'm only 5 for 3. I mean, obviously they're extremely busy. They're looking at that replay now of exactly what just happened between Chinchik and Baldwin. I mean, frame by frame, as you can see, they have Excel spreadsheets. They have a lot of folks just chiming in, thinking what they should do best.
Comes James Baldwin though with a sensational send, but it's going to be too deep. Surely it is. Oh my goodness, it's not. But as they come off the corner, the outside line might well prevail. Darren McCormack, and I think Rogers might be through.
This is Josh Rogers on the inside line now. He could do McCormack a big favour. There's contact. Baldwin nearly loses it. I don't know how he saved that. Rogers is around the outside. He's pushed off the road quietly, and Luke Bennett will go through.
Oh
Luke
my
Bennett
goodness!
is the second.
This is going to be bad though, because here comes Marcel Chinchik as well. Marcel Chinchik working his way up. He's been one position down after another from James Baldwin, and he drops back to 5th.
They go to Darren McCormack. He will get finalist mode along with Luke Bennett and Josh Rogers, who join him on the podium. All RAT front row. Marcel Chinchik and Erhan Yoyoski off the line together. It's very even. Yoyoski immediately makes a good start and pulls over to Darren McCormack to try and block him in. Chinchik will take the line. McCormack shoulders him off. Outside line for McCormack into turn 1. Chinchik will defend. Here goes McCormack round the outside. Lawrence Lerner into all of them. They're all over the case. Here goes McCormack. He'll go through on Yoyoski very possibly, but what a start that was. Push McCormack as much as possible. Josh Rogers to the inside with 3 wide into the second chicane, and the Australian will go through. There's contact, and Rogers is through. There's more contact, and McCormack is pushed backwards. The RAC drivers around the outside now. It's Josh Rogers who's in second.
Listen to
Baldwin in the middle of a 3 wide moment involving 2 red lines. He's going to want to go to the inside. There's contact. He's in the wall. James Baldwin down to 11th.
Chinchik, after 8 thrilling races here in the ESL R1 Major, is going to come through the Parabolica, and he is to be crowned our first champion. It is Marcel Chinchik with $45,000 extra dollars, with a trophy as well and a championship. It is Chinchik on top in the most incredible style.
Fully deserved. And look at the emotion down there as well.
Absolutely amazing.
You also get a wonderful trophy. Without further ado, another round of applause, please. Do it.
Hey.